The diamond ape was bored during the period of time Wang Baol was away. The disciples were fearful and respectful of it. But that was no fun, which made it miss Wang Baol even more. Most importantly, the puppets that belonged to it had already been broken from its toying. It had been a long time since it received new puppets, and that made his longing for Wang Baol even stronger. Therefore, when it smelled Wang Baol's scent, the diamond ape was exhilarated and agitated. It roared while it sped towards Wang Baol, its cultivation level having reached mid-stage foundation establishment realm. Wang Baol laughed heartily as he quickly arrived beside the diamond ape. Despite being smaller, his aura was far stronger than that of the diamond ape. However, Wang Baol had toned down the strength of his aura, and as he neared and leaped into the air, he landed on the diamond ape's shoulders, patting it amiably. The diamond ape was so happy that it sneezed several times. It hit its chest with its fists loudly, before looking at Wang Baol dazedly. Understood. Wang Baol laughed, raising his right arm before waving it. Instantly, 3 puppets fell out of his storage bag. The moment the 3 puppets appeared, the diamond ape was filled with agitation as it roared with excitement, hugging the 3 puppets tight. When it looked at Wang Baol, its gaze was even more loving than when it saw its owner. After catching up with the diamond ape, Wang Baol was about to leave when the diamond ape suddenly smelled Wang Baol's scent and revealed a look of suspicion. Others may not understand what it was thinking about, but Wang Baol was someone who had studied the diamond ape. After thinking about it briefly, he instantly understood. He lowered his head and took out a beast carrier. He emptied it and the donkey rolled out from it. Since returning to Earth, Wang Baol had kept the donkey in the beast carrier. After all, his parents were around, and Wang Baol was worried since the donkey was rude. He would have forgotten about the donkey had the diamond ape not smelled the unusual scent. The diamond ape stared with its eyes wide open at the donkey, snarling. The donkey, who was sleeping, opened its eyes after falling to the ground, somewhat confused. After noticing the diamond ape before it, it blinked and called out, "Son! Roar!" The reply to the donkey was a roar from the diamond ape. However, very soon, the donkey and the ape seemed to have established a conversation through their roars, and they both seemed to like each other. Seeing what was happening before his eyes, Wang Baol was surprised. He had wanted to continue watching on, but the delightful voice from Bunny arrived through his voice transmission ring. "Brother Baol, where are you? I'm free now." Wang Baol's eyes lit up when he heard Xianxia's voice, and he didn't want to bother with the donkey anymore. However, before he left, he warned the donkey that it wasn't to eat anything. After that, he didn't bother with it. He held the voice transmission ring and sent a reply to Xianxia, then charged towards the alchemy pavilion. With Wang Baol's departure, the donkey grew visibly more energetic. After exchanging roars with the diamond ape, the duo seemed to have communicated between themselves in some manner, and they left together with the 3 puppets. Noticing what had just happened, the disciples beside them were bewildered as to why the diamond ape and the donkey were looking so excited and impatient. Wang Baol's gaze when he saw Bunny was different from last time, especially after being amazed by Li Wanner. Right now, at the foot of the hill in the alchemy pavilion, surrounded by the medicinal plants, the back view that appeared before his eyes was pure and beautiful. Looking from a distance, the lady's beautiful face was facing a bouquet of flowers. She had a slim and slender figure, long hair that was tied together by a pink-colored string, and her side view was delicate and perfect. The white skirt she was wearing shimmered in the afternoon sun, its beauty accentuated by the surrounding medicinal flowers. Complemented by a medicinal fog that was unique to the alchemy pavilion, one could feel a sense of haziness. After hearing Wang Baol's movements in the wind, which signified his arrival, the lady quickly turned around, revealing a beautiful face that carried a delightful smile. Perhaps it was due to her being in seclusion for the past few years, but her skin was glowing white like snow. The lady was young and incomparably beautiful. It was Xianxia. "Wow, you've grown up, Bunny." Wang Baol's eyes lit up. After all, it had been years since they met. Xianxia, who had now grown up, looked even cuter and prettier than before. that made Wang Baol fall head over heels as he cleared his throat and teased her. Listening to Wang Baol's teasing, Zhou Xiaoya shyly kicked her feet. "Brother Baol, you're making fun of me again." Despite saying so, Zhou Xiaoya felt blissful. When she looked at Wang Baol, she was filled with happiness. In her simple life, Wang Baol was the first person of similar age and of the opposite sex that had entered her life. He was also the most capable person of the same age as her that she had ever seen. She had seen Wang Baol create a name for himself on the Lower Academy Island and rise through the ranks on the Upper Academy Island. Even in seclusion, she would occasionally take breaks to keep up with what was happening outside. Wang Baol's name had become well known through the various incidents that had happened throughout the years. Watching the person she had given her heart to making his way to glory, it made Zhou Xiaoya, who was already filled with love towards Wang Baol, admire him even more. Could be said that Zhou Xiaoya was a pure and innocent person. She was vastly different than the boisterously Wanner and Zhao Yeming, who was an extraordinary fairy-like being. Zhou Xiaoya didn't have lofty ambitions and was like the girl next door. Now, looking at the person she admired but hadn't seen for a long time, her smile was pure, and her laughter similar to a bell, filled with genuine happiness that anyone could sense. Wang Baol was extremely relaxed looking at Bunny. It was as if he had returned to childhood times, with him bringing Zhou Xiaoya around the Dao College, passing through the days, crossing the galaxies, witnessing the sunrise, and leaving their footsteps on the hills and valleys. To Zhou Xiaoya, simply holding Wang Baol's hand was enough to make her heart palpitate and her face blush. She lowered her head, too shy to look at him. At the same time, happiness filled her entire being. She loved listening to Wang Baol talk about his experiences on Mars and the Moon. Sometimes, she would gasp in genuine surprise. She listened intently to every word Wang Baol said and was completely immersed in his stories. Her pureness created ripples in Wang Baol's heart that reverberated, making time appear to slow. He didn't know how the future would play out, but right now it was bliss spending time with Bunny. As they immersed in each other's company during those few days, they met many other people they were familiar with, such as the pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion, and the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator that Wang Baol disliked for finding trouble with him. When that Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator saw Wang Baol, he was extremely uneasy, greeting him from a great distance. Wang Baol had never cared about that ex-pavilion head, and would naturally not bother with him now. He merely smiled and nodded his head, as if to erase all the unhappiness between them. When he left, the pavilion head looked at Wang Baol and Zhou Xiaoya, a torrent of emotions in his heart, as he bowed deeply towards Wang Baol while looking at his back. Other than that, Wang Baol brought Zhou Xiaoya along as they visited Chen Yutong, who had just returned from a mission. He had chosen to stay in the sect back then, and was now the elder of the Dermic Armament Pavilion. His cultivation level had reached the peak of mid-stage Foundation Establishment Realm, being just a step away from advancing to late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm. Upon seeing Wang Baol, he was excited. The duo caught up in his cave abode, with Bunny brewing tea for the two brothers. She occasionally rested her chin on her hands, looking at Wang Baol with dewy eyes, her heart filled with happiness that could be seen through her eyes. It was as if her eyes had turned into crescents, making her look extremely adorable. When the duo reminisced about what had brought them together, Xianxia came to mind. Xianxia of the Lower Academy Island. Until now, I still haven't figured out which high official he is close to in the Dao College, such that he could accomplish anything and everything in Ethereal Dao College. Speaking of Xianxia, even Chen Yutong laughed heartily. He is a businessman. Is he still in the Dao College? The image of Xianxia surfaced in Wang Baol's mind as he recalled the first transaction between them. He's no longer there. He graduated in the second year after you left for the moon. I only recognized his talent after becoming an elder myself, and I had put in effort to locate him. However, he seemed to have vanished from the surface of Earth without a trace. After catching up with Chen Yutong, the image of Xianxia surfaced in Wang Baol's mind. He looked at Ethereal Dao College emotionally. He understood that it was normal for new students to enter and senior students to leave Ethereal Dao College every year. Every generation and every year was like a large wave washing the sand away. On the one hand, it was a process to provide cultivators to the Federation in the era of immortal cultivation, and on the other hand, it was a process of accumulation to gather large numbers of outstanding disciples for the Tao College. This was the tradition of the four great Tao colleges, and this format had persisted in the four great Tao colleges since the beginning of cultivation civilization on Earth. If it could withstand the test of time, it would definitely last until the future. After all, this was a different format from that adopted by the sects. They each had advantages and disadvantages, but with the changing times, despite the possibility of the format adopted by the sects and the family clans surviving elimination, Wang Baol felt that the future Federation would definitely belong to the four great Tao colleges. There were endless conflicts within the four great Tao colleges. But through the years, Wang Baol had already understood that the management of the four great Tao colleges shared a uniform and determined stand. This was the basis for the foundation for the four great Tao colleges in this era of immortal cultivation. That was especially so as Grand Supreme Elder Li Xingwen was about to achieve a breakthrough. To the four great Tao colleges, that was a significant event. Even though it was inevitable that the ethereal Tao College would rise again, to the four great Tao colleges, having a nascent soul realm cultivator was still something that excited them. Therefore, 1 week later, after Ethereal Tao College had sent out the invitation to the Federation, spectators from the 3 other Tao colleges soon arrived in droves. White Deer Tao College, White Deer Branch College, and Holy River Tao College. The sect lords and grand elders from these 3 great Tao colleges arrived. Even the grand supreme elders of each college made their way there. At the same time, outstanding disciples from each Tao college arrived with them. According to the records on the fragments, whenever a core formation realm cultivator breaks through to become a nascent soul realm cultivator, it would result in the accumulation of heaven and earth power, and that would allow the disciples to train their physiques in a short period of time. As for the factions that didn't belong to the 4 great Tao colleges, they couldn't participate without the invitation from the Ethereal Tao College, despite their desire to join in. However, even the 3 other great Tao colleges were unable to spectate in the same location as the Ethereal Tao College and had to go according to the arrangements of the Ethereal Tao College. The innermost region of the Upper Academy Island could only be occupied by the Ethereal Tao College disciples, as well as the sect lords and grand supreme elders from the other 3 great Tao colleges. As for the disciples, they could only stay on the deck outside the island that was constructed by the Ethereal Tao College. The arrival of the other 3 great Tao colleges also signaled the end of the carefree days that were shared between Wang Baol and Bunny. He was called over by the sect lord of Ethereal Tao College, together with other senior brothers and sisters from the same batch and status as him, in order to welcome the guests from the other 3 great Tao colleges. Those who were worthy of being called over by the sect lord had cultivation levels that were at least at perfected foundation establishment realm, and most of them were ranked above secondary rank 3. In the Federation system, everyone was an elite, and they knew each other. Despite not seeing Wang Baol before, they had heard about him and were extremely passionate towards him the moment they met. Wang Baol's extroverted personality made him thrive at making friends. He was good at handling interpersonal relationships, and by simply exchanging a few sentences, he became close to the people in his batch. Despite being a secondary rank 2 noble, Wang Baol wasn't the highest-ranking disciple of Ethereal Tao College. There was another person who was also a secondary rank 2 noble, and one other person who was 1 rank higher in noble. The former was a senior sister, and the latter was a senior brother. The secondary rank 2 senior sister seemed to be in the early stage core formation realm, and she wasn't far from reaching the mid-stage core formation realm. She wasn't stationed on Earth, and was instead the deputy city lord of the Venus colonial city. She looked to be about 30 years old, and despite her looks being nothing out of the ordinary, her elegance was transformed when she smiled. She made others feel that she was friendly and approachable. After seeing Wang Baol, this senior sister, who was named Lin Yunhui, smiled at him. "Junior brother Baol, if you have the chance, come visit Venus. In the purgatory of Venus, there is still an old friend of yours from the time you spent in the mystic lunar realm." Hearing those words, Wang Baol immediately thought of the old lady from the Galactic Dusk sect. She was sent there after being captured by the Grand Supreme Elder. As the memories surfaced in his mind, Wang Baol laughed and agreed. He set a time with senior sister Lin before being pulled away by the only primary rank 2 senior brother in the crowd. That senior brother was Sun Bujing. His name was so unique that it immediately left a deep impression on Wang Beol. This senior brother named Bujing wasn't only the highest-ranking person amongst the disciples of the Ethereal Tao College, but also held a unique position. He was in charge of the intelligence unit of the Federation. Wang Beol came to know about a unit amongst the other ministries in the Federation, known as the Dark Ministry, only after becoming secondary rank 2 noble. The word dark was unrelated to the dark sect. Instead, the headquarters of this ministry was located on Pluto 1, and their activities were always hidden from public view, which gave rise to their name. Sun Bujing was the minister of the Dark Ministry, and the amount of resources and power that he held were shockingly great. His cultivation was that of a late-stage core formation realm cultivator. Wang Beol was polite towards this immensely authoritative Sun Bujing. At the same time, he was extremely curious about his department. Sun Bujing was also very interested in Wang Beol. After pulling him away, he smiled and spoke. "Junior brother Beol, do you want to consider changing your position and come to Pluto? If you agree, you would become the first deputy minister of the Dark Ministry, and I would handle all matters of the transfer. The welfare in the Dark Ministry is good. Besides, if you come, you'll have access to the intelligence of the entire Federation. At the same time, this department of ours is involved in missions related to connecting with extraterrestrial civilizations. Whatever the case, I guarantee that if you came, you would be able to see the Federation and the Galactic in a new light." Despite being interested in the Dark Ministry, Wang Beol had no plans to leave Mars. Of course, if he hadn't gained possession of the Mars Dark Artifact, he would perhaps be tempted. However, right now, he was worried that if he did go and leave the Dark Artifact behind, accidents might happen in the future. Therefore, he could only reject the offer with a smile. Sun Bujing wasn't anxious either. He patted Wang Beol's shoulders, telling him that he could contact him anytime if he changed his mind. After that, under the lead of the Ethereal Tao College sect lord, everyone began welcoming the 3 other great Tao colleges. The outstanding disciples and the sect lords from the 3 great Tao colleges were also acquainted with each other. Wang Beol's name was also famous amongst them, and soon, hearty conversations were taking place between the outstanding group of disciples from the 4 great Tao colleges. After almost everyone from the other 3 great Tao colleges arrived. Due to the inability to estimate the exact time that Li Xingwen would achieve a breakthrough, the Ethereal Tao College had made arrangements ahead of time to gather all disciples and students to first gather inside Upper Academy Island and meditate cross-legged while waiting in silence. As for the members of the other 3 Tao colleges, they were seated outside. Looking from the sky above, one could see that tens of thousands of people were gathered both inside and outside the Upper Academy Island of the Ethereal Tao College. It was a sight to behold as everyone waited for the moment when Li Xingwen would achieve his breakthrough. Li Xingwen didn't take long to achieve a breakthrough. In the morning 3 days later, as the sound of the alarm was heard in all directions and reverberated throughout the Ethereal Tao College, a groundbreaking force was produced from within the Tao Enlightenment Pavilion Mountain on the Upper Academy Island. As the force was unleashed, a beam of light that seemed to be produced from an accumulation of spirit chi instantly shot into the skies from within the mountain. It went straight through the cloud layers, resulting in the production of lightning flashes in the sky. As thunder erupted in waves, the clouds seemed to be ruffled by an invisible hand, spreading in all directions and forming a gigantic spherical chi wave. It spread in all directions, harnessing an astonishing force that was growing increasingly louder. It slowly formed a vortex in the clouds which spun rapidly, and a frightening suction force erupted from within, causing all the spirit chi on Earth to be drawn towards it. At the same time, the people in each of the cities on Earth noticed the clouds in the skies moving at high speeds. At the same time, gusts of strong winds were moving along with the clouds, together with the spirit chi that they carried. If a core formation realm cultivator were to break through and become a nascent soul realm cultivator in an immortal cultivation civilization where spirit chi was concentrated and mature, these effects wouldn't be produced. However, on Earth, spirit chi was brought along by the sky, which resulted in this shocking scene during Li Xingwen's breakthrough. The vortex that gathered in mid-air above the ethereal Tao College lasted for 2 hours, growing bigger as time went by. At the same time, a black hole sucked in all the spirit chi that had been dispersed in all directions, making all the spectators excited. They felt the indescribably concentrated spirit chi surrounding them. The spirit chi was almost turning into a liquid state, resulting in a form of rain that landed both inside and outside the ethereal Tao College. All the disciples were training at high speeds, and that was the case for the spectators outside the island as well. Even though it was incomparable to training inside the island, this was still a valuable chance to them. At the same time, in the capital city of the Federation, Duanmyuk was standing before the window of the president's office, looking in the direction of ethereal Tao College. In his eyes, clouds were still rolling by in the sky, but according to his senses, the aura belonging to Li Xingwen was being unleashed continuously in ethereal Tao College. It was growing stronger by the moment. It had already exceeded that of the core formation realm, and to a certain degree, Li Xingwen was already a nascent soul realm cultivator right now. However, he was different from an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator. As a new generation nascent soul realm cultivator, it was extremely difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough. It could even be said that with Li Xingwen's astonishing qualities, the cultivation he possessed now would put him in a position that far exceeded that of a nascent soul realm cultivator if he were in other mature immortal civilizations. In the Federation, there were fewer resources, less spirit chi, and weaker stellar sources, all of which limited his growth. However, that wasn't without its own advantages. The moment he achieved a breakthrough to become a nascent soul realm cultivator in that restrictive environment, he was naturally more powerful than the other new nascent soul realm cultivators in the other civilizations. Right now, despite already reaching the nascent soul realm, he was still absorbing spirit chi in order to strengthen his physique, as well as to allow the disciples from the 4 great Tao colleges to have more spirit chi to absorb. As Federation President, Duanmyuk didn't approve of such a move. That was because the spirit chi on Earth originated from the fragments. Even though it seemed limitless, it was finite in reality. Unless a method of replacing spirit chi could be found before the limit was reached, the immortal cultivation of the Federation would be ephemeral. He was unable to accept that and therefore didn't approve of this forced absorption of spirit chi in order to nourish the cultivation of the later generation. However, he understood Li Xingwen as a person as he, Duanmyuk, was the current Federation president. Therefore, after a period of silence, Duanmyuk took a deep breath and retracted his gaze from the sky. He looked in the northwest direction before slowly closing his eyes, deep in thought. In the direction Duanmyuk was looking, there was a mountain range located a great distance away from the capital city. Within the mountain range was a pavilion, where a silver-haired elder sat with his legs crossed. The elder, Feng Daogu, was dressed in a Taoist robe. The aura given off from his body far exceeded that of the core formation realm and was that of the nascent soul realm. This person was the nascent soul realm elite highlighted in Duanmyuk's announcement, the one that had been filmed going to kill the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators in the video recording. Right now, he was also looking in the direction of the ethereal Tao College and at the clouds in the sky. He was staring in the direction of the aura that he sensed was rising up at high speeds, and he felt emotional and comforted. I hope that the wishes of Elder Feng could be fulfilled in this new era of immortal cultivation. As he mumbled, the elder shut his eyes. At the same time, Li Xingwen's advancement had reached a crucial juncture. As the spirit chi was accumulated amidst the loud booms, and as his breakthrough was continually achieved, all the disciples on the Upper Academy Island were shocked, their bodies trembling. The spirit chi here was simply so concentrated that they didn't even need to take the initiative to absorb it, as it would simply enter and flow throughout their bodies through their sweat pores. Right now, Wang Baol was trembling vigorously. His facial expressions were changing rapidly, and a vortex seemed to have been formed where he was, sucking in all the accumulated spirit chi towards his body. If he were to cultivate the Lightning Tao, 2nd volume, Wang Baol would raise his cultivation level. However, after a moment of silence, Wang Baol didn't choose the Lightning Tao, 2nd volume. Instead, after realizing that the entry of the spirit chi into his body could increase his cultivation level and also train his physique, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Right now, I possess the dark core as well as the lightning core. My combat capabilities are on the level of a mid-stage core formation realm cultivator. However, when unleashed, my body, which was originally able to withstand this force, seems to be unaccustomed to it. Therefore, perhaps what is most important to me right now isn't the cultivation technique required for the core formation realm. Instead, it's more important to increase my physical strength. Wang Baol took a deep breath and shut his eyes, looking at the green lotus inside his body. After seeing the lotus seed head that encompassed the dark core and the lightning core, his gaze fell on the main lotus seed head of the green lotus. After obtaining the green lotus, he felt that it didn't significantly help in raising his cultivation level, but it did have a great impact on his physical body. Furthermore, in the dark sect ancient literature in his dark dream, Wang Baol didn't come across information regarding the green lotus, but he did see something about training his body. However, all the cultivation techniques required dark qi, and at the same time they could only be unleashed in the spirit immortal realm. Despite that, it gave Wang Baol a direction to proceed in. Therefore, right now, a thought popped up in Wang Baol's mind. Perhaps I could make use of the spirit qi that the Grand Supreme Elder has gathered here to allow my body to form a core. With that thought, Wang Baol grew determined. Without hesitation, he sealed his hands, immediately directing all the spirit qi that had been absorbed into his body towards the main lotus seed head. As the spirit qi entered, the main lotus seed head vibrated briefly before a green glow emerged from within. This glow seemed to able to pass through his internal organs and his flesh, causing Wang Baol to turn green. As the green glow shone, his bones regenerated, and his flesh and blood grew. His internal organs also seemed to be boosted, which resulted in his heartbeat becoming louder and stronger, eventually being thunder-like as it arrived in Wang Baol's ears. My physical strength is increasing. Wang Baol was exhilarated, and he decided to activate the devouring seed in his body. Instantly, the surrounding spirit qi was being sucked towards him. Very soon, the people around him realized what was happening and immediately dispersed, resulting in him being the only one who remained. Outside his body, a bigger vortex appeared. As loud booms sounded, the sect lords and others from the other 3 great Tao colleges all noticed the anomaly with Wang Baol and shot him concerned looks. However, Wang Baol didn't care about that. He was now immersed in strengthening his body, and a cycle had already formed inside his body. Absorb the spirit qi, integrate it into the green lotus, release the green glow, and strengthen his body. As the cycle proceeded, the green lotus in his body shook vigorously, and it even began to grow gradually. The more it grew, the more the green glow that emerged had an increasing effect on strengthening his body. Amidst Wang Baol's agitation, a sense of comfort that was different from when he was training his cultivation techniques could be felt outside his body. It was as if there were countless small hands touching him all over his body, which made even his skin glow green. In the end, Wang Baol, who was sitting there with his legs crossed, had become green throughout. The sound of his heartbeat even spread out of his body in all directions, resulting in echoes being produced. This pounding sound made the sect lord of the ethereal Tao College, as well as those from the other Tao colleges, surprised. The sect lord from the Holy River Tao College even gasped in shock. His heartbeat sounds like thunder. I have read a tattered piece of record previously that mentions that this is a realm that belonged to someone who trained his physique in the ancient sword civilization. That realm was known as the Heartcore realm, and is similar to a core formation realm cultivator. Even though the cultivation technique wasn't outlined in the incomplete record, its description mentioned that this heartcore literally means transforming one's heart into a core. When the sound of one's heartbeat becomes extremely strong, it becomes like a pill. If it jumps around a plate without forming an echo, it means that one has succeeded in entering the heartcore realm. As the Holy River Tao College sect lord spoke hurriedly, the other sect lords looked towards him. Even the Grand Supreme Elders from the 3 great Tao colleges sensed something unusual, and as they turned to look, a loud boom reverberated between the heavens and earth. A force that far exceeded the core formation realm, one that truly belonged to a nascent soul realm cultivator, was instantly unleashed in the mountain where Li Xingwen was in seclusion. As it was unleashed, The winds and clouds churned in the skies, forming a small human image. That image was of Li Xingwen standing in midair, looking in all directions. As he laughed, everyone was agitated as they greeted him. The small human returned the greeting, and his gaze suddenly landed on Wang Beol with a look of surprise. Interesting, the small human image smiled. He sealed his hands and pointed to Wang Beol. Instantly, Wang Beol's body vibrated, the spirit chi around him becoming even more astonishingly strong as it surged into his body. A cracking sound was produced instantly from his body, and the sound of his heartbeat transformed quickly at this moment. It originally produced echoes, but right now the echoes all but disappeared. Listening to it, it was no longer like a heartbeat, and was more like a pill that had dropped onto a plate. After this, Li Xingwen's nascent soul laughed heartily for a long time, before transforming into a purple glow that charged towards the mountains below. The next moment, the mountains started vibrating vigorously, and a loud crack was produced. Li Xingwen, after becoming a nascent soul realm cultivator, emerged from within. His appearance caused all the cultivators inside and outside the Upper Academy Island to hold their breaths. Other than Wang Beol's obliviousness towards everything, everyone else greeted Li Xingwen with a deep bow. Congratulations on becoming a nascent soul realm cultivator, Grand Supreme Elder. Congratulations on becoming a nascent soul realm cultivator, Senior Li. Congratulations on becoming a nascent soul realm cultivator, Fellow Taoist Li. Everyone was celebrating Li Xingwen's advancement to the nascent soul realm. The Federation president gave him a congratulatory call, and so did the various factions that had their attention on this big event. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the Senate, the Galactic Dusk Sect, the Five-Generation Sky Clan, or the Plume Manifestation Khanate Sect, they all realized that the four great Tao colleges would never be the same again. The four great Tao colleges were already a formidable force even before this, and that was accentuated by their close ties with the Federation. However, as they were segregated into four different sections, it made others feel that they were untouchable. However, right now, with Li Xingwen achieving a breakthrough, everything had changed. In the foreseeable future, the Ethereal Tao College would be the strongest force amongst the four great Tao colleges, unless Duanmyuk also achieved a breakthrough. Even if Duanmyuk achieved a breakthrough, the Ethereal Tao College's position had already far exceeded that of previous times, making them on par with the White Deer Tao College. This major event would also lead to a chain effect. For example, the disciples of the Ethereal Tao College would be able to be looked upon more seriously in society, and the other factions wouldn't provoke them without reason. In the case of Wang Beol, had Li Xingwen achieved a breakthrough earlier, the troubles that he had faced as a city lord would never have happened in the first place. After all, right now, Li Xingwen was the most elite individual amongst all the cultivators in the Federation on Earth. His personality, one that characteristically sheltered the shortcomings of people close to him, was well known amongst the various factions. Therefore, his advancement forced the other factions to be more down to earth. At the same time, the mainstream media channels of the Federation were all reporting the news with fervor. Of course, to the public, Li Xingwen wasn't the first nascent soul realm cultivator, but that was unimportant. At the same time, Li Xingwen, who had just advanced to the nascent soul realm, sent out invitations to all the factions, inviting them to a grand banquet to be held at the Ethereal Tao College. The banquet would gather all the elites of the Federation and was exceptionally high profile. Others may not do this, but Li Xingwen was different. His aim was to be high profile and create awe in order to send out a clear message to all the factions that he had become a nascent soul realm cultivator. They weren't to provoke him, his Ethereal Tao College, or the four great Tao colleges. Therefore, during the banquet, Li Xingwen didn't bother to converge his nascent soul realm aura and unleashed it at full force. It was such that all those who attended appeared respectful on the surface but were laughing bitterly in their hearts, cursing under their breaths with feelings of extreme helplessness. However, from the start until the end of the banquet, Wang Beol didn't appear at all. He was still meditating, and Li Xingwen even personally put a protective covering in place in the area he was in so that others wouldn't disturb him. The banquet came and went, and the visitors from the other three great Tao colleges, as well as those from the other factions, took their leave. 7 days passed, and Wang Baol, who was meditating with crossed legs, finally opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he instantly felt that the world before him was no longer the same. It seemed as though the colors had become more vibrant and that everything had become even more crystal clear. He could hear the sound of the wind and the sound of grass emerging from the ground. He could sense the path of the fish swimming underwater, and he could even hear the heartbeat of all the disciples in the Tao College, as well as the sound of their blood flowing. It was all indescribably pleasant. Wang Baol was dazed, taking a moment to snap back to reality. Looking internally, he saw that inside the main lotus seed head of his green lotus, a new green core had appeared. Success. Wang Baol was excited. In his exhilaration, he seemed to have sensed someone approaching, and he quickly turned around. He saw Li Xingwen standing behind him, who had appeared without him knowing. Culminating the heart core could allow spiritual sense to surface? Li Xingwen seemed very surprised that Wang Baol could sense his presence, and therefore took several more glances at him. Seeing that the Grand Supreme Elder had paid him a visit, Wang Baol hurriedly stood up and greeted him with cupped fists. At the same time, he sensed the aura emanating from the Grand Supreme Elder's body. He understood that it was no longer that of a core formation realm cultivator but was something extremely profound. It even gave him a feeling that it was superior to that of the square-faced and horse-faced extraterrestrial cultivators. Vaguely, it was similar to that of the extraterrestrial leader with the centipede on his face. This surprised Wang Baol. He knew well that Li Xingwen had just advanced, and the fact that he could reach this level in such a short time meant that Li Xingwen was extremely formidable. Old weirdo, Wang Baol mumbled in his heart with envy. However, what he didn't know was that Li Xingwen mumbled the same thing in his heart as well. He's a young weirdo. He's merely in the early stage of the core formation realm, but he already possesses the lightning core, and his body contains the heart core. At the same time, there's a unique aura being given off by him. What's more, spiritual sense is spewing out of him. Darn it, it was only when I became a nascent soul realm cultivator that I gained spiritual sense, but he already has some right now. With a bizarre expression on his face, Li Xingwen spoke. Fatty, come give me a punch. I want to see how formidable the heart core is for myself. Heart core? Wang Baol was shocked. Are you stupid? The heart core is the thing you've been fiddling with. It's the equivalent to the core formation stage for your physique, Li Xingwen stated, and Wang Baol instantly understood what he meant. Li Xingwen had made the request, and at the same time he was also curious about his combat capabilities right now. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, Wang Baol unleashed the 3 cores in his body at the same time. A loud boom was produced, with flashes of lightning emerging and spreading. A chilly fire was also produced, and it was as if he was transformed into the god of combat as he punched Li Xingwen. With that punch, the winds and clouds began churning, and a shocking, explosive force was instantly unleashed. However, when it neared Li Xingwen, it was suppressed simply by him raising his right index finger. The loud boom grew even more deafeningly loud, as if a hurricane was sweeping between the two of them. Li Xingwen's hair was ruffled by the wind, and his shirt was flapping. He remained calm, without any changes in his facial expressions. On the other hand, Wang Baol was trembling vigorously. All he could feel was a ricochet spreading throughout his body, making it extremely unbearable for all his internal organs. However, as the green lotus began shaking, a green glow appeared from his body, returning everything to normal. Despite that, he was feeling extremely upset, as his punch was blocked by the Grand Supreme Elder with a simple gesture of pointing his index finger. He was disappointed, and after taking a few steps back, he sighed. That's all? I'll rate that as just passing. All right, you've been in the Tao College for too long, return to Mars. The Grand Supreme Elder lowered his hand and spoke arrogantly. He appeared as if he was giving Wang Baol unwilling recognition. He flailed his sleeves and turned to leave, leaving Wang Baol behind, upset and sighing about how weak he was. However, when he reached an area where no one was around, the calm expression on Li Xingwen's face instantly changed. His internal organs were all squeezed together, and he rapped his finger while gritting his teeth. He rubbed it for most of the day, and at the same time the sleeves on his shirt had instantly turned to dust. Even the long robe he was wearing became torn and tattered. This weirdo is too powerful. He's just in the early stage of the core formation realm, but he almost broke my finger with a single punch. Li Xingwen took a deep breath. Even though he knew that this had happened because he didn't unleash his spells, he was a nascent soul realm cultivator, and he was unbeatable by core formation realm cultivators who didn't have other trump cards. If a core formation realm cultivator were to take someone at the nascent soul realm on with just their cultivation as a weapon, they wouldn't even hurt the nascent soul realm cultivator one bit. However, for Wang Beol, he had managed to injure someone at the nascent soul realm based on the physical force of his body alone. This made Li Xingwen extremely astonished. The heart core is powerful, but the fact that he could achieve this means that the aura hidden within his body also plays a big role. This aura? This is a fella not to be belittled. The things that the various factions of the Federation desire. If they were taken away, trouble would result. Li Xingwen rubbed his glabella, mumbling under his breath as a look of determination appeared on his face. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. It must be because he was exposed to a little bit of it after spending time on Mars. Li Xingwen shook his head. However, knowing how capable the disciple from his Tao college was, he was still happy. After checking that there was no one around him with his spiritual sense, he turned and changed into an identical Taoist robe before taking his leave. As for Wang Beol, he was now sighing, deep in thought about how weak he was. Therefore, his desire to restore the dark artifact on Mars intensified. He thought about how he could become the most formidable person if he could bring the dark artifact out. With that thought, Wang Beol began to worry about his prolonged absence from Mars. He was worried about leaving the dark artifact there. After all, there were too many elites in the Federation who had their eyes on that treasure. Wang Beol didn't dare tell everyone that he was the owner of the dark artifact. Therefore, the desire to return intensified. Therefore, he hurriedly informed the sect lord of his departure. At the same time, he bid farewell to Bunny. After seeing that Bunny had returned to her area for seclusion, Wang Beol took a deep breath. He found the donkey lying lazily around the diamond ape, seemingly infatuated. At the same time, he also saw several broken puppets beside the two beasts, which made him dumbfounded. Finally, he sighed helplessly, leaving the ethereal Tao College while pulling the donkey's ear. After returning to Ethereal City, he caught up with his parents, boarding the cruiser from the capital city the next morning. With the protection afforded by the 8 other cruisers sent to him, he traveled through the clouds and into the cosmos, heading towards Mars at high speed. While Wang Beol was on his journey back to Mars, the various media outlets of the Federation were still celebrating the breakthrough achieved by the Ethereal Tao College's Grand Supreme Elder, Li Xingwen. Everyone was in a celebratory mood, and laughter filled the entire Federation. At the same time, few people knew that Duanmyuk, the Federation president, chose to enter seclusion on the 4th day after Li Xingwen achieved a breakthrough. At the same time, protective covering was put in place over the entire capital city to prevent accidents from happening. On the other hand, even though Li Xingwen was physically in the Ethereal Tao College, he still paid attention to the capital city. If anything happened, he would go forth and ensure Duanmyuk's safety at the first instant. After all, if Duanmyuk could achieve a breakthrough as well, it would mean that the Federation would officially enter the nascent soul era. At the same time, what was most important was that if both of them achieved a breakthrough one after another, it would mean that it was possible for others as well. The others would include people like the senators, the Martian colony governor, the Grand Supreme Elders of the 3 other great Tao colleges, the Galactic Dusk sect, the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect, and even the 5-generation Sky clan. In reality, Duanmyuk could be considered the 2nd generation. He was considered a senior that had emerged from Armageddon, having experienced major transformations in the heavens and earth, as well as the beast crisis like Li Xingwen. Regardless of their capabilities or mindset, they were considered 1st-generation elites. Someone like him shouldn't remain in the core formation realm. There were also others who were like Duanmyuk and also entered seclusion. They all desired to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation and enter the nascent soul realm. However, this was an extremely difficult step. Not only did they need time, but they also needed the right opportunity. Even though the cultivation era had begun, allowing any elite to meet with opportunities, the opportunities still differed in scale and impact. However, matters like these weren't a concern for Wang Beol. Right now, his cruiser had arrived on Mars. He immediately returned to the Martian Special Regional City, and only heaved a sigh of relief when he vaguely established a connection with the dark artifact underground and ensured that nothing had gone wrong. After that, he felt troubled again. The dark artifact was powerful, but it was too severely damaged. If he couldn't repair it and couldn't take it out, it would make Wang Beol feel as if someone had handed him an extremely handsome picture of the slimmed-down version of himself. He could see and sense it, but he simply couldn't lose the weight. That made Wang Beol sigh continuously. In his absence, nothing major happened in the special regional city. Li Wanner was still in seclusion, and Lin Tianhao and company all carried out their delegated duties to manage the various areas of the special regional city assigned to them. The others seemed to be excited by Li Xingwen achieving a breakthrough, and seeing that Wang Beol had achieved a breakthrough before their eyes, they also went into seclusion. It appeared as if all the cultivators in the Federation had become motivated by Li Xingwen's breakthrough, resulting in a cultivation craze. Therefore, Wang Beol, who had just returned to Mars, decided to cultivate his dark art as well. However, just as he was about to begin cultivation in his cave, and just as the Federation was in a celebratory mood with the cultivation craze running high, an announcement was suddenly made. Mercury was to be rebuilt. Mercury, having experienced crisis, had been turned into a wasteland. The entire planet had nearly withered, and having been dealt with tremendous amount of damage, all it had was gloom. Riding on the high emotions of everyone, the plan announced by the Federation garnered the support of many. At the same time, this entire matter was like a signal that made the leaders of the various factions of the Federation shocked. Based on the information that they had access to, the issue of rebuilding Mercury involved a truth that ordinary citizens didn't know about. The teleportation array formation of Mercury, its official construction is about to commence. This was the first thought that surfaced in the minds of all the leaders of the factions the moment they came to know about the Federation's announcement to rebuild Mercury. In reality, that was the truth. The day after the news was announced, Wang Beol immediately received a voice transmission from the Martian colony governor. In the voice transmission, the Martian colony governor passed him numerous blueprints, ordering him to produce all the parts listed on the blueprint in a stipulated time. The resources that were needed to produce those parts would be provided by Mars. That made Wang Beol surprised. He felt as if a storm was brewing, and after thinking about what the Grand Supreme Elder and Sect Lord had mentioned to him, and complementing it with the announcement to rebuild Mercury made by the Federation, Wang Beol made some guesses. He immediately called the Martian colony governor to address his queries. The Martian colony governor remained silent as she thought about whether she was allowed to reveal the information. After a moment, she took a deep breath, and with the Great Martian Array formation suddenly in full activation through some unknown method of hers, the voice transmission between them was made even more private. This prevented anyone from eavesdropping, and it was only then that she began to speak. You must have heard the Federation's announcement to rebuild Mercury. However, this is just what appears on the surface. The underlying goal of rebuilding Mercury is to build a huge teleportation array formation there. Actually, this teleportation array formation is already in the process of construction. However, many resources are still lacking, and the time isn't ripe yet. Therefore, progress is slow. That, coupled with the crisis they just experienced, what's left behind are tatters. However, the right time is arriving. This is why the Federation has picked up speed. They are planning to proceed with the construction of the teleportation array formation that could lead to the ancient greenish bronze sword. Therefore, in reality, not just you, but all the dermic armament cultivators of the Federation have been tasked to produce the parts. These parts would eventually be gathered together to form the teleportation array formation. Listening to the Martian colony governor's words, Wang Beol was somewhat bewildered. A million thoughts ran through his mind, and he suddenly spoke. A mission for the Federation seedlings? Some matters could be made known to you based on your authority level. However, the method of informing you is especially stringent, and it couldn't be directly told to you on Earth. Of course, this issue seems exaggerated, and perhaps somewhat petty, but no one is willing to risk it. After all, this doesn't involve just one person, but the entire Federation, the entire civilization, and the livelihood of all humankind. The Martian colony governor didn't give a direct answer. However, what she said explained why the Grand Supreme Elder and Sect Lord had been cryptic in their words while Wang Baol was in the ethereal Tao College. The more that was the case, the more bizarre Wang Baol's look was. He didn't say anything and instead waited for the Martian colony governor to give him the information. Seemingly satisfied by how steady Wang Baol was in the face of such a major event, the Martian colony governor remained silent for a moment, and then she lowered her voice again as she spoke. Baol, what I'm about to tell you is a top secret that can only be released when 90% of the secondary rank 1 nobles in the Federation agree. Over 40 years ago, a transformation occurred in the cosmos, and an immense ancient greenish-bronze sword entered the solar system. Its suppressive force alone overturned the entire cosmos, and this sword eventually pierced the sun, revealing a small portion of its tip. The sword handle was shattered, and its pieces landed within the solar system. That resulted in energy failure throughout the Federation since the Spirit Inception era, and the Immortal Cultivation emerged. However, in reality, this ancient greenish-bronze sword originated from another cultivation civilization whose level of civilization far surpasses that of our own. This sword alone is only a sect of that civilization. In other words, it was an arc. They escaped from danger but met with an accident, which resulted in them landing within the solar system. There are still people living on the ancient sword, and their numbers are significant. As the Martian colony governor reached this point in her revelation, Wang Baol's breathing quickened, but he wasn't too surprised. Instead, after taking a deep breath, he waited for the Martian colony governor to continue. According to our intelligence, the sect of the ancient greenish-bronze sword is known as the Vast Expanse Tao Palace. The Vast Expanse Tao Palace, having gone through that series of events, suffered some damage. It has also been segregated into 3 factions that are each under the leadership of 3 leaders with different ideologies. One faction is known as the Darkness faction, and they insist on leaving this place and heading to the destination that they had set out for in their original plan. However, as the ancient sword has been severely damaged, their plan is to ravage the entire solar system for resources to repair the sword and achieve their goal. If they become the main authoritative body, a crisis would fall upon the Federation. You can imagine that all of the stellar source in the solar system would be lost. That, coupled with all of the energy of the sun being taken away, would result in the entire solar system becoming a wasteland. As for us, the most likely outcome would be becoming slaves of this sect. Upon hearing that, Wang Baol lifted his head abruptly. In that instant, the image of the dark sect's complete destruction appeared in his mind. He didn't know how the Darkness faction would treat Earth's population should they succeed in their endeavor, but to have their lives at the mercy of these people would be something that not only he, but the entire Federation wouldn't allow. However, the Darkness faction holds relatively less power in the Vast Expanse Tao Palace. The faction that has the final say is the second faction, what we call the Light faction. Of course, this is just a name we've come up for it. The Light faction's political ideology is different from the Darkness faction. They believe that since their home planet has already been destroyed, then it doesn't matter whether they head towards their originally planned destination or remain in the solar system. They seem to approve of the solar system as well, and wish to settle down permanently in here. They wish for a greater assimilation with the Federation, with the goal of integrating the Federation as part of their own. They wish to build and grow with us. This might seem idealistic on their part, but it's the best scenario for us, who is the weaker party in this picture. As for the third faction, there's no need to consider them. They are a neutral party, away in seclusion and cultivation. They can't be bothered with these political spats. Upon saying that, the Martian colony governor paused. She waited for Wang Baol to digest all that she had just said. So, the Darkness faction and Light faction began fighting, and are now in conflict with each other? After some thought, Wang Baol spoke. Based on our understanding of the situation, that is indeed the case, but the light faction has gotten the upper hand in the fight. That is why there is a teleportation array formation on Mercury. What I've just told you are events that took place more than 4 decades ago. The construction of the teleportation array formation on Mercury began then as well. The damage to the ancient greenish-bronze sword caused a massive structural change within the sword, and due to its extreme proximity to the sun, it can only afford to maintain a heat protection barrier and is unable to teleport itself away. This means that the vast expanse Dao Palace is now trapped. If it leaves the protective barrier and forces its way out, it will melt before it could even leave. Wang Baol frowned when he heard what the governor said. Governor, aren't there some contradictions here? Since they're unable to leave, how can the Darkness faction pillage the resources in the solar system? In addition, how did the Federation come to know about all this information? Wang Baol rubbed his forehead. He might have previously learned things about the ancient greenish-bronze sword that no ordinary person had known, but at this moment, he was still shocked by the new information that he was receiving. The Federation thought about the questions that you're asking now all those years ago. The vast expanse Dao Palace might be trapped, but that doesn't mean that it cannot leave. However, teleportation on the ancient greenish-bronze sword would expend a great deal of resources and labor. When the Light faction finally got into power, it amassed an amazing amount of resources and finally teleported someone out. As their representative, he headed for the Federation, who was then undergoing a massive transformation. You mean the nascent Soul Realm Cultivator? Wang Baol said immediately, shocked. The senior's name is Mo Gaozi. He's the nascent Soul Realm Cultivator you're talking about. When he reached the Federation and found former President Li Xingwen, he didn't hide the purpose of his mission. He told Li Xingwen what was going on in the vast expanse Dao Palace, and he worked closely together with the Federation to teach and guide us on how to cultivate, amongst other things. His very presence was the reason why the cultivation civilization in the Federation developed at such an impressive speed. When the governor spoke about Mo Gaozi, her voice was filled with awe, respect, and mixed feelings. Wang Baol's eyes widened when he heard that. This had exceeded his initial expectations. However, it did make sense if he thought about it more carefully. After all, it was simply too incredible to believe that the Federation had progressed to its current state within a brief 4 decades through their own efforts and trial and error. During this period, the construction of a teleportation array formation began on Mercury, as requested by Senior Mo Gaozi. He told us explicitly that once the array formation was set up, vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators on the ancient greenish-bronze sword and the people in the Federation would be able to teleport freely between the two places. We would be opening a door for the cultivators on the ancient greenish-bronze sword. Most of what I told you earlier was what Senior Mo Gaozi shared with us. Both myself and the Federation's upper management are grateful for what Senior Mo Gaozi has done for us. He single-handedly pushed into motion the Federation's cultivation civilization. When he arrived on Earth 40 years ago, the Federation hadn't even had a single ancient martial realm cultivator. If he had harbored any ill will towards us then, the Federation wouldn't have become what it is today. But the governor fell silent for a moment. Then she sighed. There seemed to be mixed feelings in her tone when she spoke next. He is, after all, not one of us. He's also not the one holding power in the vast expanse Dao Palace. We believe in his goodwill, but we can't bet on it. The price of failure is too great. That's why, after understanding the situation, former President Li Xingwen came to a decision when Senior Mo Gaozi requested the Federation gather resources and build a teleportation array formation. It was to delay the construction of the teleportation array formation. At the same time, he requested Senior Mo Gaozi to do one thing for him as well. It was to bring representatives of the Federation to the ancient greenish-bronze sword, so that they can see the world inside the sword with their own eyes and judge for themselves what is true and what is false. You should be able to imagine that Li Xingwen was prepared to die going on that trip. He made the necessary arrangements if he should die. He even had contingencies for the scenario where he was controlled by others. The governor sighed. Her voice was colored with nostalgia for a period of hardship she hadn't experienced personally. Wang Baol became silent. Li Xingwen's image appeared in his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to realize the responsibility that came along with the title of Federation President. No one knew how Li Xingwen communicated with Senior Mo Gaozi then, and he never mentioned it. In the end, Senior Mo Gaozi agreed to his request. He communicated with the vast expanse Dao Palace, and the Light faction spent an even greater amount of resources, which was further supported by Senior Mo Gaozi's cultivation, and barely brought Li Xingwen and 5 other people onto the ancient greenish-bronze sword. They saw the vast expanse Dao Palace with their own eyes and came across opportunities that aided their cultivation. They verified the Light faction's sincerity and both parties came to an agreement. Li Xingwen was carrying a baby when he returned. As for the other 5 people, one became an elder in the 5-generation Sky Clan, one is the current head senator, one founded the Trillionaris Corporation, and the remaining 2 became the elders of the Galactic Dusk Sect and the Plume Manifestation Khanate Sect. The teleportation caused a great impact on the ancient greenish-bronze sword. That is why there have been no further teleportations since. When Wang Baol heard that, he remembered what Zhui Yifan had told him once. The 5-generation Sky Clan had a strange mystic art that could summon one's past lives. He had his guesses about the baby that the Grand Supreme Elder had brought back as well. Li Wuqian. Wang Baol fell deep into thought until the governor's voice rang out again. After that, the Federation began to prepare for Operation Sword Sun and the Federation Seedlings Initiative. We began searching for resources and building the teleportation array formation. Our plans were delayed though because of the Beast Sea. During this battle, Senior Mo Gaozi had gone into seclusion because of the cultivation that he had spent during the teleportation, so he hadn't participated in the fight. But it was precisely because of this battle that the Federation, having toiled, torn, and bled, grew stronger swiftly. After the battle, Li Xingwen began to have doubts once again about the plan to reactivate the teleportation array formation. He couldn't set his heart fully at ease even after having witnessed the vast expanse Dao Palace's sincerity. After all, once the teleportation array formation was set up, the cultivators on the ancient sword would be able to leave freely. This might be a golden opportunity, but he was also afraid that he might be opening the gates to hell. This concerns the safety of the entire Federation civilization, after all. It was right for him to have doubts. Even though Li Xingwen decided to go ahead with construction, he chose to drag it out. Having decided that, he chose to step down. His successor Duanmyuk would inherit his plans and make his own deliberations. He proposed the research into anti-spirit bombs, which would become the Federation's secret weapon. With that strategy in mind, he didn't hide anything from Senior Mo Gaozi, who had recovered and left seclusion. He told Senior Mo Gaozi that the Federation needed to be fully prepared and that it needed a secret weapon for peace of mind, and so that it could fully cooperate with him. Senior Mo Gaozi understood where he was coming from. He knew the worries that a weaker civilization might have when faced with a more powerful one, so he didn't interfere with the Federation's plans and waited patiently instead. Then, a few years ago, you pushed back the beast tide in a single battle. This meant that the Federation wouldn't have to split its attention and worry about the beast tides for a long period of time. There was also an initial success shown in the anti-spirit bomb research. At the same time, Duanmyuk was worried that Senior Mo Gaozi might grow impatient with waiting and that their agreed plans might change. That was why Operation Sword Sun was reinitiated, and the Federation Seedlings Initiative was carried out. That was the reason for getting you into the capital city, and the reason for the audition. The 100 Federation seedlings were to be the first batch of Federation cultivators sent onto the ancient sword based on the agreement made between Li Xingwen and the Vast Expanse Dao Palace's Light faction. They are to head for the Vast Expanse Dao Palace and learn and train there. Besides improving their cultivation, they will also be the first step towards assimilation with the Vast Expanse Dao Palace. The Martian colony governor's calm voice narrated the history that the Federation had gone through in the past 40 years during the Spirit Inception era. It was as if a painting had unrolled before Wang Baol's eyes. Emotions rippled inside him, and it was a long while before they quieted down. The governor seemed to realize that what she had been sharing would be shocking to any cultivator. That was why she paused and waited for Wang Baol to absorb and digest everything before she continued. We were already in the midst of constructing the teleportation array formation when the anti-spirit bomb research showed success. However, the Mercury tragedy destroyed all that we had accomplished on the planet. Now, alongside the reconstruction of the planet, we will also be rebuilding the teleportation array formation. However, even though the Federation has sufficient resources to rebuild the teleportation array formation, we still need some time to craft the majority of the essential components required. That's why I gave you the blueprints. Having explained everything, the governor ended the voice transmission. If this had happened when Wang Baol had just entered the Federation administration, he might have been shocked and overwhelmed to find out about the working relationship between the vast expanse Dao Palace and the Federation. However, he had since learned how to analyze and assess the words of other people. That was why Wang Baol remained seated in thought after the governor ended the voice transmission. After a while, his eyes suddenly flashed. That's rather interesting. The impression that the governor gave me during the conversation was that of urgency, that the components have to be made urgently, but she didn't give the exact time frame for when the parts are required. Wang Baol was deep in thought as he recalled what the governor had said. After a long period of contemplation, he seemed to have guessed the Federation's intentions. The Federation wanted to build the teleportation array formation so that they could advance the Federation civilization. But at the same time, they were worried about opening the gates to hell. It was clear, though, after decades of coexistence, they had developed a deep and great trust towards Senior Mo Gauzy. After all, if Mo Gauzy really harbored ill will towards them, he could have forcibly coerced and compelled them to do what he wanted based on his level of cultivation. This must be why, despite intermittent progress, the construction of the teleportation array formation continued and was showing results. As for why the Federation hadn't given a fixed deadline for the delivery of parts, Wang Baol guessed that was because it was still making final preparations for contingency plans. The anti-spirit bomb is one of those contingency plans. The breakthrough in the Grand Supreme Elder's cultivation is yet another contingency plan. What other backup plans do they have? Wang Baol lost himself in thought. He had never met Mo Gauzy, which was why he still remained uneasy about the construction of this teleportation array formation. However, even though he hadn't met Mo Gauzy before, he believed that there wasn't a single fool in the upper echelons of the Federation administration. They were all sly, cunning, conniving foxes. It was, as the governor had said, what he was worried about and what he thought were worries and thoughts that many in the administration had earlier. At that thought, Wang Baol took a deep breath and set this matter aside, beginning his seclusion. During this period, he practiced the dark art soul guidance, as well as spent some time refining the teleportation components that the Federation required. 7 days passed. Wang Baol's cultivation and refining progressed smoothly. Then, an inspection team from the Federation arrived unexpectedly and settled in the special regional city. They sought Wang Baol's approval and entered the catacombs, beginning to study and inspect the thickness of the barrier inside the catacombs. There was no way for Wang Baol to refuse the request, but his guard was heightened. After 3 days passed and a second inspection team arrived on Mars, Wang Baol sucked in a breath of cold air and felt an impending sense of danger. Is the Federation's third backup plan my dark artifact? Wang Baol felt torn at the thought. He wanted to help the Federation, but as the dark artifact's master, he knew that it would benefit both himself and the Federation if he could announce this matter when his cultivation had reached a sufficient level. If this matter was to be exposed while he was still at his current level of cultivation, even though it might not be of any impact to the Federation, the impact on him, however, would be uncertain. Wang Baol dared not make a gamble on this. He couldn't help but sigh. He felt sheepish thinking about how his own treasure was being coveted by such important personalities on a daily basis. The Federation seemed confident about their chances of getting the dark artifact. Even if they were to return with empty hands this round, they would likely send another inspection team shortly. Wang Baol thought about this for a while. The inspection teams searched for a few days and finally left after collecting detailed data. It was then that he slipped into the dark artifact, unnoticed by others, and summoned the 3 artifact spirits. He began inquiring about the recovery status. Wang Baol found out that they needed another month or so before the artifact could recover to 10% functionality. He left and began racking his brains, trying to think of a solution. The remnants of the barrier should be able to hold back the Federation for a while before they decide it's time to blow it apart. But even if the dark artifact has recovered a greater degree of functionality by then, the Federation wouldn't be able to activate it. They would still covet the artifact though and keep thinking about it. This is simply too unsettling. Rather than remaining under the Federation's constant, watchful eyes, I would rather make the first move. Light flickered in Wang Baol's eyes as ideas flashed across his mind, and he began to settle on a plan of attack. He knew very well the difference between taking on the offensive and remaining on the defensive. Instead of fretting about this matter constantly, he would rather instigate an activation and clear all threats, once and for all. The plan was divided into 2 steps. In the first, he intended to wait for the dark artifact to recover 1/10 of its functionality before he withdrew the barrier voluntarily. That would draw the powerful cultivators from the various political forces in the Federation to the dark artifact. After which, he would carry out the second step when they were inside the dark artifact. Wang Baol ran through his plan multiple times in his head carefully and in detail. He even practiced various ancient-sounding voices in his secret chamber. Time passed and a month soon went by. He received the boat spirit's notification that the sampan had been recovered to 10% functionality and that he would be able to activate its defensive barrier anytime. Wang Baol's eyes flashed with a strange light. He took in a deep breath and ran through the steps of his plans in his head once again. He immediately made arrangements for the city's cultivators and increased the degree of monitoring on the barrier inside the catacombs. At the same time, he secretly controlled the dark artifact and sped up the erosion of the barrier. He soon received a report from the city's cultivators as he had expected. With the report in hand, Wang Baol immediately sent a voice transmission to the Martian colony governor and informed her excitedly about this matter. His report immediately caught the governor's attention and focus, and she made a personal visit to the special regional city. Secretly nervous but not showing a single emotion on his face, Wang Baol accompanied the governor as she made her inspection. Then, she left and sent the results of the inspection to the Federation. Everything happened almost too quickly, far more quickly than Wang Baol had expected. The entire process, from his initial report on the erosion of the catacombs barrier, the stirring in the Federation and the excitement across the various political forces, to the arrival of various groups of people in the city, took but 2 weeks. Like Duan Muk, the various heads of the respective political forces were in seclusion. However, the news of the eroding barrier was simply too important. Despite not being able to make a personal visit, they all sent the strongest cultivators in their factions over. Cruisers from all over the Federation dashed straight for Mars, with Li Xingwen himself personally leading a team. The Federation sent numerous priests over as well. Within 2 weeks, the special regional city saw a congregation of a majority of the Federation's core formation realm cultivators. Besides Li Wanner, who was still in seclusion, Wang Baol and the others, Lin Tianhao, Jin Duoming, and Kong Dao and the rest, busied themselves with receiving the influx of visitors. They also had to continuously monitor the rate at which the barrier was eroding. After gathering comprehensive information, Li Xingwen finally settled the plans for blowing the barrier up. Prior to the actual execution of the plan, a hesitant Wang Baol approached Li Xingwen. Grand Supreme Elder, I've been feeling really nervous and uneasy these few days. Do you think that someone might be controlling the barrier and speeding up its erosion? Li Xingwen was making the final preparations for the plan, but upon hearing what Wang Baol said, he lifted his head and glared. What's there to be afraid of? Who cares if there's someone pulling strings from behind the barrier? We'll know once we blow it up, won't we? Exasperation flooded Wang Baol, and he couldn't help but persist. Grandfather Grand Supreme Elder, I'm just worried. What if the owner of the divine armament isn't dead? What if he's still inside the divine armament? If we blow up the barrier? Wang Baol blinked and stared at Li Xingwen. Li Xingwen remained unfazed. However, There was a deep, meaningful look in his eyes when he returned Wang Baol's gaze. He said casually, "Baol, do you know why I'm the one leading the team this round?" Wang Baol froze. He was silent. Li Xingwen didn't continue with the same topic, but he lowered his head and stared at the floor. There was an unfathomable light in his eyes as he spoke slowly. "There's something buried right at our doorsteps. We have to check whether it has an owner, whether there's any ill intention hidden behind its burial, and if it might pose a threat. We're in a critical period now. We cannot afford to have any unstable elements present. That's why the 100 anti-spirit bombs in the Martian research facility have all been prepared and are ready to blast off any time. The solar system array formation is also ready for activation. In addition, we have some other preparations in place as well. Unless the owner of the dark artifact is so powerful that we are unable to fight back against him, the Federation has already reached a consensus. I'm willing to talk reason, but the Federation's mind is fixed. It wants the dark artifact. Do you understand what I'm saying, Baol?" Li Xingwen raised his head and gave Wang Baol a deep, meaningful look. Wang Baol's expression remained unchanged when he heard what the Grand Supreme Elder said, but his heart dropped. Doubt arose in his mind. Seemed as if there was another message hidden in Li Xingwen's words. It seemed like all mist and fog, but when coupled with a certain premise, everything seemed clear. The premise being that Li Xingwen knew who the owner of the dark artifact was. That's impossible. Wang Baol felt slightly sheepish. He couldn't help but think about Li Xingwen's words with that premise in mind. With that in mind, it was clear that Li Xingwen was saying that the dark artifact's owner must display overwhelming power that would awe and overpower the Federation, all with an absence of ill intention. In that way, the Federation would be able to set its mind at ease completely. It would also not dare to harbor further covetous thoughts towards the dark artifact, at least not in the short term. If he wasn't able to achieve that, or if there were to be any misunderstandings between him and the Federation, then the result would be a targeted attack from anti-spirit bombs and the solar system array formation. Wang Baol's heart palpitated. He hurriedly patted his chest, put on an expression showing extreme loyalty towards the Federation, and then looked at Li Xingwen and said, "Grandfather Grand Supreme Elder, Baol understands now. The Federation has made up its mind to get the treasure underground. I'd originally intended not to follow the team down, but now, having understood everything, I've decided to come with everyone, to express my loyalty and also to contribute everything I've got for the Federation." Li Xingwen rolled his eyes at Wang Baol's declaration. He eyed Wang Baol again, then lowered his head and continued his study of the Federation's plans. He spoke again, seemingly casually. "If we mess up such an important matter, I'm not going to be the one they send the next time we try." Having said that, Li Xingwen waved his hand without looking up and ended the conversation. Wang Baol left hurriedly. After departing from Li Xingwen's residence, he glanced around and saw that no one was looking at him. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, and determination flashed in his eyes. "I've no choice. It doesn't matter if the Grand Supreme Elder has guessed correctly what is going on. I have to carry out the plans I've already made and execute my grand plan." Wang Baol sucked in a deep breath. He had made up his mind. Nothing else mattered. He had already gotten his hands on the dark artifact, and there was no way he was going to give it away. That being said, he couldn't let anyone else know that it belonged to him. After returning to his own residence, Wang Baol sat down cross-legged and began meditating. He went through his plan in his head again and ensured that there were no problems with every single step in his plan. There were too many people in the city now, and most of them were monitoring the catacombs. To prevent any accidents from occurring, Wang Baol didn't communicate with the artifact spirits. Instead, he waited patiently for the day when the Federation would execute their plans to arrive. He didn't have to wait long. Li Xingwen brought people down into the catacombs with him for repeated inspections of the barrier. After study and verification, and after submitting their data to the Federation, they finally received a confirmation from the upper levels of the Federation administration as well as the other political forces. Li Xingwen's proposal had been approved. The plan would be carried out. 3 days later, They would forcibly blow the barrier apart, and everything would be ready for deployment then, the anti-spirit bombs, the solar system array formation, and the core formation realm cultivators from the various political forces. In fact, the number of core formation realm cultivators gathered in the special regional city had exceeded 70. There were fewer than 200 core formation realm cultivators in the entire Federation, so more than a third of them were now gathered in the city. Nascent Soul Realm cultivator, Li Xingwen, was going to head the party personally. The extent of strength and power gathered was enough to overpower and wipe out everything in their way. It was clear as well that the Federation was intent on obtaining the Martian divine armament. The arrival of the hordes of core formation realm cultivators was accompanied by the arrival of even more Foundation Establishment realm and True Breath realm cultivators. The latter groups would be responsible for support as well as foundational excavation efforts for the Martian divine armament. The special regional city was thus livelier than usual. 3 days passed in a blur. As the day they would blow apart the barrier arrived, masses of Foundation Establishment realm and True Breath realm cultivators gathered outside the catacombs. They were all prepared and ready to charge in once the barrier was blown apart. Inside the catacombs, under Li Xingwen's leadership, the Martian colony governor and the other core formation realm cultivators were gathered before the barrier, ready to commence the plan. Li Xingwen would play the primary role in the explosion. He stood before the barrier, his hands forming a series of hand seals, which was followed by waves of nascent soul-level spirit energies erupted from his person. They seemed to transform into a sharp blade that stabbed the barrier repeatedly, and it shook violently under the series of attacks. The others, including the Martian colony governor, unleashed their attacks as well. All of a sudden, the inside of the catacombs was filled with a great, alarming cacophony. The rest attacked as well. From afar, an array of vivid colors flashed inside the barrier, and the spirit energy of dermic armaments filled the air. It felt as if the earth itself was quaking, and as if the heavens were shaking. Amongst the attacking horde was Wang Baol. At present, he continued attacking while watching the visibly thinning barrier. He sighed secretly. Even though he knew that his plan was almost infallible, he couldn't help but feel uncertain and anxious. How exasperating! While sighing inwardly, Wang Baol yelled and continued attacking, unleashing a spell that landed on the barrier. He might be the lord of this city, but amongst the numerous core formation realm cultivators, his own cultivation was only average and hence didn't draw much attention. This was what he had intended as well. As he struck, he even shouted at the core formation realm cultivator beside him. Everyone, give it all you've got. Let's fight to take down this divine armament as soon as possible and win another powerful weapon for the Federation. The core formation realm cultivator next to Wang Baol was an elder from the 5-generation Sky clan. Even though he disliked Wang Baol, it wouldn't be appropriate to show his dislike so plainly before everyone. So, he made a few non-committal comments and then ignored Wang Baol. If it had been some other occasion, Wang Baol would have glared at the man, but at present, he was shaking inwardly while displaying seeming excitement. He felt like he was leading a party of bandits to his own doorstep. It was a feeling he couldn't shake off. Bringing a group of bandits to your own house is one thing, but I'm actually going to blow up my own gates with them. Wang Baol sulked. Then, he recalled the many anti-spirit bombs targeting this place and quickly calmed himself down. He continued to attack while cheering the rest on loudly. Quite a few people heard his cheers, but they paid him no attention. After all, everyone was extremely excited. A few even began cheering along. The spirits of the Federation cultivators soared amidst the loud explosions. However, Li Xingwen snorted secretly when he heard Wang Baol's voice. He had been about to unleash another attack on the barrier when he extended his spiritual senses and noticed the seemingly excited expression on Wang Baol's face. The rascal's quite a good actor, Li Xingwen muttered secretly. He had his guesses based on his previous judgments as well as contact with Wang Baol. He hadn't known how Wang Baol had managed to accomplish what he had done, but he had been certain that there must be some connection between Wang Baol and the dark artifact. I've already done what I could and told him what I could. The kid's not an idiot. If he doesn't get his act together, well, there's nothing to be done about that. Li Xingwen narrowed his eyes. He could have blown this barrier apart days ago, but he had continued to delay the execution of the plan with research and verification as an excuse. He had done that to give Wang Baol more time to make his preparations. He had done all that he could. Li Xingwen did some calculations and noted the time. He gathered his spirit energies, and decisiveness flashed in his eyes as his fingers formed a series of hand seals. He hollered, "Fellow Taoists, gather your spells around me." Having said that, Li Xingwen swung his hands out in a sudden wave. A layer of light erupted from his person. From afar, he looked like a glowing sphere of light. The others flung their spells onto the sphere of light. Its light intensified, and its energies strengthened. Everyone shivered inwardly and acted immediately with a flurry of spells. The waves of spirit energy exuding from the glowing sphere increased rapidly, and a sudden destructive aura filled the air. Wang Baol was alarmed. His heart trembled. He gritted his teeth and unleashed a spell that landed on the sphere of light. As the glowing sphere absorbed the power of the party, it began to give off a blinding, dazzling light. It was like a small sun. Finally, Li Xingwen roared. With a wave of his hand, the light sphere transformed into a large saber of light. He grabbed hold of it, pointed it towards the barrier before him, and slashed. A deafening thunder erupted instantaneously. The sounds of shattering echoed in the catacombs. The barrier, seemingly unable to withstand the force of the attack at that moment, exploded. As it shattered into numerous pieces, suddenly, a purple light appeared from within the shattered barrier. It swept across the catacombs like a tornado and erupted. Behind the barrier lay another barrier. The second barrier was clearly stronger than the first. The spirit energy it exuded alarmed everyone in the catacombs. The purple protective barrier expanded as soon as it appeared. It looked like a veil of purple light, and waves swept outward and collided with Li Xingwen, who had been standing at the front of the party. Alarm flashed across Li Xingwen's face. He couldn't fight back and was pushed backward by the light. The governor and the remaining core formation realm cultivators were even more powerless to defend against the light. Shocked and alarmed, they were all shoved back by the light instantly. The governor's breathing quickened as she fell back. Alarm fell across her face. It was clear that she hadn't expected this, that she hadn't expected there to be another purple light barrier behind the first barrier. She even sensed that someone might be controlling the eruption of the second barrier. Could it be that this divine armament, this dark artifact, really has an owner? Doubts arose in the governor's mind. She spared a quick glance at Li Xingwen as she retreated and noticed a similar suspicion in Li Xingwen's eyes then. It was clear that this light barrier held no ill will towards the cultivators. It merely forced them back and didn't injure or harm anyone. Regardless, it still sent the crowd reeling in shock. Many gasped. Wang Baol was amongst this group of people, apparent shock coloring his face as he gasped. There was no question that the strength the barrier had displayed had exceeded their expectations. As the party fell back, Li Xingwen's pupils contracted, and a jade slip appeared in his hand suddenly. Should he shatter it now, it would trigger the launch of the anti-spirit bombs and the activation of the solar system array formation. He didn't do so immediately. Doubt and uncertainty colored his eyes as he tilted his head and appeared to glance at Wang Baol. It was then that an overpowering spirit energy that stirred the heavens erupted like a storm from within the purple light barrier. The force of the spirit energy surpassed that of the core formation realm and overpowered that of the nascent soul realm. It filled the entire catacombs and appeared to transform into a consciousness that swept across everyone, including Wang Baol. Everyone's heads seemed to buzz, as if their minds were touched by this consciousness. A stern, authoritative voice, tinged with mild displeasure, rang out in everyone's minds then. What a din! It was a voice like thunder, and it exploded inside the catacombs and boomed in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned. They could sense the age in this voice, as if the person speaking had lived for a very, very long time. Even his voice sounded as old as time and as vast as space. Shock flashed across every cultivator's face when the voice appeared. Some of them had had their guesses about the divine armament and had felt that its owner was residing in the divine armament, but the Federation had felt that the possibility of something like that was very slight. Now, though, the voice reverberating in the catacombs proved that this very slight possibility had become reality. The master of the Martian divine armament was indeed residing within the divine armament. He was clearly an unfathomable character. His words didn't originate from any civilization but formed a will that had originated from his consciousness and then had echoed in their minds. It was an exchange of minds that crossed the boundaries of language. It was a means that sent everyone reeling back in shock. There's indeed someone inside. The Martian colony governor narrowed her eyes. This was a divine armament on her planet, but she only found out today that an extraterrestrial cultivator had been residing inside it all along. Emotions flooded her inside, and she grew extremely cautious. The Mercury tragedy was still fresh in her mind. Wang Baol widened his eyes as well, displaying a look of complete shock and incredulity. Even his breathing stopped for a moment, and he seemed to instinctively retreat. Li Xingwen might have had his suspicions that Wang Baol had some connection to this dark artifact, but he grew doubtful now. He sucked in a deep breath, took a few steps back, then cupped his fists and saluted the purple light barrier. "Senior, we hail from a civilization on Earth, which is part of the solar system. This planet belongs to our civilization. We didn't know you were resting here and disturbed your rest. We seek your forgiveness." Li Xingwen tried his best to extend his own spiritual senses as he spoke, and did all he could to mirror his good intentions in his extended spiritual senses. In reality, he too was also shocked and awed by the purple light barrier. Everyone's spirits trembled as Li Xingwen spoke. It was then that a voice tinged with doubt rang out from within the purple light barrier. "Your civilization? I remember that this part of the universe belonged to the dark sect when I went into seclusion." The voice paused at that point, and its consciousness seemed to erupt once again and sweep outwards. It expanded for a moment, and in the next vanished. After a long silence, there was a sigh. To think that so much time has passed. Both Li Xingwen and the governor were both shocked, once again, by the sudden eruption and disappearance of the consciousness. The breathing of the other core formation realm cultivators quickened as well. They quaked in their boots while Li Xingwen continued to hold the jade slip within his hand. He hesitated, then bowed towards the purple light barrier once again. "Senior, this is now where Earth's civilization is built." As soon as Li Xingwen said that, a sigh rang out from within the purple light barrier. "I, Tian Shuizi, have been pursuing the Tao of heaven trampling for hundreds of thousands of years here. While the Tao in one's heart may live eternal, time continues for the rest of the vast universe. Who would have known that the stars have since shifted and an age has passed?" The old voice rang out once again from inside the purple light barrier and echoed in everyone's minds. The name Tian Shuizi became seared in everyone's minds as they tried their best to calm themselves down. They hurriedly bowed and extended their greetings. Wang Baol extended a shaky, nervous greeting amongst the crowd as well, but he was secretly brimming with satisfaction. The supposed master of the divine armament was his artifact spirit, the old state preceptor. Most importantly, his earlier speech had been thought up by Wang Baol. The name Tian Shuizi was his brilliant idea. Even though the old state preceptor almost couldn't say the name when he had first ordered him to do so, the old artifact spirit had still submitted to his command eventually. The old state preceptor didn't disappoint Wang Baol at all. Even Wang Baol almost believed what he had said. The purple light barrier was the protective screen that the dark artifact sampan had activated after recovering 1/10 of its functionality. Its power was akin to that of a perfected spirit immortal realm cultivator. This entire awe-inspiring scene was the first step to Wang Baol's plan. Grandfather Grand Supreme Elder hinted to me that I needed to induce awe in the Federation, to prevent the Federation from coveting the armament. This should do it, right? I can't go overboard. Everything will be finished if the Grand Supreme Elder launches the anti-spirit bombs. Wang Baol blinked. He knew that he had already successfully carried out the first step in his plans. All he needed to do was wait for the state preceptor to speak again and complete step 2 of the plan. Based on his plans, the first step was to shock and awe, and the second was to both instill fear while ensuring that the Federation president and the other political forces dared not have any ideas about the dark artifact again. However, he knew that the Federation had made a lot of preparation and many sacrifices in order to get their hands on the Martian divine armament. Even he made them leave completely empty-handed. They might continue to hold certain ideas and begin conspiring again. That was why Wang Baol planned to throw them a carrot as well. As gears spun furiously in his head, the state preceptor inside the purple light barrier spoke again. His voice, colored with age, rang out once again. Since the stars have shifted, and this place has become the origins of your cultivation, I will no longer be able to fulfill the agreement I made with the dark sect back then. Fine, as a heavenly being, I will not stay on your planet without giving something back in return. From now on, those who cultivate outside my cave abode will have a chance to gain the gift of immense vitality. As soon as those words were spoken, an overpowering spirit energy erupted from within the purple light barrier. It was thick with life and vitality, surging out from the special regional city and stirring the heavens and earth. The land under the city trembled and roared. Outside, countless cultivators reeled back in shock as thick vitality blanketed the entire city. Vegetation grew and blossomed in a single moment. At the same time, all cultivators and ordinary folks' breathing quickened suddenly, and they felt their bodies lighten. They felt a sudden burst of energy that cleared their minds and heightened their spirits as they stood on this land. The sight sent everyone inside the catacombs reeling back in shock once again. Speechless and uncertain of what to do next, they all turned towards Li Xingwen. Li Xingwen himself was plagued with hesitation and doubt. After a moment, he took a deep breath and respectfully cupped his fists and extended a deep bow towards the purple light barrier. Then, he led the rest out of the catacombs. As soon as they exited the catacombs, Li Xingwen immediately issued orders that prohibited anyone from entering. Then, he left hurriedly with the governor. It was clear that this matter had exceeded his control and level of jurisdiction. Even though he might be a nascent soul realm cultivator now, he still had to call for a meeting and reach a consensus on how to address their coexistence with the catacombs. Before he left, he lowered his head and stared at Wang Baol, who was pale-faced and trembling, seemingly shocked by what he had witnessed. He narrowed his eyes and thoughts sped through his mind. Then, he withdrew his glance and dashed off like a speeding rainbow arc. The other core formation realm cultivators were all plagued with doubts and suspicions as well. They immediately contacted their respective political forces, but they dared not linger in the city. Most left for the main Martian city. They would await their next orders from the Federation and their respective political forces. Wang Baol watched them leave, and he let loose a breath of relief secretly. Based on his understanding of the Federation, he predicted that things would likely go according to plan. The Federation was unlikely to cause potential trouble by offending an unknown powerful entity, Tian Shuizi, at such a critical time. There was a great chance of them opting to compromise and give up on acquiring the Martian divine armament. I, Wang Baol, am a reasonable man. I've taken something that should have gone to the Federation. Tian Shuizi will repay this favor doubly in the future. Wang Baol coughed. He slowly placed his hands behind his back as he watched the skies fill up with departing cruisers. He increasingly felt how much the name Tian Shuizi suited him. Tian Shuizi? Li Xingwen, who had returned to the main Martian city, immediately called for a meeting that involved the Federation's various political forces. He described the full details of what had happened during their excavation attempt. He didn't try to hide anything from the meeting. After all, the Martian colony governor and the core formation realm cultivators from the various political forces had participated and witnessed the entire thing with their own eyes. When Li Xingwen mentioned the name Tian Shuizi, everyone in the meeting fell silent. This was indeed an extremely serious matter. Even Duan Myuk reappeared from his seclusion and attended the meeting. After Li Xingwen mentioned the name Tian Shuizi softly, an awkward expression appeared on everyone's faces in the meeting. There was no question that the appearance of Tian Shuizi had been too sudden and unexpected. Most importantly, Li Xingwen hadn't been able to fight back against him. This meant that the mysterious Xianxia possessed the power to destroy the entire Federation. The entire meeting fell into silence. Then the governor suddenly spoke. The Martian divine armament has been around for a very long time, and nothing serious has happened all this while. I propose a prudent approach when handling this matter. How can we allow a stranger to sleep so merrily at our own bedside? To be giving such a good deal so freely shows that he must be hiding something. The Chun clan leader of the 5-generation Sky clan spoke, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He continued, having interrupted the governor. This is an oversight of the special regional city's city lord. The Federation has been pouring in tremendous resources into the city all these years. To think that he hadn't detected anything amiss with the divine armament. Now isn't the time to place blame. What we need to do now is to determine if this entity is pulling wool over our eyes. The group started discussing heatedly. The Martian colony governor did not continue speaking, and the head senator kept his silence as well. They all fell into a contemplative silence. Li Xingwen grew impatient. Have your egos swollen? Have you forgotten what kind of firepower the Federation has? Pulling wool over our eyes? Are you willing to gamble on that? Let me tell you, based on my assessment, this Xianxia residing inside the dark artifact is the owner of the divine armament. There's a great likelihood that he's attained phenomenal success at the spirit immortal realm. Else, he wouldn't have been able to assert such overpowering awe just by releasing his spirit energy. As for the way to handle this, unless you're looking for an early death, we shouldn't offend an entity that we are unable to fight back against. I suggest we handle this matter the same way we did for the presence within Pluto. As soon as Li Xingwen said those words, the cultivators from the various political forces who had been discussing how to handle this matter fell silent. They were startled by Li Xingwen's mentioning of Pluto. Even though it might seem like they had plenty of ideas and suggestions, they all knew very well that, with Li Xingwen powerless against this entity, the best solution was to adhere to the agreement set out with the other. Duan Myuk sighed softly when he saw how the meeting had fallen into silence once again. He felt slightly exhausted. He sensed that there was something strange going on, but at present, his priority was a breakthrough in his cultivation. There was also the Federation Seedlings initiative that was about to be kicked off, as well as the joint efforts to land on the ancient greenish bronze sword. He didn't want more trouble. After a moment of silent contemplation, Duan Myuk's eyes flashed with decisiveness. Let's listen to Senior Li's advice. We'll slow down the Martian divine armaments excavation efforts, and this matter will be classified as a rank 2 noble level secret. Let's keep to ourselves while within the special regional city and not step on one another's toes. With Duan Myuk and Li Xingwen agreeing upon the same course of action, the matter regarding the Martian divine armament was settled for the moment. They would slow down the excavation of the Martian divine armament and would concurrently announce the existence of another barrier behind the first barrier in the catacombs. That would serve as a basis for the Federation to continue further studies and experiments, and provide a reason to ease public suspicions. The rich vitality that was present within the Martian special regional city wasn't confidential, and news of it quickly spread. Many cultivators in the main Martian city, having heard of this, soon came investigating the matter. Upon sensing the vitality in the air, they were all shocked. Many chose to settle down in the special regional city for cultivation immediately. Training at such spots rich with vitality had many benefits. The media paid a great deal of attention to this matter as well, and all of a sudden, the entire Federation became aware of the rich vitality present in the Martian special regional city. Some cultivators with past injuries heard of this and chose to recuperate and recover in the city as well. Within 2 weeks, the Martian special regional city became a hot spot that grew ever more popular. Jin Duoming played a prominent role in the current situation. He had been the first one to realize the economic opportunity open to them and had then quickly contacted Kong Dao and the others. He had been the first to come up with a proposal to redesign the city as a Martian hotspot for healing and cultivation, and he was the first who sought Wang Baol out. Wang Baol's heart ached, but he knew he couldn't reject the idea. He knew that the Federation's decision to slow down the excavation efforts for the divine armament meant that it had, to a certain degree, given up on the city. The value of this land would fall continuously, and he would no longer receive priority in getting resources for the city. This was the time for them to establish some unique and special features for the special regional city, to prolong its survival and increase its value. He gritted his teeth and agreed to Jean Duoming's proposal. What resulted was a series of promotions. Real estate cost continued to rise as well, and its value almost reached that of gold. A rise in the value of land isn't enough. After all, most people can't afford to buy land. What we need to do is build more hotels. We have to build a whole lot of them. Wang Beol put out his own opinions as well and perfected Jean Duoming's proposal. They were going to rebrand the Martian Special Regional City into a haven not only for those seeking healing and cultivation, but also a haven for tourists. Jean Duoming got excited immediately and began sketching out the plans eagerly. Even though Wang Beol ached for the mass absorption of vitality, which essentially was an expenditure of the dark artifact's energy, it was still rather insignificant a loss and within his control. He also knew that once the special regional city became a hotspot for healing and cultivation, it would be able to gain a great deal of revenue from taxation alone. The net profit would be considerable after taking into account their expenditure. This was a long-term gain though. What Wang Beol desired the most now was the swift restoration of his dark artifact. His heart burned with excitement as he thought about the power the dark artifact would be able to unleash once restored to its full functionality. I need huge quantities of resources. Wang Beol took a deep breath. Even though the Federation had reached a consensus to slow down the excavation of the Martian divine armament, Wang Beol still felt uneasy. He knew too well the characters of those people in the Federation. Unless the impression of awe and power continued to remain and continued to grow stronger, they would make a second attempt on the divine armament sooner or later. It should be safe in the short term, though. At that thought, Wang Beol released a slight breath of relief. He knew why he urgently needed resources to repair the dark artifact. The root of his problem lay in the fact that he was too weak. If he were like Li Xingwen, a nascent soul realm cultivator now, no one would dare cause trouble for him even if he were to declare that he was the owner of the dark artifact. I still need a higher cultivation. Wang Beol gritted his teeth and resumed his seclusion. He strove towards reaching a breakthrough into the mid-stage core formation realm as soon as possible. While he was in seclusion, Jean Duoming made full use of his business-savvy mind and executed his proposal flawlessly. The Martian Special Regional City became a popular topic in the entire Federation. Advertisements featuring many cultivators as well as famous celebrities were broadcast by every media outlet in the entire Federation. They were rich with content and showcased the beauty of the Martian Special Regional City. He even joined forces with the Trillionaires Corporation and designed a Martian travel package that had great discounts on round-trip travel. The number of cruisers traveling from Earth and the other planets to Mars and back increased exponentially. Lin Tianhao extended his full cooperation to Jean Duoming as well, doing his part in receiving the influx of visitors. Kong Dao, on the other hand, took charge of security matters and ensured heightened security in the city. With their combined efforts, the Martian Special Regional City's name resounded again and again across the Federation. Within a short span of 2 months, its reputation spread like wildfire in the Federation. The growing fame and popularity of the Special Regional City would have persisted under Jean Duoming's efforts, should there not have been another major event taking place. The magnitude of this new event was simply too great. It overshadowed the growing fame of the Special Regional City. In July of the 45th year of the Spirit Inception era, the Federation President, Duan Myuk, advanced into the nascent Soul Realm. Compared to the process of inviting spectators from the various factions to view Li Xingwen's advancement, Duan Myuk's advancement was more low-profile. However, no matter how low-profile it was, with the movement of the spirit qi on Earth, everyone sensed it the moment he advanced. The official announcement from the President's office confirmed the matter, and instantly, the Federation was in a celebratory mood. Excitement overflowed. In reality, with Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk achieving breakthrough one after another, it meant that the immortal cultivation of the Federation had officially moved to the nascent soul stage from the core formation stage. The anticipation towards the nascent soul realm became the spotlight of everyone in the Federation at this moment. They were all curious as to who would be the next to advance. On the other hand, happening at the same time as Duanmyuk's advancement and the public exhilaration being felt, was the pressure that Wang Baol felt from the Martian colony governor regarding the parts that he needed to produce for the teleportation array formation. Wang Baol clearly felt the urgency to build the teleportation array formation quickly. He also realized that the Federation Seedlings initiative was imminent. Previously, the speed of construction was slow. Right now, it's clearly been sped up. Wang Baol, who was in seclusion, ended the voice transmission with the Martian colony governor. He sat there, deep in thought, and pondered for a while before picking up his voice transmission ring again to send a voice transmission to the Grand Supreme Elder. He sought clarification for his doubts, and also inquired about when the Federation Seedlings initiative would commence. Li Xingwen, who had returned to Earth from Mars, received Wang Baol's voice transmission in the ethereal Tao College. He didn't avoid the topic as he did before. Instead, after a brief moment of silence, he spoke. Baol, the time remaining until the Federation Seedlings initiative commences is fast counting down. You must begin making preparations soon. As for why the speed of construction was slow previously, in reality it was because the Federation wasn't confident about it. After all, even though the construction of the teleportation array formation could bring numerous advantages to the Federation, there were also some shortfalls. It was only after Duanmyuk and I managed to advance that we had better chances. That was similar to having another trump card other than the anti-spirit bomb. This is the key reason why the construction of the teleportation array formation is being sped up. You don't have to fret over the other matters. Right now, what is most important for you is to make the necessary preparations. The first teleportation will take place 3 months from now, at the latest. As he listened to what the Grand Supreme Elder said, Wang Baol's breathing quickened. After a moment, he ended the call. A peculiar look flashed across his eyes. He grew determined to head to the ancient greenish-bronze sword. He must go there no matter what, as he needed to gain cultivation techniques as well as resources. He needed the resources to restore the dark artifact fully. The thought that one day he could completely repair the dark artifact and bring it with him off of Mars, it would be so powerful that it could destroy the planet. This desire became an image that surfaced in Wang Baol's mind. That made him extremely excited, and his anticipation swelled. I must definitely restore the dark artifact completely. Wang Baol took a deep breath. He knew that right now, on Mars, it was extremely challenging if he wanted to obtain the resources to repair the dark artifact. It was only if he went to the ancient greenish-bronze sword that it would become a possibility. On top of that, there was another crucial reason. That was duty and responsibility. He knew well that as a secondary rank 2 noble, he wasn't allowed to go there. However, since he was a Federation seedling, he had the duty and a set plan. He also understood that, to the Federation seedlings, this project was an opportunity. At the same time, it represented their eligibility. This was extremely advantageous for his advancement in noble in the future. That was especially so as, one day, he could perhaps become president with his credentials of having entered the ancient greenish-bronze sword. That made Wang Baol's heartbeat even faster with excitement. Furthermore, as a cultivator in the Spirit Inception era, Wang Baol was filled with curiosity and countless thoughts about the ancient greenish-bronze sword, as well as the founding land that kickstarted Earth's immortal cultivation era. In his silence, Wang Baol caressed the mask he was holding. Even though little Missy had remained silent for a long time, Wang Baol still remembered the sculpture that bore an uncanny resemblance to little Missy in the interior of the fragments inside Spirit Breath Village. However, since I'm about to leave, I should really start making preparations. After all, there is so much that is unknown surrounding the ancient greenish-bronze sword, and there will definitely be danger. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he recalled the question that the Grand Supreme Elder asked him regarding his fear of death. With those words in his mind, Wang Baol laughed. A glow flashed across his eyes. Even though he hadn't spent long in cultivation, he had experienced many life and death scenarios. Regardless of whether it was the mystic lunar realm or the pursuit by the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators, he had only narrowly escaped death. If he wasn't careful, he could have died. It could be said that Wang Baol wasn't a cultivator that had grown up in a sheltered environment. Instead, he had matured through actual battles, and despite his number of killings being incomparable to that of the demonic cultivators, he was no doubt ruthless. It's impractical if I want to achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation in 3 months. After all, I don't have a cultivation technique that I can cultivate yet. Therefore, in these 3 months, the only thing I can do is to refine dermic armaments. After pondering about it, Wang Baol decided to stop cultivation temporarily. He took out his dermic treasures from his storage bag. He had many dermic treasures. Other than those that he already owned, the others were what he gained from the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators. I need to make use of these 3 months to upgrade all my dermic treasures to dermic armaments. After taking a deep breath, Wang Baol waved his hand, and several mosquitoes emerged immediately, circling him. What's most important is to see if I can upgrade my intrinsic dermic treasure to a dermic armament. Wang Baol had expectations towards the scabbard in his body. Right now, he was determined, and he immediately began refining his dermic treasures. As for the resources needed to upgrade the dermic treasures, it didn't pose much of a problem to Wang Baol. He only needed to speak to Jin Duoming, who would solve all his problems. In reality, the special region had become famous due to the confusing myriad of advertisements about it, as well as its true advantages for cultivation and rejuvenation. There were endless streams of tourists visiting it every day, and the various factions had also realized the potential of the special zone, and they began investing in it. That made the Martian special regional city crowded with people. In addition, Wang Baol had assigned this matter to Jin Duoming and company, making the gains to be reaped from it extremely significant. Trillionaris Corporation would also stand to gain through this. Therefore, Wang Baol only needed to mention the resources he needed to upgrade his dermic treasures, and Jin Duoming would immediately contact the corporation. Within 3 days, the resources had all arrived. With the arrival of the resources, Wang Baol entered seclusion and began the upgrading process for his dermic treasures. That was especially so as he possessed the dark core, which made the attainment of the remnant thoughts of the gods even more convenient. He would enter the fugue state almost every day, and the moment he came across the god remnant thoughts, he would immediately capture them with the dark fire. At the same time, the soul guiding hand that he possessed made the process of capturing the god remnant thoughts even easier. Time passed just like that, and soon 2 months had gone by. In these 2 months, in order to support Wang Baol, Jin Duoming sent another batch of resources. If it were some other time, Wang Baol would perhaps be concerned. However, as his goal now was the ancient greenish bronze sword, he accepted them all, and continued refining and upgrading his dermic armaments. Now, it was half a month left until the 3-month limit. The teleportation array formation on Mercury had been constructed. This matter wasn't being announced by the Federation. Instead, every single Federation seedling was notified of a transfer. Not many details were given regarding the transfer, except that they were to gather half a month later on Mercury, and that the Federation Seedlings initiative would commence then. This matter immediately caused a commotion amongst the Federation Seedlings, despite them having an indication of it before this. However, the actual commencement of the Federation Seedlings initiative still caused unrest and anxiousness in them. It was also difficult to keep this matter a secret, and soon numerous media groups in the Federation had caught wind of it. With the Federation's silent recognition of it, the news regarding the commencement of the Federation Seedlings initiative began to spread. Through the investigations of some, the documents sent by the Federation regarding the initiative were found. It was clearly outlined in the documents that the initiative was just one segment amongst many projects. These projects were all aimed at one thing, and that was to land on the ancient greenish bronze sword. Instantly, commotion arose within the Federation. All sorts of news emerged, and the entire Federation was in heated discussion. It was also at this time that the Federation made an announcement. All Federation seedlings are to gather on Mercury and become the first batch of cultivators sent to the ancient greenish bronze sword. After that, there would be a selection for the second batch of Federation seedlings. One round of selection and teleportation will take place every year, with the goal of sending 3,000 cultivators to the ancient greenish-bronze sword within 30 years. The moment the Federation made the announcement, commotion arose amongst everyone. After all, in this short 1 year, too many events had occurred. First, it was the crisis on Mercury, followed by the nascent soul's emergence, the anti-spirit bomb declaration, then Li Xingwen and Duan Muk's advancement, and finally the commencement of the Federation Seedlings Initiative, along with the plan to land on the ancient greenish-bronze sword. All these events made even those who were dense realize that something big was about to happen. At the same time, it was possible to see some clues from the series of events. However, not many truly knew about the details. Only a small group of people knew the truth. Wang Baol belonged to that small group of people. Right now, after receiving the news from the Federation, he didn't feel especially surprised. He simply knew that it meant that there wasn't much time remaining for him to make preparations. Only half a month. Wang Baol, who was meditating with his legs crossed in the secret chamber, appeared calm. He lowered his head and looked at the results that he had obtained after the past 2 months. Before him were numerous dermic treasures, each giving off an astounding suppressive force, and each of them impressive in their own ways. If there were someone else beside him, they would definitely be shocked by those dermic treasures. That was because all of those dermic treasures were dermic armaments. That was especially so for 3 of them. The aura given off by them wasn't that of a dermic armament, but even so, it was comparable to that of a dermic armament. These 3 items were the 3 different colored flying swords, a ribbon, as well as 3 scales. They were dermic treasures from the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators. The ribbon and scales were similar to 8th grade dermic armaments. As for the extraterrestrial leader's tricolored flying sword, based on Wang Baol's analysis, when the 3 swords were put together, even though its power may not fit the definition of a true 9th grade dermic armament, it had definitely exceeded that of an 8th grade dermic armament and was similar to a 9th grade dermic armament. Other than that, there was also a megaphone in front of Wang Baol. The megaphone was still a 7th grade dermic armament, but as Wang Baol continuously upgraded it, it had become an extremely powerful 7th grade dermic armament. It glowed brilliantly, with lines of hidden marks swirling within it. It looked extremely impressive and was like a treasure. There was also a rope and a big seal that Wang Baol picked out from amongst the dermic treasures to be upgraded to dermic armaments after much thought. The moment the rope was tossed out, it flew into the sky and disappeared. The big seal had quite a unique characteristic as well. When used, it vanished instantly, only landing insidiously and suddenly when the opponent was weakened. Even though they were somewhat unreliable, Wang Baol still felt that they had huge potential. That was especially so as even he was unable to understand them, which made it even more difficult for his opponents to predict and grapple with them. Perhaps when the time comes, these 2 unreliable dermic treasures could have a wondrous effect. Wang Baol sighed. In reality, if he had a choice, he wouldn't have upgraded those 2 unreliable dermic treasures. It was because after trying it out previously, he found out that out of all his dermic treasures, only those 2 unreliable treasures could be successfully upgraded, while the majority of them were extremely difficult to upgrade. Luckily, after upgrading the 2 dermic treasures to become dermic armaments, they were equipped with more miraculous functions. For example, once someone was tied up by the rope, they weren't only physically restricted, but their cultivation would be made ineffective. The cultivation of the person tied up by the rope would disappear, and he would become an ordinary being. The big seal was even more cunning in terms of its characteristics. After analyzing it, Wang Baol realized that it worked according to some rules that even he was unable to understand. It seemed like if someone were hit by it, they would be so severely injured that it would be difficult for them to recover. Looking at the rope and the big seal, Wang Baol sighed. In reality, what he wanted to upgrade most was the scabbard. However, that would require an extremely large amount of resources. Despite Wang Baol obtaining many resources from Jin Duoming, it was still insufficient, and right now it was only 30% completed. In order for it to be fully completed and to turn the scabbard into a dermic armament, Wang Baol estimated that it would be near impossible to find the necessary resources on Mars. Then, I shall find those resources on the ancient greenish-bronze sword. Wang Baol calculated the time needed, and a look of determination was seen in his eyes. There's still half a month left. Let's see if I can use the remaining half a month to create an 8th-grade dermic armament. With that thought, Wang Baol immediately went into seclusion again. On one hand, he entered the fugue state to capture the remnant thoughts, and on the other, he began trying to create an 8th-grade dermic armament. Days passed just like that. Soon, it was 3 days before the Federation seedlings were stipulated to head to Mercury. The journey from Mars to Mercury took 3 days, and that was at the highest speed possible for the cruisers from the Federation right now. Therefore, Wang Baol had no choice but to end his seclusion. However, he was still satisfied with what he had achieved in the last half a month. He knew that it was simply too challenging and almost impossible to refine a true 8th-grade dermic armament within half a month. Therefore, in that half a month, his goal wasn't to refine a true 8th-grade dermic armament, but to focus on an 8th-grade dermic armament for one-time use. It was significantly less challenging to refine such one-time dermic armaments, with the most significant hurdle being to obtain the God Remnant thoughts. After all, to other dermic armament cultivators, it was a matter of luck to obtain the God Remnant thoughts. However, to Wang Baol this was effortless. Right now, of all the remnant thoughts on Mars, over half had been captured by him. This way, he could complete the refinement process to create a one-time dermic armament. Through the process, he even made some peculiar treasures, such as a 3-meter-tall bell. The bell was extremely sturdy. Even though it could only be used once unleashed, it gave off a protective force that would throw the enemy off balance, and could even restrict their spirit chi. There was also a crystal-like dermic treasure. Originally, Wang Baol had planned to create a self-exploding crystal similar to that of a self-detonating flying sword. However, that was extremely difficult. He failed after many tries, but despite that, as there were God Remnant thoughts in it, it was still equipped with some capabilities. It was just that it couldn't self-detonate. Once used, the crystal would liquefy, forming an extremely strong glue. Wang Baol hadn't tried it out himself, but based on his analysis, the glue was extremely sticky. That was just a small portion of everything. There were also some other unique treasures, but regrettably, they were all one use. To a certain extent, they could scare his opponents, but their actual effectiveness depended on how they were used. Forget it, I'll leave it as it is. Wang Baol wasn't particularly satisfied or disappointed as he kept his dermic armaments. Before emerging out of seclusion, he entered the fugue state one last time. Using his dark core and dark art, he swept through Mars, using his dark fire to capture any remnant thought that he came across. After the entire process, Wang Baol felt some regrets. He had entered the fugue state many times within these 3 months, with the hopes of coming across the divine God remnant thought that was like the sun, the one he had seen previously on Mars. However, that remnant thought seemed to have gone into hiding after sensing a looming crisis. Wang Baol's time was limited, and he didn't manage to find it after searching for it many times. Now that he had to leave and hadn't managed to see it, he snorted. Forget it. You're unlucky not to have the chance to become the remnant thought of such a handsome person like me. That's your loss. Wang Baol shook his head and ended the fugue state along with large amounts of God remnant thoughts. He then emerged out of seclusion. Without staying for long in the special region, Wang Baol quickly gathered Jin Duoming and company and explained the situation. He addressed some matters, and even though he couldn't bear to, he still bid farewell to everyone with cupped fists. I'll put the Martian special regional city in the hands of everyone here. With that, Wang Baol swept his gaze across everyone. His only regret was that Li Wanner was still in seclusion, and he couldn't bid her farewell. However, he was no longer the newbie he was back when he first arrived on Mars from Earth. Despite experiencing a torrent of emotions, he knew that departures were inevitable as a cultivator in the Spirit Inception era. Therefore, he soon adjusted his thoughts and took a deep breath. He then turned and entered the cruiser destined for Mercury. Kong Dao also left with him. As Jin Duoming, Lin Tianhao, and company weren't part of the first batch of Federation seedlings, they couldn't participate in the project this time around. They sent Wang Baol and Kong Dao off, watching their cruiser navigating the sky and slowly disappearing into the distance. As they watched, their minds were filled with thoughts. They didn't know when the next time they would see Wang Beil would be. Lin Tianhao and Lu Daobin felt especially strongly towards it. Thankfully, the foundations had been deeply set by Wang Beil in the special region. They also had the backing of the ethereal Dao colleges rising. Therefore, even with Wang Beil away, everything would proceed smoothly so long as Wang Beil wasn't away for too long. Just like that, Wang Beil and Kong Dao's cruiser emerged from the pull of Mars, and they headed towards Mercury in the vast cosmos. At the same time, there were also other cruisers traveling at high speed within the solar system, their destination being Mercury as well. Those cruisers carried the elites from the various factions of the Federation who were from the batch of Federation seedlings back then. Of them, the one with the lowest cultivation level was already at Foundation Establishment realm. Disregarding Wang Beil, the one with the highest cultivation level was at the perfected Foundation Establishment realm. Wang Beil was the exception, with his cultivation reaching the core formation realm. It could be said that Wang Beil was in the lead amongst this batch of Federation seedlings, both in terms of cultivation and noble. In the memories of the other Federation seedlings, from when they were in the capital city back then earning the title of Federation seedling, it was surprising but not shocking that Wang Beil, who had annoyed almost everyone and behaved in an utterly despicable manner, achieved what he had today. Therefore, despite their unwillingness, they had to recognize how powerful Wang Beil truly was. That was especially so for Li Yi, who felt upset about it as she made a vow in her heart to surpass Wang Beil on the ancient greenish bronze sword. 3 days later, with the arrival of the Federation seedlings, Wang Beil and Kong Dao's cruiser also landed on Mercury. They looked at the vast, barren land and the majestic array formation in the distance. That array formation was over 1 million feet wide and was like a crystal mounted on the ground. There were also hundreds of large pillars densely erected within the array formation. Large amounts of runes were carved on each pillar, and waves of suppressive force emerged from within the array formation, spreading throughout Mercury. At the same time, the prototype of the construction on Mercury had been formed. Surrounding the array formation were different structures that seemed to be special. They seemed not to be meant for housing people, but instead were more like another form of array formation. When Wang Beil stepped out of the cruiser and looked at the ground, he could still vaguely feel that there was some movement beneath the ground. When they noticed the surrounding structures, Wang Beil and Kong Dao looked at each other, and then Kong Dao began to speak softly. There are signs from the military surrounding this place. At the same time, the structures outside the teleportation array formation seem familiar. They should be the array formation created by the military. Wang Beil appeared to be thinking of something. He lowered his head to look at the ground and spoke softly. I went to the anti-spirit bomb research facility once. The movement underground here is similar to there. If I'm not wrong, it's a new anti-spirit bomb research facility underground. Perhaps it might be inappropriate to call it a research facility. There should be numerous anti-spirit bombs buried underneath instead. As Wang Beil spoke, Kong Dao took a deep breath. They both recognized that this was the result of the Federation's cautiousness and preparation. They were prepared to prevent possible disasters that would arise from the bidirectional teleportation that would take place after the array formation was activated. If something went wrong, the entire teleportation array formation would explode and be destroyed. In addition, what they saw was perhaps only part of everything. The Federation likely made other preparations. Should anything sinister happen on the ancient greenish-bronze sword, it was very possible that Mercury would be turned to dust. After all, with the loss of its stellar source, Mercury's value had already been greatly diminished. That put Wang Beil in a solemn mood, and Kong Dao felt similarly as well. After leaving the cruiser, both of them were quickly led by the staff working there to their residence. They were also told that there were others who had yet to arrive. The time until the teleportation array formation was opened was set for dawn 2 days later. To the Federation seedlings who had arrived, as long as they didn't leave the area within the next day, they were still somewhat free to roam. After all, their capabilities and status were unusual. In addition, this project was extremely dangerous, and the Federation didn't impose strict restrictions on them. Therefore, after arriving, the first thing Wang Bail did was find Zhuo Yifan, Zhao Yaming, and Kong Dao. The two had arrived earlier than Wang Bail, and the moment the four of them met, Wang Bail gave Zhuo Yifan a tight hug, patting his back forcefully. His eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Yaming. Zhao Yaming, who was wearing a tight-fitting suit, looked extremely cool and even more appealing than before. In addition, in terms of looks, Li Wanner and Zhou Xiaoya still lost to Zhao Yaming. It could be said that Zhao Yaming was the most perfect-looking person that Wang Bail had seen in his life. Therefore, Wang Bail cleared his throat and opened his arms. "Long time no see, Yaming. I have missed you." With that, Wang Bail went forward to give her a bear hug. Zhao Yaming raised her eyebrows. She didn't let Wang Bail hug her as she did before. Instead, she took a few steps back and avoided him before looking at Wang Bail while laughing. Wang Bail was a little shocked that Zhao Yaming didn't let him hug her. In his memory, this wasn't the case in the past. He was about to ask what the matter was, but after seeing Zhao Yaming's facial expressions, Wang Bail had a gut feeling that it might not be the wisest thing to do. Therefore, he thought about it and pulled Kong Dao over from the side. "As the chairman of the Adonis Association, I hereby announce a new member of the first batch of the Adonis Association. Please welcome him, everyone." Wang Bail patted Kong Dao's shoulders and smiled as he spoke. Zhuo Yifan knew who Kong Dao was. After all, Kong Dao was the one who saved him on Earth back then. He smiled at him. As for Zhao Yaming, she was still elegant like she was back then, and she nodded her head at Kong Dao as a form of congratulations. Kong Dao was a little confused about joining the Adonis Association. Despite that, he didn't reject the offer. In reality, after working with Wang Bail all these years, he had already given in to Wang Bail. The grudges between them were also forgotten. The four of them spoke to each other, exchanging details regarding their understanding of the Federation Seedlings initiative. Soon, night came, and they all decided to stay in Zhuo Yifan's room to meditate. While meditating, Wang Bail thought about the change in Zhao Yaming's attitude. He came up with several theories but wasn't sure which one was the case. Eventually, he sighed and abandoned the thought altogether. In this way, an uneventful night came and went. The dawn of the second day arrived, and as Duan Muk's voice reverberated between the heavens and earth, everyone emerged from their respective residences and gathered beside the teleportation array formation. Other than the countless staff, there were also 3 people whose auras were extremely strong. Their auras spread in all directions and were extremely significant. Of the trio, there were 2 whom Wang Bail was familiar with. They were the Federation President Duan Muk and the Grand Supreme Elder, Li Xingwen. The third person was an elder wearing an ancient Taoist robe. He was Mo Gaozi, who had come from the ancient greenish-bronze sword. With the trio standing there, the collective auras were so strong that it made Wang Bail and company breathe rapidly. At the same time, Wang Bail sensed that there were strong core formation realm auras all around him. It appeared that many Federation elites had been gathered here, in order to prevent any accidents from happening once the teleportation array formation was opened. In this solemn setting, no one had the mood to size up the people around them. Everyone remained silent the moment they arrived. "Step onto the pillar of the teleportation array formation." Amidst everyone's silence, Duan Muk spoke suddenly, his voice like thunder spreading loudly in all directions. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes, being the first to charge out and stand on the pillar of the teleportation array formation. After him, the other Federation seedlings also nervously leaped up. When they landed, they had the opportunity to look at their other companions. They knew each other, as they had interacted with each other back then. After all of them had managed to stabilize their footing, a glow flashed across Duan Muk's eyes, sweeping across the masses. His gaze stopped momentarily on Wang Bail before his authoritative voice was heard once again. "I would think that all of you have come to know about the relevant information through various means. I won't repeat it. Now, I will tell all of you about the things that the Federation understands about the ancient sword civilization. All of you are to listen closely, as it has implications on your lives there." With that, Duan Muk greeted Mo Gaozi, who was beside him with cupped fists. Mo Gaozi smiled and nodded, signaling that Duan was allowed to reveal the information. There are 3 segments of the ancient greenish-bronze sword. The first segment is the region near the sword handle, which was the most damaged. Most of the fragments in the solar system originated from that region. The second segment is the sword body that was pierced into the sun. It covers the largest area, and at the same time, having been eroded by the high temperature of the sun, it is the most treacherous. As for the third segment, it's the tip of the sword. The tip of the sword, having passed through the sun, appears to be segregated. It is difficult to go near it. In addition, the sword body is within the sun, which also makes it difficult to access. Therefore, the place you would go to this time would be the region near the sword handle. Even though that region is heavily damaged, the ancient sword is vast, with many habitable regions. Furthermore, in terms of safety, it is the most appropriate place to be. As Duan words reverberated, everyone, including Wang Beol, listened intently. He knew that getting hold of this information would bring him considerable convenience for his life on the ancient greenish-bronze sword. Seeing that all the Federation seedlings were listening attentively, Duan fell silent after introducing the structure of the ancient greenish-bronze sword. He looked at Li Xingwen, who nodded, replacing Duan as he began introducing the sect of the ancient greenish-bronze sword. On the ancient greenish-bronze sword, there is a sect whose level of civilization far exceeds that of the Federation. That sect is named the Vast Expanse Dao Palace. There are 3 patriarchs in the Vast Expanse Dao Palace. Their cultivation levels have far exceeded that of a nascent soul realm cultivator, reaching the soul conduit realm. At the same time, there are tens of nascent soul realm cultivators and numerous other core formation realm cultivators. As Li Xingwen spoke, Zhui Yifan, Zhao Yeming, Kong Dao, and the others were shocked. Li Yi and the other Federation seedlings also widened their eyes, and they felt a torrent of emotions in their hearts. On one hand, the mentioning of the soul conduit realm allowed them to know about the realm above that of the nascent soul realm. On the other hand, the sheer number of those at the nascent soul realm in the Vast Expanse Dao Palace astonished them. To them, the Vast Expanse Dao Palace was simply too powerful. They could easily squash Earth's Federation. At the same time, the fact that this was the place they were heading to shocked them deeply. Only Wang Beol was the exception who didn't feel that way. He blinked several times and twisted his mouth, bewildered as he felt that not only did the Vast Expanse Dao Palace not sound powerful, but it felt weak instead. Just 3 soul conduit realm cultivators? Still considered a small sect based on that. However, if it's a small sect, how did it possess the ancient sword and even lead the solar system into the Spirit Inception era? Wang Beol felt that this entire matter was impossible. He couldn't wait and secretly sent a voice transmission to Little Missy to ask about it in his mind. Little Missy, you're from the Vast Expanse Dao Palace, right? That's all you've got. Little Missy, who hadn't replied since Wang Beol had returned from the dark artifact, finally showed some signs of activity. With a confused tone, her voice reverberated in Wang Beol's mind. Something's not right about this. In my memory, there are other star domain realm leaders, as well as numerous cultivators at the Eternal Star Realm and Planet Realm. In addition, one could only advance to become the core disciple of the Vast Expanse Dao Palace after reaching the Spirit Immortal Realm. As for the Soul Conduit Realm, in my memory, they are merely the most ordinary inner sect disciples. Little Missy was somewhat doubtful. After a moment of silence, her voice reverberated in Wang Beol's mind. I can only find out the details by sensing it myself when I go over. Listening to Little Missy's words, Wang Beol was surprised. Previously, he indeed felt that the Vast Expanse Dao Palace was weak. However, right now, after listening to Little Missy, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. In reality, after entering the Dark Planet, Wang Beol gained a complete understanding of the entire cultivation system. He knew how powerful the leader of the Star Domain Realm was. According to the records of the Dark Sect, elites like them held the power to destroy a galaxy. In addition, the Star Domain Realm was vast, encompassing countless planets. From this, it could be seen how scary the Star Domain Realm leader was. Since there existed a leader like that on the ancient greenish-bronze sword, It was needless to say for the numerous other eternal star realms and planet realms. That shocked Wang Baol, and his respect towards the ancient greenish-bronze sword grew. In Wang Baol's shock, Li Xingwen's words were still reverberating as he introduced the masses to the information that the Federation had. The location where the vast expanse Dao Palace is at is the first region of the sword, and also the part nearest to the sword handle. Based on our understanding, the three patriarchs of vast expanse Dao Palace are Senior Feng Churan, Senior Mielizi, as well as Senior Yuran. Of them, Senior Feng Churan is the one who took the initiative to collaborate with the Federation, to advance together and proceed as one. Senior Mielizi, on the other hand, disagreed with it. As for Senior Yuran, he focuses only on Dao and not on matters of mankind. Li Xingwen was more direct in his words, speaking his mind even though Mo Gaozi was beside him. Furthermore, Mo Gaozi didn't seem to disagree with what Li Xingwen said. As his words reverberated, the eyes of the Federation seedlings glowed. All of them seemed to be deep in thought. When they first arrived, they already knew some things about the situation on the ancient greenish-bronze sword. Right now, complemented by Li Xingwen's words, they had a clearer interpretation of the entire situation. That was the case for Wang Baol as well. He immediately realized that Feng Churan had a gentle nature. Mo Gaozi, who was beside Duan Myuk, was sent by Feng Churan. On the other hand, Mielizi clearly preferred the idea of devouring and enslaving the Federation. This means that the teleportation that will happen this time is indeed the first cooperation with the gentle faction. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and thought about it. At the same time, Duan Myuk softly cleared his throat, continuing Li Xingwen's narrative. All of you now know what you should know. As for the specific details, it would require all of you to find out by yourselves after you have entered the vast expanse Dao Palace. Put simply, all of you are people sent by the Federation to the vast expanse Dao Palace for training. I hope that all of you will have a good future there. With that, Duan Myuk stopped speaking. His facial expressions grew more solemn, and his voice deepened as it spread in all directions. However, do not forget about your missions. Even though Senior Mo Gaozi is right here, I still have to remind everyone that you all have two missions. First, after entering the vast expanse Dao Palace, you must all go according to Senior Feng Churan's arrangements and support him as best as you can. Second, try your best to expose yourselves to as many cultivation techniques as possible, and teleport those cultivation techniques back using this teleportation array formation. After he had finished speaking, Duan Myuk greeted Mo Gaozi, who was beside him with cupped fists. Mo Gaozi, who had been expressionless from the start, now laughed, returning the greeting to Duan Myuk as a sign of understanding. He didn't speak, but there were thoughts running through his mind. In reality, he had interacted with the Federation often, and it could be said that most of the cultivation civilization on Earth was driven by him, Mo Gaozi. In these several tens of years, as he watched the rapid advancement of civilization on Earth and the emergence of nascent soul realms like himself, he was surprised. After all, before this, he had arrived on Earth with a mission. He had never thought that in tens of years, the immortal cultivation on Earth would reach the state it was now. This was a rare occurrence, based on his memories of history. It simply meant that perhaps Earth was a more suitable place for cultivation than the vast expanse tribe. That was especially so in terms of caliber. After years of research, he found that Earthlings in general had above-average caliber. This alone was scary, and he couldn't help but ponder about what kind of place the solar system was years ago, such that it bred this group of people. This drove him to suggest the collaboration and advancement project to Feng Churan with confidence and backing. At the same time, as he was emotionally vested in Earth, he hoped to see that Earth would have a strong foundation. This could also address the Federation's efforts and concerns. Duan Myuk and Li Xingwen looked at each other after receiving Mo Gaozi's approval, and they heaved a sigh of relief as their hearts were filled with gratitude. However, personal emotions couldn't affect the fate of the entire Federation. Therefore, Duan Myuk still needed to talk about what was necessary. It has only been tens of years since the beginning of the Federation's immortal cultivation era. The spirit chi appears unlimited, but it is actually limited. It is the factor that has the biggest impact on whether we advance. Cultivation techniques are also extremely important. All of you should remember this. At the same time, the Federation won't take your contributions without remuneration. I hereby promise that anyone here that teleports 10 cultivation techniques will advance in Noble by 1 level. In addition, once you have completed this round of further cultivation and return from it, resources will be given in excess according to your contributions. Duan Muk's words were decisive. Furthermore, with Li Xingwen and the various factions as witnesses, it showed the Federation's desire for cultivation techniques. The Federation seedlings who were standing on the pillars felt a torrent of emotions as they understood the importance of this matter, and remembered whatever they had been told by heart. At the same time, there were many, such as Li Yi, who were hyperventilating. From their eyes, the look of ambition was evident. Of them, the one who was most ambitious, and the one who was filled with the most enthusiasm was no doubt Wang Beol. A wave of thoughts seemed to have arisen in his mind the moment he heard Duan Muk's words. His eyes widened, and there was only one thought bouncing around his mind, seemingly becoming the crash of thunder. Noble advancement! Noble advancement! 10 cultivation techniques and I can advance a rank. I'm now secondary rank 2, and I would only need 30 cultivation techniques to become primary rank 1. No, it's 40 cultivation techniques. The last 10 are to allow me to surpass primary rank 1 to become president. 40 cultivation techniques. Wang Beol felt as if he was about to explode. He was boiling hot, and his eyes were about to turn green. The blood in his body was flowing rapidly. The journey to the ancient greenish-bronze sword this time was perhaps the last step to him becoming Federation president. The feeling of his dream almost becoming a reality almost made Wang Beol laugh heartily out loud. However, he quickly got a hold of himself. There were so many other people around, and if the cultivation techniques they submitted were repeated, how would they be judged? Would they all not be able to advance in rank? While Wang Beol was thinking about this issue, Duan Muk's voice was heard again. Next, each of you would receive a unique voice transmission jade slip. Other than sending voice transmissions, this jade slip can also be used for recording purposes. At the same time, it was created with the help of Senior Mo Gaozi, and it allows you to access the regional spirit internet on the ancient greenish-bronze sword. This spirit internet is the best mode of communication for all of you. In addition, for every cultivation technique that you send, you have to record it down on the spirit internet. This way, others will not send the same cultivation technique. The Federation will only recognize the first unique cultivation technique sent. With that, Duan Muk looked towards Li Xingwen. Li Xingwen remained silent. After confirming that he had nothing to add on, Duan Muk took a deep breath, raising his right hand and waving it. Right now, the teleportation will begin. Everyone, I hereby wish you a smooth sailing journey through the skies and a safe return. As Duan Muk's words reverberated, a loud sound emerged from the teleportation array formation. Every single pillar vibrated, and the surrounding crystals shimmered rapidly. Gradually, the glow from the crystals grew increasingly brilliant, until it became a sea of light, enveloping every single person, as well as the entire area of the ground. It was also at this time when Duan Muk, Li Xingwen, and Mo Gaozi rose to the skies, sitting with crossed legs in 3 different directions. They sealed their hands, unleashing their cultivation and officially activating the array formation. At that moment, all eyes were on them. At that moment, a new chapter of the Federation's Spirit Inception era began. At that moment, teleportation began. A huge light ray shot up into the air from Mercury. It shook the planet, and at the same time, it formed a circular wave that spread throughout the planet. Looking at it from afar, this was an extremely astonishing scene. At the same time, numerous military cruisers could be seen in space beyond Mercury. They appeared to be arranged by the Federation, just in case something awry happened. At the moment the teleportation began, which was also the time where all the forces arranged by the Federation were in full force, the array formation of the solar system was maximally boosted. It was all put in place so that the Federation could destroy the teleportation array formation the moment an accident appeared, in order to prevent any further teleportation from happening. Wang Baol and the other Federation seedlings knew about it all. They were clear that the danger of this trip wasn't just present on the sword. In reality, the most dangerous moment was the moment they were teleported. All the judgments and deductions proved the vast expanse Dao Palace's sincerity in collaborating with the Federation, but human emotions were ultimately the most unpredictable. Therefore, even after confirming it repeatedly, the Federation still made foolproof preparations. The moment the teleportation occurred, even the numerous anti-spirit bombs under the teleportation array formation were being put on standby. They would immediately be activated with just a word from Duanmyuk, Li Xingwen, or anyone. At the same time, all the cultivators in and outside Mercury were on high alert. Even Li Xingwen and Duanmyuk were extremely vigilant. They looked at the light beam that shot into the sky, one of them moving nearer to Mo Gaozi, while the other moved backwards to prepare to act quickly should the need arise. Thankfully, during the 15-minute-long teleportation process, nothing peculiar happened to either Mo Gaozi or the teleportation array formation. In addition, according to the agreement between the Federation and Mo Gaozi, the first teleportation episode would only involve one party. Therefore, as the light beam slowly diminished and was finally extinguished, Li Xingwen and Duanmyuk heaved a heavy sigh of relief, having made sure that nothing untoward had happened. Simultaneously, the array formation of the solar system ran numerous scans to ensure that all was well. It was only then that the cruisers outside Mercury were no longer on alert. The various elites all heaved a sigh of relief, but in order to prevent any accidents from happening, the anti-spirit bombs beneath Mercury were still on standby. They weren't to be deactivated, and Li Xingwen would also stay on guard on Mercury. A new chapter shall now begin for the Federation. After everything had been tuned down from an alert state, Duanmyuk and Mo Gaozi took their leave. At that time, Li Xingwen, who was sitting with his legs crossed outside the array formation, raised his head to look at the sun. Gazing at the vast sun, as well as the huge ancient greenish-bronze sword on it, a look of anticipation was seen in his eyes. "Little fatty, don't disappoint me. Come back. Safely." At the same time, Li Wanner emerged from seclusion. She had achieved a breakthrough from the Foundation Establishment realm and had entered the Core Formation realm. However, she would naturally not be able to meet Wang Baol. All she could do was look in the direction of Mercury, as she stayed silent for a long time. Lu Daobin and Lin Tianhao, as well as the friends and families of the Federation seedlings, were all looking at the sun at the same time from different locations. They gazed at the ancient greenish-bronze sword on the sun, eagerly awaiting their return one day and wishing for their success. Wang Baol's parents were also amongst them. Before Wang Baol left for Mercury, he had already notified them that he would make the journey to the ancient greenish-bronze sword. Even though his parents were worried, they also understood that there was nothing they could do about it. Therefore, they could only wish him well, despite their unspoken concerns. As the friends and family members of Earth's Federation seedlings had all their attention on the sun, which was burning at such a high temperature that it seemed to be able to set everything on fire, a loud rumble was produced by the ancient greenish-bronze sword that was pierced into it. It was a rumble that hadn't been heard in years. The rumble originated from the region near the sword handle. Looking from a distance, the space around the sword handle was warping under the high temperature, and a light enveloped the ancient greenish-bronze sword. Its interior couldn't be seen clearly, but the light seemed to be so powerful that it could shield against the sun's heat, allowing the ancient greenish-bronze sword to continue to exist within it. If it were possible to go through the light now, one would definitely be able to see that the ancient greenish-bronze sword behind it was like a world of its own. It was extremely vast, and there seemed to be no land on it. Instead, it was an astonishingly vast ocean. This ocean didn't contain water, but fire and lava, like a fire that could never be extinguished. This place was burning endlessly. On this sea of fire, there were several islands that were mostly pointed, similar to mountain peaks. Numerous palaces could also be seen on the islands. At the same time, one could see figures of people flying in midair, emerging from the various islands, all charging towards the widest island in the center. Compared to that island, the surrounding islands were like young children. The The central island was a mature hunk, standing there, ferocious and extremely eye-catching. On that large island, in an area where there was a huge public square, was an ancient teleportation array formation. Right now, that teleportation array formation was glowing brilliantly, causing the various figures to gather there from all directions. There were males and females, young and old, all dressed in ancient long robes that looked different from those on Earth. They all carried different facial expressions. Some were curious, some were filled with anticipation, some were scornful, and some were hostile. All these gazes were focused on the large teleportation array formation on the public square. As the glow from the teleportation array formation reached its maximum before slowly dimming, numerous figures began to emerge from it. Initially, those figures were still somewhat blurry. However, as the glow from the teleportation array formation slowly diminished, they began to appear clearer. In the end, when the glow from the teleportation array formation had completely dissipated, the figures of the Federation seedlings could be seen clearly. They slowly awakened the moment the teleportation process was completed. Felt like a dream to them. The previous moment they were still in the Federation, but in the next, they had already reached the ancient greenish-bronze sword. At the same time, the side effects of this long-distance teleportation were felt at their maximum immediately. Signs of dizziness, nausea, and malaise all appeared at once. Instantly, many almost tripped and fell. They all looked at their surroundings with their faces pale and their breathing unsteady. Their hearts throbbed vigorously, and amongst them, only Wang Baol stood without moving. He could completely withstand the side effects of the teleportation process. Therefore, he was the first to awaken amongst the crowd and the first to notice the look of the faces of the people around him. They should all be the cultivators from the vast expanse Dao Palace. However, I dislike their gaze. Wang Baol uncontrollably narrowed his eyes as he grew alert of his surroundings. He slowly activated the storage bracelet on his right hand, making preparations to activate his dermic armaments should anything untoward happen. As the Federation seedlings gradually awakened, like Wang Baol, all of them began to notice the people around them. They all grew alert and subconsciously moved towards each other. Somehow, be it willingly or not, they all gathered behind Wang Baol. Everyone here had left their homes and stepped onto the piece of foreign ground that was the ancient greenish-bronze sword. Therefore, they needed to seek solace in each other's company. At the same time, even though they were unwilling to admit it, Wang Baol was no doubt the most capable. At that moment, Wang Baol's presence had instantly become an indicator of leadership without needing any words to explain it. That was especially so for Kong Dao, Zhuo Yifan, and Zhao Yaming. Even though the three of them were elites on their own, at that moment, they still stuck by Wang Baol, looking at the surrounding cultivators from the vast expanse Dao Palace with vigilance. Instantly, silence filled the entire teleportation array formation. However, the silence didn't last long amongst the vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators, who were each experiencing different emotions. Soon, a rainbow emerged quickly from the mountain peak a distance away. It arrived so quickly that it created wind and thunder. Looking at it from a distance, one could see a person dressed in a blue Taoist robe, with flashes of lightning accompanying him, arriving at the speed of light. As the loud boom reverberated and the sound of thunder grew louder, that person arrived in mid-air above the teleportation array formation, stopping. He was a middle-aged man, carrying an expressionless look. At the same time, waves of cultivation aura unique to a nascent soul realm cultivator emerged continuously from him, causing the space around him to warp. The surrounding vast expanse Dao Palace disciples immediately greeted him with cupped fists, even though they didn't say anything. However, based simply on his cultivation and the reaction of the disciples, it could be seen that this person was of high status. Wang Baol and company also raised their heads to look at the person who had just arrived. When their eyes met, Wang Baol held his breath. He felt that the man's eyes were like a sharp blade, causing his heart and mind to tremble. As Wang Baol trembled and the other Federation seedlings hyperventilated, the middle-aged man in mid-air retracted his gaze and began to speak calmly. Federation cultivators, Elder Feng is waiting for all of you at the Heavenly Questions Pavilion. Follow me right now. The middle-aged man turned, stepping into mid-air as he moved towards the mountain peak. Looking from a distance, his hair was blowing in the wind, making this middle-aged man dressed in ancient robes seem like a mythical god that exuded an indescribable elegance. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and cupped his fists immediately. The other Federation seedlings behind him followed suit. After that, with Wang Baol leading the way, all of them flew out. They followed the middle-aged man into mid-air towards the mountain peak, under the unfriendly gazes of the vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators. As they rose to the skies, they saw a bird's-eye view of the entire area. The skies were the color of fire, and even though it was lit, it was a blur, as if a veil was covering it. If they took a closer look, they could see that beyond the veil of the sky, there were flames rolling vigorously. The ground consisted of a sea of fire and lava that gave off a heat wave in all directions. The entire world was like a gigantic steaming basket, making it difficult for one to breathe. However, it was also here that a level of spirit chi that was several times more concentrated than on Earth could be felt. Even though the spirit chi didn't liquefy, it was extremely concentrated and seemed to be completely different in terms of quality to that on Earth. Wang Baol only took a few deep breaths and was shocked. The absorption of the spirit chi by their bodies, as well as their desire for it, made everyone tempted and surprised, and their eyes glowed brightly. It seemed that the cultivation techniques that they had trained in and their cultivation were very suitable for the vast expanse Dao Palace, which was on the ancient greenish-bronze sword. Therefore, despite the high temperature, it was still a haven for cultivation for all of them. One that was even better than the Federation. On top of that, the numerous islands on the Fire Sea caused Wang Baol and the other people to be shaken. No matter how they looked at it, the islands seemed more like mountain peaks, with the rest of the mountains buried under the Fire Sea. Only the tips of the mountains weren't submerged, and that formed the islands. The island they were on was apparently the largest one in the region. It could also be said that it was once an astonishingly large mountain, and that there existed numerous palaces on this mountain peak, covering it densely from the bottom to the top. The locations where the palaces were built seemed random, yet profound and intentional at the same time. At the same time, the three halls on the mountain peak were especially eye-catching. They looked identical and were located at the highest point of the mountain. If one stood there, they could get a bird's-eye view of all the smaller islands. Behind the three halls was a huge rock, which had a wilted ancient tree growing on it. The ancient tree was leafless and only had thick branches spread wide in all directions. An astounding suppressive force was being given off from within it, and it also seemed to surpass the three great halls, becoming the god of the island and the mountain peak. Even though the large tree had wilted, just by looking at its branches, it was imaginable that before it began to wilt, it was covered in leaves and definitely looked majestic and imposing. This was what Wang Baol and company saw when they were in the skies. Even though there wasn't anything particularly special about the layout of the vast expanse Dao Palace, they were still shocked by everything they saw. The journey from the bottom to the top of the mountain was accompanied by a large number of auras given off continuously from the mountain peaks of the vast expanse Dao Palace. The weakest of the auras were representative of the core formation realm, and occasionally the aura of a nascent soul realm could be felt. That was especially so inside the palace where the mountain peak was at. There were three streams of force that were similar to that of heaven's power that were so strong that they gripped one in shock. It was as if three gods existed on that mountain peak. That made Wang Baol hold his breath, and the Federation seedlings behind him, including Zhao Yaming and company, also felt their hearts beat rapidly. They moved even closer to Wang Baol. Compared to the vast expanse Dao Palace, the Federation is weak. Therefore, this cooperation is unequal. The Federation must be betting that this so-called light faction is indeed forming an alliance with the Federation willingly. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He hummed and heaved a sigh of relief as, based on his judgment, it would have been more suspicious if the other party had been courteous to them from the moment they arrived. Even if the low-level cultivators weren't courteous but were treating them equally, it would have put Wang Baol on high alert. Therefore, the disregard and hostility he experienced from most of the other vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators seemed normal. Let's see if I have the chance to test the waters, As Wang Baol thought, everyone silently followed the middle-aged man until they reached the mountain peak and arrived at the Heavenly Questions Pavilion in the middle. The pavilion was vast and filled with an aura that was similar to a giant beast laying in ambush. It was so strong that it was able to shock the heavens and earth, and it made all of the Federation seedlings nervous. After arriving, they didn't wait long before the gate of the Heavenly Questions Hall opened up. As it opened, an authoritative voice emerged from within the pavilion. Federation cultivators, enter the hall and make your greetings. The voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Wang Baol took a deep breath and was the first to step out into the hall. The moment he stepped in, he immediately saw that there were 3 seats at the top of the hall. Right now, there were 3 people sitting in them. Of the 3 people, the person in the middle was a middle-aged woman, who looked beautiful despite her age. She was clad in a colorful dress and appeared extremely elegant. Her gaze was gentle as she looked at Wang Baol and the other Federation seedlings that followed behind. On the left of this woman was a skinny, middle-aged cultivator dressed in a black robe. He was expressionless, and his body was similar to that of a skeleton. His gaze was empty, which sent a chill down one's spine as if their spirits were also trembling with fear. On her right was an elder. He had his eyes shut, as if in meditation. He seemed disinterested in the Federation seedlings who had arrived. Other than the 3 of them, there were also 8 cultivators, a mix of young and old, men and women. They were all looking at Wang Baol and company. The middle-aged man who had led them here was amongst them. At the same time, the young men and women who seemed to be of similar age to Wang Baol and company, and were beside the 3 leaders, didn't appear to have the opportunity to take a seat. Their cultivation levels seemed to be that of late-stage core formation realm, but the fact that they could stand beside the trio of leaders showed that they too held a high position. Wang Baol swept his gaze on them and seemed to have concluded that they were also disciples. Based on what he understood so far, Wang Baol immediately guessed that the 3 leaders must be Taoist Feng Churan, Mializi, and Yuran, with the lady being Feng Churan. The disciples standing behind them all carried the same facial expression as Feng Churan and company. The 2 behind Yuran had their eyes shut, apparently in deep thought, while the 2 behind Feng Churan, though expressionless, still carried a look of kindness in their eyes. There was only one person beside Mializi. He looked to be younger than 30 years old, and he appeared cold and unapproachable as he cast a contemptuous gaze on Wang Baol and the others. Even though he had some basic understanding of the vast expanse Tao Palace, Wang Baol still sighed in his heart when he noticed the situation. He felt troubled, as knowing was different from seeing it with his own eyes and experiencing things firsthand. He was somewhat frustrated at the mission he had to carry out this time. Zhao Yeming, Zhuo Yifan, and the other Federation seedlings had the same thoughts as him. They all lowered their heads, their hearts experiencing a myriad of emotions. Inevitably, there were some who had begun to regret their decision, feeling that it was perhaps better if they had chosen not to come. Don't the cultivators from the Federation have some manners? There are mighty figures here, and all of you aren't greeting them? A low-class and uncultured bunch indeed. While all the Federation seedlings lowered their heads nervously, a nascent Soul Realm elder sitting in the lower seat laughed and spoke calmly. That elder had a head full of long red hair that was extremely eye-catching. He looked very unfriendly, and his tone was scornful. The moment he spoke, Feng Churan furrowed her eyebrows, somewhat unhappy, though she didn't chide him for it. Those words, coupled with the ambience, made every single Federation seedling who was hearing and seeing it uneasy. They felt insulted, and the rhythm of their breathing also changed. Without a doubt, the comment that they were low-class and uncultured was too hard to swallow. Zhao Yeming clenched her fists, while Zhuo Yifan narrowed his eyes. Kong Dao made the most obvious show of unhappiness, with an aura of ferocity emanating out from him. Despite falling short in terms of his level of cultivation, he had the necessary show of might. On the other hand, while some of the other Federation seedlings still hung their heads low, most of them chose to lift their heads up and put on an attitude that showed that they weren't to be belittled. Wang Baol didn't give off any aura. In reality, he had kept his head up high without lowering it from the beginning. Now, as he listened to the elder's words, He threw a gaze at the elder as he muttered in his heart that this nascent soul realm cultivator was just a small fry. He was no one to be afraid of for him, someone who had killed many other nascent soul realm cultivators before. With that thought, Wang Baol took a deep breath and stepped forward in the quiet hall, greeting the three soul conduit elders on the higher seat with cupped fists. I am Wang Baol, a Federation envoy. I have been appointed by the President to lead my fellow cultivators from the Federation to come on board the vast expanse Dao Palace and pay a visit to the three seniors here. Wang Baol spoke loud and clearly, putting extra emphasis on the term Federation envoy. As his voice reverberated, the Federation seedlings standing behind him all took a deep breath, greeting Feng Qiuran and the other two figures with cupped fists. Cultivators. As Wang Baol spoke, a scornful remark was heard from someone near the higher seats. The person who was speaking wasn't from the trio that consisted of Feng Qiuran. Rather, it was the youth standing beside Mielizi who carried a scornful look. Liang Long, how unruly of you! A chilly look flashed across Feng Qiuran's eyes as she spoke emotionlessly. That youth named Liang Long immediately responded by cupping his fists at Feng Qiuran, as well as his master Mielizi. I admit my mistake. However, hearing these unintelligent beings address themselves as cultivators like us makes me feel so uncomfortable that I have forgotten my bearings. Please punish me, elder and master. This time, without waiting for Feng Qiuran, Mielizi, who was sitting beside him, began to speak. Elder Feng, I will discipline my own disciple. Liang Long, you are to go into seclusion for a month as punishment. Yes, master. Liang Long bowed towards Mielizi with cupped fists. When he raised his head to look at Wang Baol, he looked even more scornful. Feng Qiuran, who was sitting at the side, was now looking at Mielizi with a peculiar look in his eyes. The entire hall was instantly filled with a tense atmosphere. Wang Baol and the Federation seedlings, having been insulted twice since their arrival at the hall, were all silent as they buried their unhappiness in their hearts. Many of them responded by clenching their fists, as they were unable to release their anger and could only keep it suppressed. A chilly look also appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He was a hot-tempered person and had a strong backing, especially with little Missy around. Furthermore, based on his judgment, the fact that Duan Myuk had sent them here meant that he had a certain level of confidence that there shouldn't be any major compromises to their safety despite the possibility of danger. Even though he was not fully confident, he felt that if the Federation seedlings simply swallowed their pride in response to the way they had been treated, there would definitely be similar insults being hurled at them in the future. Rather than keeping silent each time, it might be better to express it and use the chance to ascertain the vast expanse Dao Palace's attitude towards this collaboration. With that thought, Wang Baol's anger intensified. With a flash appearing in his eyes, he set his target at Liang Long, who was beside Mielizi. He raised his leg and took a step forward. Junior here has once read an autobiography when I was in the Federation. It was mentioned in the autobiography that everyone uses double standards to treat themselves, as well as the people around them. I had once thought that such attitudes only existed within the Federation. However, today, Junior here has realized that attitudes like that are also being exhibited here. My fellow Federation cultivators and I have just arrived and have not physically adjusted to the new environment, which made us feel uneasy. However, because of that, we have been reprimanded for being rude, and fellow Taoist Liang Long here even interrupted me while I was greeting the three elders. Is that what is meant by being respectful here? I would like to ask fellow Taoist Liang Long his reason for interrupting me. As Wang Baol spoke, most of the Federation seedlings standing behind him were shocked as they felt a torrent of emotions. However, there were also a small group of people like Li Yi who were angered by Wang Baol, as they felt that he had made a wrong move. To them, matters like these would pass if they simply bore with it. There was no need to blow matters up the moment they arrived. Wang Baol wasn't done speaking his mind. After expressing his anger, he took a deep breath as he greeted Feng Qiuran, who was on the higher seat, with cupped fists again. Senior Qiuran, Junior here didn't manage to suppress my anger after hearing the insult that we are dimwits. Please excuse me. As Wang Baol spoke, Everyone in the vast expanse Dao Palace instantly turned their attention towards Wang Beol. A glow flashed across their eyes as their gaze stayed on Wang Beol. It seemed that most of them had never imagined that the people from the Federation would dare to speak so impolitely despite having just arrived. That was especially so for Feng Churan, who was now looking at Wang Beol with a peculiar gaze in her eyes. How audacious! With everyone's eyes still on Wang Beol, the red-haired nascent soul realm cultivator who was in the lower seat snorted, his voice similar to heavenly thunder as it shook the entire place. At the same time, Liang Long, who was behind Mializi, laughed contemptuously as he heard Wang Beol speaking about him. He opened his mouth to speak in response. You. However, even before he could finish his sentence, Wang Beol's cultivation was unleashed. As a loud boom reverberated, his body seemed to have transformed into a small hurricane that spread in all directions, and he turned abruptly to look at that red-haired nascent soul realm cultivator. Senior, you are the unruly one for insulting us Federation cultivators for no rhyme or reason. As for you, Liang Long, shut up. As the Federation envoy, I, Wang Beol, was representing the Federation to greet the three seniors. This is a form of interaction between two civilizations, and you have no right to interrupt twice and insult us in the process. If you open your mouth again, I'll kill you. An intention to kill vaguely flashed across Wang Beol's eyes. After that, he cupped his fists and greeted Feng Churan again. Senior Churan, the Federation has been very sincere in this alliance, and our sincerity is obvious. Kong Dao, and everyone else, please introduce yourselves to Senior Churan. As Wang Beol spoke, Kong Dao, who was behind him, immediately greeted Feng Churan with cupped fists. I am Junior Kong Dao, and my father is Duan Myuk, the president of the Federation. I am Junior Zhou Lin, the direct line disciple of Plume Manifestation Khanate sect. I am Junior Feng Mu, and my father is a senator of the Federation Senate. I am Junior. Words like these emerged continuously from the mouths of the Federation seedlings, reverberating in the entire Great Hall. Zhao Yaming's voice was also heard from somewhere behind Wang Beol. I am Junior Zhao Yaming, and my mother is the governor of the Martian colony. Wang Beol didn't react immediately upon hearing those words. He was about to introduce himself confidently when he suddenly realized what he just heard. He immediately turned, widening his eyes to stare at the expressionless Zhao Yaming while his mind buzzed. Your mother is? My mother is the governor of the Martian colony. Zhao Yaming looked at Wang Beol and replied calmly. If he weren't in the vast expanse Dao Palace right now, perhaps Wang Beol would have already jumped up in shock. However, he couldn't react this way in this situation. Therefore, after trying hard to control himself, he turned around and took a deep breath before speaking loudly again. I am Junior Wang Beol. It has been less than 10 years since I began my journey as a cultivator. As of now, my cultivation level stands at the peak of early-stage core formation realm, and I am the lead disciple of the 4 great Dao colleges of the Federation. I am the leader of the tens of thousands of Dao College disciples and the leader of the Martian Special Regional City. There are millions of cultivators working under me, with many of them being in the True Breath realm or Foundation Establishment realm. I only need to send an order, and they would all obey. Senior Churan, most of us have been cultivating for less than 10 years, having reached our levels in the settings of the Federation, where spirit chi is weak. At the same time, all of us have prominent statuses in the Federation. Amongst us, there is the son of the Federation president, the daughter of the Martian colony governor, as well as the disciples from the various factions. Right now, under the order of the Federation, all of us have come to carry out our duty. All this represents the Federation's sincerity, and the right for the Federation to form a union with the vast expanse Dao Palace. However, we have been insulted today. For this matter, I would like Senior Churan to be the judge. As Wang Beol spoke, he bowed deeply towards Feng Churan with cupped fists. Despite feeling agitated, the Federation seedlings behind him were still a little uneasy. They cursed under their breaths, but since Wang Beol had already made his statement, people like Li Yi still cupped their fists, no matter how unwilling they are. Please be our judge, Senior Churan. As the voices of the Federation seedlings reverberated in the hall, everyone from the vast expanse Dao Palace fell silent. Even the red-haired nascent soul realm quickened his breathing. He still looked down on the Federation seedlings, but it was undeniable that he felt the Federation's sincerity to collaborate. Despite being unhappy with Feng Churan's arrangement, he understood that he had no right to speak right now. The other people, who were displeased as well, also chose to stay silent. It was clear that Wang Bao's words were incisive and impactful. It was also reasonable, neither haughty nor submissive. It made everyone speechless, and also cast a lasting impression of Wang Bao in their minds. Mielizi didn't react or speak, while Taoist Yuran kept his eyes shut. However, a smile appeared on Feng Churan's face as her eyes lit up. A look of admiration towards Wang Bao was clear from her eyes. Tens of years ago, she still had the ability to suppress the rebellious voices from the sect in situations like these. Right now, however, even her subordinates were beginning to sense that the power of the entire sect was beginning to fall towards Mielizi. That was why she was so laid back. However, Wang Bao's words rekindled hope in her, and at the same time, she could sense the Federation's sincerity. After all, it was impossible to lie about the background of these people. It was easy to know whether whatever they said was true simply by paying a small price and enlisting Mo Gaozi's help. Furthermore, she believed that Wang Bao wouldn't lie about this matter. Even if he was lying, she would find a way to turn the lies into truths. On the other hand, if everything was true, it would boost her confidence. Qi Lin and Liang Long, the two of you, apologize. With that thought, Feng Churan suddenly spoke. Despite being a woman, her voice carried a decisive tone. The red-haired cultivator on the lower seat remained silent for a while. Suppressing his unhappiness, he had wanted to perfunctorily apologize, but before he could do that, Wang Bao took a step forward and took the initiative to greet the red-haired cultivator with cupped fists. There is no need for Senior to go through all that effort. Junior here was too sensitive just now, and I hope Senior won't take offense at that. Wang Bao's words caused Feng Churan's eyes to light up once again. This time, a flash could be seen even in Mielizi's eyes, and his gaze fell on Wang Bao for the first time since his arrival. A complicated look appeared in the eyes of the other nascent soul realm cultivators. The red-haired cultivator looked at Wang Bao intently and suddenly laughed. What a capable young man. I hereby hope all of you meet with opportunities in the vast expanse Dao Palace and reap great returns. Thank you, Senior. Wang Bao courteously greeted the red-haired cultivator again. This action of his significantly relieved the tension in the great hall. His tactful manner, and the fact that he knew when to give and take, changed the incisive impression that he had cast in other people's minds previously. This change left a deep impression of Wang Bao in the minds of the people. However, Wang Bao didn't go easy on Liang Long. In reality, if his level of cultivation were high enough, he wouldn't go easy even on the red-haired nascent soul realm. Therefore, after adjusting his posture, a provocative look appeared in Wang Bao's eyes as he looked towards Liang Long, who was beside Mielizi. Liang Long looked solemn as he couldn't accept having to apologize to the Federation cultivators. He turned to look at Mielizi, his master, who spoke after a brief moment of silence. Apologize. That word caused Liang Long to rage as he looked at Wang Bao. There was an extreme look of unhappiness in his eyes, but he could only bear with it. He took a deep breath and spoke unwillingly. Wrong. With that, he turned his head. His heart was filled with hostility, and he felt that this was a great insult to him. However, Wang Bao was determined to get back at him. Furthermore, he was unwilling to let go of the advantage that he now had. He raised his eyebrows upon hearing those words. Who's wrong? Me? You? Liang Long abruptly turned his head upon hearing those words, and he looked at Wang Bao with intense hostility. What? If you're unhappy, let's engage in battle. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Wang Bao stared hard at Liang Long and snorted. Liang Long gritted his teeth, the intention to kill in his eyes intensifying. He was about to speak again when Mielizi snorted, standing up and stepping out of the great hall. Liang Long felt a chill in his heart as he realized that his master was unhappy at him. Therefore, he bitterly greeted Wang Baol with cupped fists. I'm wrong. With that, he lowered his head and swiftly left with his master. His desire to kill Wang Baol was intensified to the maximum at that moment. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he looked at Liang Long leave. A similar intention to kill flashed in the depths of his eyes. I must find a chance to kill this fella. If not, trouble would occur sooner or later. Two others at the nascent soul realm left together with Mielizi. Taoist Yuran also opened his eyes and nodded his head at Feng Chiron, taking his leave together with his disciples and two nascent soul realm cultivators. Soon, only Feng Chiron and her subordinates remained in the Great Hall. There were a total of 4 nascent souls, with the red-haired Qi Lin being one of them. Wang Baol constricted his pupils. He exchanged gazes with Zhui Yifan, Zhao Yaming, and Kong Dao but didn't speak. With the other people gone, the smile on Feng Chiron's face became even more welcoming as she looked at the Federation seedlings and Wang Baol. Wang Baol, please don't mind what happened. Not everyone in the vast expanse Dao Palace acknowledges the Federation. Perhaps this is a situation that we need to change together. All of you can stay in the vast expanse Dao Palace in peace. I have already made the necessary arrangements. From now on, all of you are disciples of the vast expanse Dao Palace as well. However, there are 3 matters that you must understand clearly. First, there are similarities between the vast expanse Dao Palace and the Federation. However, there are also different rules and regulations. Everything here is to be exchanged using battle credits. In principle, as long as you have sufficient battle credits, you can exchange them for any vast expanse Dao Palace item to increase your cultivation. Second, according to the original agreement with the Federation, all of you can send the cultivation techniques that you have obtained here back to the Federation. We do not forbid that, but right now, the situation is slightly different in the vast expanse Dao Palace. Therefore, it is impossible to allow you to send it back without compensation. As such, for every cultivation technique you send back, 1,000 battle credits would be involved. At the same time, obtaining cultivation techniques also requires battle credits. There are many cultivation techniques in the vast expanse Dao Palace which can be exchanged using 1,000 to millions of battle credits. Therefore, your focus here should be on the battle credits. In order to obtain the battle credits, you must complete the various missions released by the sect, or make some unique contributions. With that, Feng Chiron paused, her gaze sweeping past Wang Baol and the other people. All of you have just arrived and are foundational disciples. Everyone will obtain a cultivation technique known as the Vast Expanse skill. This is the basic cultivation technique of the Foundation Establishment realm in the Vast Expanse Dao Palace, and it is suitable for all of you to cultivate. Arrangements have also been made for all of you. You will be spread out across the various islands outside Vast Expanse Dao Palace. I hope that all of you will work hard to improve your cultivation and integrate into the Vast Expanse Dao Palace. With that, Feng Chiron looked at Wang Baol with a look of admiration that she didn't bother to hide. As for Wang Baol, as the only core formation realm cultivator amongst the Federation's cultivators, I won't give you the Vast Expanse skill. Instead, you will be given 1,000 battle credits that you can use to exchange for anything of your choice in the Vast Expanse Techniques Chamber. With the arrangements made by Feng Chiron, the Federation seedlings didn't have the chance to communicate their thoughts with one another before they were brought away by Feng Chiron's subordinates. Everyone was given a Vast Expanse Dao Palace Taoist robe, as well as information and a map of the sect. As they were each brought away, only Wang Baol remained in the peak of the Vast Expanse Dao Palace. Feng Chiron seemed to have other plans and didn't immediately assign a place for Wang Baol to go. Instead, she had her disciples bring Wang Baol into the suite of the Vast Expanse Dao Palace. The Vast Expanse Dao Palace was vast and had many suites. However, they were usually unoccupied. Typically, only returning disciples from the outer islands would stay in them for several days. Therefore, it was very quiet when Wang Baol was being led into the region where the suites were. Only a few Vast Expanse Dao Palace disciples were seen occasionally. Regardless of whether it was the people who brought him there or the vast expanse Dao Palace disciples in the region where the suites were, they all viewed Wang Beol, the cultivator from Earth's Federation, with contempt, despite not showing it on their faces. Compared to the sheltered disciples who had spent their entire lives cultivating on the ancient greenish bronze sword, Wang Beol's profile and experience far surpassed the, even if it might be too much of an exaggeration to call him a sly fox. Therefore, Wang Beol could sense the contempt in their hearts very clearly. These weaklings. If we were to really fight, I could easily terminate tens of them. Wang Beol snorted in his heart and didn't pay further attention to them. After returning to his assigned suite, he immediately took out the regional spirit internet jade slip given to him by Duan Myuk and contacted Zhuo Yifan and the others. The regional spirit internet jade slip was indeed miraculous. It also worked the way Duan Myuk had described, allowing the Federation seedlings to use it on the ancient greenish bronze sword. Put simply, it had two functions. One was to send an intended recipient a voice transmission, and the other was to allow a chat group to be established. Right now, as Wang Beol opened up the jade slip, many others were already conversing with each other. Most of them were talking about the islands they had been sent to, while some of them were still on the way to their assigned islands that were further away. In addition, as they had just arrived, most of them were nervous and agitated. Therefore, the group chats were refreshed quickly. At the same time, some people were researching the so-called vast expanse skill. In the group chat, they seemed to be surprised by the cultivation technique. Soon, with an increasing number of people researching the cultivation technique, discussions of the vast expanse skill became the hottest topic. Looking at everyone discussing the new cultivation technique, Wang Beol also grew anxious. Everyone has a cultivation technique. If someone is quick to send it back, wouldn't I fall behind? However, sending it back requires 1,000 battle credits, and it's not certain how easy it would be to obtain these 1,000 battle credits. Shouldn't be easy. With that thought, Wang Beol felt assured. He then planned to go to the so-called vast expanse techniques chamber to find a cultivation technique that would be suitable for him. However, before that, there were more important matters to do. With a look of determination, Wang Beol took a deep breath, and after hesitating for a while with the jade slip in his hand, he sent a voice transmission to Zhao Yaming. Yaming, are you there? Speak. Before long, Zhao Yaming's peaceful voice emerged from the jade slip. Haha. The weather is great today, right? So, your mother is the Martian colony governor. Despite having asked that question before, Wang Beol was still very shocked by it and instinctively raised the question again. What's the matter? You don't approve of it? A hint of sharpness could be sensed in Zhao Yaming's calm tone. Hearing the slight hostility in Zhao Yaming's voice, Wang Beol instantly felt troubled. In reality, when he was on Mercury, he had already felt that something was amiss. Now, as he found out about Zhao Yaming's background, he felt guilty. Therefore, he took a deep breath and spoke gently into the jade slip. Yaming, I have to thank you for all the years I have spent on Mars. Hearing that sentence, Zhao Yaming fell silent. After a brief moment, she seemed to have calmed down. But what she said next still made Wang Beol's heart skip a beat. Other than me, you should also thank Li Wanner, don't you think? With that, Zhao Yaming hung up the voice transmission. Ha! Wang Beol widened his eyes. After a long while, he slapped himself on the forehead and let out a long sigh. In reality, the very moment he found out that the Martian colony governor was Zhao Yaming's mother, he had a gut feeling that despite the fact that the relationship between him and Li Wanner was secretive, it was unlikely that it would remain unknown to the Martian colony governor. It seemed like Zhao Yaming knew about it as well. However, Zhao Yaming and I are brothers. Could it be that she likes Li Wanner? Wang Beol laughed bitterly, shaking his head as he sighed. However, very soon, he thought of Jin Duoming, and immediately grit his teeth and widened his eyes. Jin Duoming, it seems like you know what is going on. Back when we were in the research facility, he was clearly trying to hoodwink me. Rascal. Just you wait. Wang Beol mumbled and rubbed his glabella. It all felt too mentally exhausting to him, and he decided to not think about it any further. After adjusting his breathing, he noticed that the skies were still bright. He changed into the Taoist robe from the vast expanse Dao Palace, deciding to take a stroll outside the suite and head to the vast expanse techniques chamber. While he was at it, the map of the sect in his hands. The vast expanse techniques chamber was built behind the mountain, not far away from the forbidden grounds of the vast expanse Dao Palace. With the map in his hands, Wang Baol walked through the narrow passageways with hot wind blowing in his face, soon arriving at the vast expanse techniques chamber. The vast expanse techniques chamber was a pentagonal-shaped four-story building. There was a bell on the ledge of every floor, ringing crisply in the wind. The chime from the bells seemed to have a miraculous force that calmed Wang Baol down significantly when he heard it. As he neared, the chimes from the bell sounded continuously, and he calmed down completely when he neared. So miraculous? Wang Baol blinked. He noticed that the door to the vast expanse techniques chamber was closed and unguarded. Therefore, he took a few steps forward. As he neared, a sliver of spiritual sense emerged from the chamber, sweeping past him as if to ascertain his identity, before the door opened automatically. This made Wang Baol amazed. As he stepped into the techniques chamber, he hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed in all directions. Disciple Wang Baol hereby greets the seniors. However, there was no response even after he had waited for a long time. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, wondering in his heart about whether the techniques chamber was a dermic artifact, and whether the scan that was done just now was conducted by an artifact spirit. Suppressing the doubts in his mind, Wang Baol began to flip through the jade slips placed on the shelves on the first level of the techniques chamber. Most of them were about cultivation techniques, with brief descriptions and terms of exchange being written on them. They could mostly be exchanged with 1,000 battle credits, but there were also some that required more battle credits. Primordial Chaos Conduit Art, Golden Body Dao, Cloud Dragon One Breath Art. Wang Baol swiftly picked up the jade slips. The more he read them, the more excited he was. The cultivation techniques that required 1,000 battle credits were, to him, on par with the top cultivation techniques in the Ethereal Dao College in terms of quality, and he was only at the first story of the techniques chamber. Wang Baol took a deep breath and went up to the second story, which had a similar layout as the first, with numerous shelves filled with jade slips. There were also 3 other vast expanse Dao Palace disciples other than him there, each of them choosing their own cultivation techniques. They merely cast a quick glance at Wang Baol, who had just arrived, without paying much attention to him. The cultivation techniques here made Wang Baol even more excited. He realized that any of the cultivation techniques on the second story far exceeded that of the top cultivation techniques of the Ethereal Dao College, and cultivation techniques like those were present in the hundreds here. There's still the third and fourth story, Wang Baol thought, and he planned to check out what was on the third level. However, the moment he stepped onto the stairs, he was blocked by a softly lit light screen. After interpreting the situation, Wang Baol realized that he was blocked either because he didn't have sufficient rights, or that there were certain requirements in terms of cultivation level. What a pity. I wonder if there's a chance for me to take a look upstairs. Wang Baol shook his head and decided to stay on the second level. He began to seriously choose a cultivation technique that was suitable for him. He looked at every jade slip in detail and spent a lot of time reading their descriptions, thinking it through before looking at another jade slip. In this manner, as he picked up the jade slips, time passed quickly, and soon half an hour had gone by. He managed to choose 3 cultivation techniques that he liked, but he didn't settle on one immediately. Instead, he picked up new jade slips one after another. However, just as he picked up a new jade slip, Little Missy's soft voice surfaced in his mind. Why is this cultivation technique here? Baol, choose this. Wang Baol responded and lowered his head to look at the jade slip in his hand. Instantly, the name of the cultivation technique written on the jade slip surfaced before his eyes. Lightning Immortal Transformation. There was only a single sentence describing this cultivation technique. The heavens and earth transform with a point of the lightning immortal's finger. It sounded overbearing, but in reality, there were other cultivation techniques which were described in an even more overbearing manner. In addition, the records of the lightning immortal transformation on the jade slip were sorely lacking. That made Wang Baol hesitate, but as he thought about how dependable Little Missy had always been, He decided to exchange his battle credits for this cultivation technique. Even though Little Missy didn't act consistently regarding the dark artifact, Wang Baol still felt that it was probably better for him to not offend Little Missy now that he was on the ancient greenish bronze sword. Therefore, seemingly having arrived at a decision, he checked the number of battle credits needed to exchange for the cultivation technique and immediately used 1,000 battle credits to unlock it. The moment it was unlocked, his mind buzzed noisily. The shocking aura released from the jade slip rushed into his mind directly, and the complete cultivation technique surfaced and was branded into it. This lightning immortal transformation consisted of 4 levels and 1 technique. The 4 levels were similar to the initial dash, mid-dash, late dash, and perfected stage of core formation. As for the technique, it would be the unique technique for a core formation cultivator to break through to the nascent soul stage. The first level was lightning complementation. This level was simple. Once successfully cultivated, one could complement lightning and thunder on their physical bodies, as well as their dermic treasures in order to boost their powers and numb others. It would be extremely impressive once it was unleashed. From the second level onwards, things become more mysterious. The second level was named Lightning Avatar, and in reality it was an avatar formed from lightning. The avatar would carry part of the power of the original person, and once it self-detonated, it would be highly lethal. The third level was known as the Lightning Escape. True to its name, it used the thunder art to further boost one's speed, which by itself was already very fast. It would allow the person cultivating it to reach an astonishing speed. In addition, there was another divine power to the third level, and that was that it could interchange instantly with the lightning avatar cultivated from the second level, having a shape-shifting effect to a certain extent. It could be said that after reaching the third level of the lightning immortal transformation, it would be difficult for one to be killed by their peers. In terms of speed or how bizarrely flexible everything was, it was sufficient to make anyone who cultivated it unpredictable. The fourth level was known as the Lightning Immortal Point. As the last level of the Lightning Immortal transformation, it could only be cultivated by someone who had perfected core formation realm cultivation. Its combat power far exceeded that of the previous 3 levels and could be viewed as the most powerful trump card of the cultivation technique. Such an astonishing lightning Dao cultivation technique should have been cultivated by many people in theory. However, despite there being people who were cultivating it, they weren't present in large numbers. That was because there were 2 restrictions to this cultivation technique. The first was that one had to choose the lightning Dao when they were at the core formation realm. That way they could smoothly transition into cultivating the lightning immortal transformation after reaching core formation realm. The second restriction was about the incompleteness of the cultivation technique. It lacked a defined method to achieve a breakthrough, and without it, it would be extremely difficult to break through from core formation realm to nascent soul realm, making it far more challenging than the other cultivation techniques. Those 2 factors made both its price and the number of people cultivating it low. After all, there were 7 to 8 other similarly powerful cultivation techniques like the Lightning Dao on the second story. There were some which were even more powerful, exceeding that of the Lightning Dao cultivation technique. However, those cultivation techniques needed an exorbitant amount of battle credits, in the tens of thousands. What tempted Wang Baol most was another cultivation technique named Lightning Thearka's Arrival. It was one of the most expensive cultivation techniques on the second level, requiring hundreds of thousands of battle credits. Everything here requires battle credit. After leaving the vast expanse techniques chamber, the skies had already turned dark. The sky was transformed by the astonishing array formation on the ancient sword, and day was switching to night. It was now changing towards night time. Even though there were changes in the color of the sky, the hot winds that blew were still dry. That made Wang Baol, who was looking at his battle credit balance that had now returned to 0, shut his eyes. Daily cultivation requires exchanging battle credits for pills. Creating dermic armaments requires exchanging battle credits for materials. Obtaining cultivation techniques also requires battle credits. Advancing in rank to become Federation President requires battle credits more than anything. Darn it! Perhaps finding a girlfriend in this vast expanse Dao Palace also requires battle credits. Wang Baol shook his head. He was determined to obtain battle credits, as they meant everything. However, before that, he still needed to understand more about the vast expanse Tao Palace and find time to cultivate the lightning immortal transformation. As for the incompleteness of this cultivation technique, Wang Baol didn't concern himself too much about it. He was very confident that there would definitely be a way. After all, throughout his entire life, he had fought on with his own efforts. With that thought, Wang Baol raised his head, proudly thinking about how he had achieved everything by himself despite having a strong background and powerful people supporting him. Little Missy, I will have to depend on you for the breakthrough technique that is lacking. Wang Baol sent a voice transmission to Little Missy in his mind. He then returned to his residence, and before sitting with his legs crossed to begin cultivation, he took out a bag of snacks from his storage bracelet. He licked it several times before putting it back, as he couldn't bear to finish it. There's another major issue. I must find out if there are any snacks for sale on this ancient greenish bronze sword. Time passed by slowly as Wang Baol engaged in cultivation. Soon half a month went by. During that period of time, Wang Baol cultivated the lightning immortal transformation on one hand, and on the other, he found out more information about the vast expanse Tao Palace and the ancient greenish bronze sword. At the same time, the group chat with all the Federation seedlings as participants became the main channel where they exchanged information. Even though everyone had some reservations, and there were conflicts that occurred occasionally, everyone understood that they only had each other to depend on being so far from home. Therefore, everyone shared the information that they had obtained in the group chat. With everyone's efforts, they all came to gain a better understanding of the ancient greenish bronze sword and the vast expanse Tao Palace. For example, there were approximately 400 islands in the entire vast expanse Tao Palace, and there were a few million people in total. At the same time, of these 400 islands, other than the central Tao Palace main island, the other islands were classified according to levels. The best islands were controlled mostly by nascent souls, some by core formation realm cultivators, while the rest were distributed between the foundation establishment realm cultivators and true breath realm cultivators. The quality of the islands depended on the amount of spirit chi they contained and produced. The Federation seedlings were scattered on different islands, and while some were secluded, resources could be easily obtained. As for the other Federation seedlings, they might have been arranged to be under the lead of core formation realm cultivators, but the amount of resources they could obtain was also significant. It seemed that Feng Qiran put in great effort in making the arrangements. On one hand, the Federation seedlings were under the protection of the Light faction. On the other, in terms of obtaining resources, there was no great difference regarding how much one could get. Only people like Kong Dao and Zhao Yaming, who had an advantageous background, could obtain slightly more resources needed for daily cultivation. Wang Baol was initially not anxious. However, after half a month had passed, and everyone assumed their own roles on the islands they were on, he grew nervous. After all, until now, he was still living in the suite, and the arrangement by the sect hadn't been made known to him. What is going on? Wang Baol felt troubled. He wanted to find out about the situation, but as it was his first time here, he didn't have friends in the sect. Furthermore, he had spent most of his time so far cultivating, obtaining most of the information through the group chat, and therefore didn't loiter outside much. Waiting like this won't work. After 3 days, upon realizing that there was still no arrangement being made known to him, Wang Baol thought about whether he should make use of the time to earn some battle credits. Therefore, he ended the cultivation process and left his residence. According to the maps, he found the specified location where one could take on missions released by the vast expanse Tao Palace. It was a large stone stele standing in the middle of the valley in the vast expanse Tao Palace. Looking from afar, the suppressive force was large, with numerous runes shining brightly on it. A peculiar suppressive force emanated from it, forming a visible wave that spread continuously. When Wang Baol arrived, there were already many vast expanse Tao Palace disciples present there. They were either taking on the missions or were choosing them. The entire place was buzzing with activity. At the same time, there was no need to physically touch the stone stele. As long as one was within range, they could make use of the suppressive force and waves emerging from the stone stele to take on a mission. Therefore, as Wang Baol neared and entered the valley, his mind buzzed, and numerous options for the missions appeared in his mind. There were so many missions of various categories. Some involved collecting herbs, some involved finding materials, while some involved creating dermic treasures. Every mission gave a different amount of battle credits as a reward. After browsing through it, Wang Baol realized that most of the missions didn't give many battle credits, and there weren't many that gave battle credits above 2 digits. So little? Wang Baol frowned. He realized that it was challenging to obtain battle credit. Therefore, he began to look at the higher-level missions and noticed a trend. The missions that gave the most battle credits involved obtaining an identity token. No detailed descriptions were given, with the only instruction being to head towards the body of the ancient greenish-bronze sword that was buried in the sun. One was to obtain the identity tokens of Vast Expanse Dao Palace disciples and exchange them for battle credits. This mission was posted officially from the Vast Expanse Dao Palace and was valid all year round. The mission to gather identity tokens awarded different battle credits for different types of tokens. This was clearly outlined in the mission details. For example, 100 battle credits would be awarded for the submission of an identity token that belonged to an outer sect disciple. This surprised Wang Baol. He wouldn't have felt this way without a basis of comparison available. Compared to the majority of the earlier missions he had seen, which only awarded single or double-digit battle credits, an outer sect disciple's identity token would earn 100 battle credits. It was clearly quite a good reward. What kind of disciple am I now? I wasn't issued an identity token after arriving at the Vast Expanse Dao Palace. Wang Baol lost himself in thought. He recalled what little Missy had shared about the power and strength of the Vast Expanse Dao Palace. Then, he considered the current state of the Vast Expanse Dao Palace. A thought began to form in his mind. Perhaps this isn't the real Vast Expanse Dao Palace. The real Vast Expanse Dao Palace rests in the sword body that's pierced through the sun. The identity tokens that the mission requires are the identity tokens belonging to the disciples of the former Vast Expanse Dao Palace. Wang Baol continued reading the mission details as he thought over the matter. He soon saw the reward for an inner sect disciple's identity token. It was worth 1,000 battle credits. Wang Baol's heart began to speed up at the sight of that. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw that there were other higher-tiered rewards. 20,000 credits for core disciples. 25,000 credits for an elder's token. And, oh my god, a Grand Supreme Elder's identity token is actually worth 5 million credits. Wang Baol might have been able to hold back his shock for the earlier rewards, but when he found out that the final reward for a Grand Supreme Elder's identity token was 5 million credits, he couldn't control his gasp of shock. His gasp was heard by another Vast Expanse Dao Palace cultivator who had just received his own mission and was about to leave. The cultivator rolled his eyes and glanced at Wang Baol. He had been scornful at first, but then he noticed Wang Baol's figure. The scorn on his face eased away. Even though he could tell that Wang Baol wasn't a cultivator from the Vast Expanse Dao Palace, and despite having heard many rumors regarding the group of cultivators who had come from the Federation on Earth, Wang Baol's figure still made him see Wang Baol in a different light. He smiled and said, "If I can get my hands on the Grand Supreme Elder's identity token, I'd be an idiot to give it away for 5 million credits. That thing, if you can get your hands on it, the rights it contains could probably allow you to command the entire sect." Wang Baol turned his head upon hearing those words. He blinked. The cultivator standing beside him had a childlike face that showed no hint of his age. His cultivation was like his own at the early-stage core formation realm. As for his status, the disciples around them seemed polite to him when they saw him. These were unimportant. What was most important was his figure. What Wang Baol saw was a man who stood above the rest, exemplary and incredibly slim. As Wang Baol eyed the fat cultivator's figure, the other also glanced at Wang Baol's tummy. Approval flashed across his eyes. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you've got quite a nice figure." Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He coughed and spoke. "Since we both have such amazing figures, why not get to know each other better?" As he spoke, Wang Baol pulled out a bag of snacks that had already been opened from his storage bracelet and handed it over to the fat cultivator. The fat cultivator had been about to say something before he saw the snacks and promptly forgot what he was going to say next. He took the bag and sniffed at it. Then he pulled a piece out, popped it into his mouth and tasted it. His eyes lit up. The taste is a bit funny, but it's not bad at all. As he spoke, he pulled out a few fruits from his storage bag and threw them at Wang Baol. They appeared to make their acquaintances through this exchange of snacks. They didn't engage in any deeper conversation, though they did exchange their contact details before leaving. There were still no arrangements made for Wang Baol in the next 2 weeks. Besides training, Wang Baol also spent some time thinking about the fat cultivator called Yun Piaozi. He shared a portion of his dwindling supply of snacks with the cultivator. The equally slender and slim duo built a friendship on this exchange of snacks. It might only be a budding friendship, still considerably weak and fragile, but this was still the first native cultivator that Wang Baol had come to know in the vast expanse Dao Palace. Besides, he wasn't of Feng Chiron's faction or Mielizi's faction, but a disciple of Yuran. His stance towards the Federation was that of neutrality. In addition, they seemed to share similar interests and hence could chat about many things. Wang Baol took the opportunity to find out why he hadn't been assigned anything. Yun Piaozi seemed to have his ways as well. He soon found out why for Wang Baol. Wang Baol had been waiting for an entire month without being assigned to an outer island like the other Federation seedlings. This wasn't because the vast expanse Dao Palace wanted to keep him on the main island. It was because he was the only core formation realm cultivator amongst the Federation seedlings, as well as their leader. Feng Chiron's intentions were to place him on an island that was rich in spirit chi and of a tier only slightly lower than an island typically run by a nascent soul. He could then monopolize the island's spirit chi and resources. The island had already been identified. It was one of the top 20 treasure islands amongst the vast expanse Dao Palace's numerous islands. A spirit meridian rested within the island. In addition, the island also produced an herb called the green firegrass. It wasn't an expensive herb, but once planted on the island, it enjoyed a high survival rate and flourished across large parts of the island. This was also why the Green Fire Island was highly valued, and why Wang Baol's placement was strongly opposed by Mielizi's faction. Mielizi himself had his own candidate for the island lord. The dispute between the two parties resulted in the delay in Wang Baol's deployment. But Brother Baol, there's no need to be so anxious. I've heard that the two elders seem to have come to a compromise. You should be receiving your orders soon. Yun Piaozi found Wang Baol relatable and easy to talk to, but he had no intention of forming a deeper friendship. However, he knew how to deal with people and enjoyed investing in them. He quite liked Wang Baol as well. Be it his first initiation of communication or what he was sharing with Wang Baol now, he saw both as a kind of investment. It would be great if he reaped any benefits from his investments in the future, but even if he didn't, there was no loss on his part. After sharing what he had found out with Wang Baol, Yun Piaozi patted his tummy and left Wang Baol's residence. Wang Baol sent Yun Piaozi off before returning to his residence. He narrowed his eyes as he thought about what Yun Piaozi had said. He began to look forward to what the vast expanse Dao Palace had in mind for him. After all, he didn't wish to remain in this guest residence, to be greeted with cold gazes, condescending stares, or not be greeted at all and seen as invisible every day when he went outside. Yun Piaozi's information was indeed accurate. Within 3 days, Wang Baol received his deployment orders. He was to report at the Foreign Affairs Hall early the next morning. The Foreign Affairs Hall would bring him and Mielizi's disciple, Liang Long, and head for the Green Fire Island. They would jointly manage the island and share its resources. Liang Long? Upon receiving the orders, Wang Baol raised his eyebrows. An image of the young cultivator, who had annoyed him in the Heavenly Questions Hall that day, surfaced in his mind. Do they want us to fight it out? Wang Baol laughed. There was a cold glint in his eyes. He sat down cross-legged and began a meditative rest. When morning arrived, Wang Baol opened his eyes. He rose to his feet and left his residence, heading straight for the Foreign Affairs Hall. Wang Baol didn't arrive too early. When he arrived, Liang Long was already there. Next to him was a late-stage core formation realm elderly man. The elderly man was dressed in a Taoist robe. He was near skeletal, and a sharp light shone in his eyes. He was the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall, the one who was going to be their guide. He paid Wang Baol no attention at all, and hardly any attention to Liang Long as well. As a member of the neutral faction, he had no intention of getting involved in the factional dispute between the two elders. After Wang Baol arrived, he only spoke briefly before flipping his sleeve and taking flight. "The two of you, come with me." There was a cold light in Liang Long's eyes. He stared at Wang Baol, then sneered. He immediately took flight and followed closely behind the elder. Wang Baol's expression remained unchanged. However, he could sense Liang Long's cultivation. It seemed stronger than before. It was clear that he had a breakthrough recently. A deep, unfathomable light flashed in his eyes. He took flight as well and appeared on the other side of the elder. The three of them transformed into 3 rainbow arcs, dashing out from the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island as they headed into the distance, the vast sea of molten lava and fire serving as their backdrop. The Green Fire Island was located northwest of the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island. It was surrounded by 7 to 8 smaller islands and could be considered a greater island in the region. A spirit meridian rested within the island. In addition, it produced green fire grass. That was why it counted itself as one of the top 20 out of hundreds of outer islands belonging to the vast expanse Dao Palace. The top 10 islands were run by the vast expanse Dao Palace's nascent soul realm cultivators. The remaining islands, like the Green Fire Island, were mostly run by the 3 elders as well as disciples of nascent soul realm cultivators. None would easily allow others to intrude into their territories. This was why when Feng Churan proposed to allow Wang Baol monopoly over the Green Fire Island resources, that her proposal had been met with Mielizi's vehement opposition. They finally came to a compromise to allow Wang Baol and Liang Long to share the island. No one openly disclosed their intentions, but both Mielizi and Feng Churan intended for the two to battle it out. Mielizi was confident of his disciple's skills. Once Liang Long obtained the high ground and overpowered Wang Baol, it would serve as an advantage to Mielizi's plans in fighting against Feng Churan in the future. Similarly, Feng Churan wanted fervently for the Federation's disciples, especially Wang Baol, to showcase their abilities. This would ease the pressure on herself and boost the confidence of the members in her faction. In the past few days, the situation had taken a turn. Those in her faction who seemed to follow her orders without protest were beginning to have secret doubts. Wang Baol might not understand the details of the conflict between the two, but he had read the high officials' autobiographies since he was a child. Having experienced the Federation administration and its internal political conflicts and infighting, he was hardly a stranger to such tensions. After some careful contemplation, he was able to see what was going on as well. He didn't display any strange behavior during the journey. He followed the Foreign Affairs Pavilion's pavilion head in front of him and sped through the heavens. This was Wang Baol's first time leaving the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island. Waves of heat surged in his face as he traveled. The lands were boiling molten lava. There were occasional eruptions of flames, like waves splashing, that both alarmed and terrified. The dark maroon skies and the multitudes of islands cast a strange light in Wang Baol's eyes as he gazed upon them. It was clear that this was an extremely hostile environment. It was drastically different from the Federation. If not for the rich spirit chi, Wang Baol would have thought this place to be the hell that was depicted in the legends of Earth. Liang Long threw a glance at Wang Baol. His eyes once again showed his open condescension and contempt, and he snorted. He eyed the head of the Foreign Affairs Pavilion in front of them and decided not to openly mock Wang Baol. However, he had already made up his mind. Once they landed on the island, and after the members of the Foreign Affairs Pavilion left, he would teach this lowly creature a good lesson. The title of cultivator was not something anyone could have. The thought of losing never even crossed his mind. The resources and techniques he possessed gave him full confidence. Most importantly, he had advanced from the early stage to the mid-stage core formation realm a few days ago. It's not possible to kill this lowly creature, but I should be able to break his limbs, render his cultivation useless, and maim him completely. At that thought, a cold light began to burn in Liang Long's eyes. Wang Baol glanced at Liang Long. He snorted inwardly as well. The head of the Foreign Affairs Pavilion in front of the pair was naturally aware of the tensions between the two, but he could not be bothered with them. He quickened his pace, and they dashed through the heavens and finally reached their destination after an hour. Before them, in the vast ocean of fire, was a large island. It was 1/10 of the size of the Martian Special Regional City. The land was black, and almost half of the island was covered in purple grass. The island had 3 mountain peaks. The middle was the tallest, like a sharp blade that pierced the heavens. The peaks on its left and right were its secondary peaks that protected it on both sides. Even before they drew near, Wang Baol could immediately sense the immensely rich spirit qi exuding from the island. The intensity of the spirit qi was almost as strong as that of the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island. They approached the island. There was a public square on the middle peak on Greenfire Island. A dozen or so cultivators awaited there respectfully. Amongst them were 5 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, while the rest were at the True Breath Realm. They appeared to have waited for quite some time. They were cultivators from the vast expanse Dao Palace who were training on this island. Amongst them was a middle-aged man with a mustache. His cultivation was at the perfected Foundation Establishment Realm. He was clearly the leader of the group. When he saw Wang Baol and the others in the sky, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and extended a bow heavenward. Disciple Zhou Biao greets Pavilion Headley. The other cultivators hastily extended their greetings after he had spoken. Their voices rang out. The head of the Foreign Affairs Pavilion led Wang Baol and Liang Long forward and landed in the public square before everyone. He ignored Zhou Biao. He turned and looked at Wang Baol and Liang Long, then said coolly, "This is Greenfire Island. From now on, the two of you are the island lords of this island. You are both equal in rank and status. All right, I'm only responsible for bringing you here. I won't get involved in other matters. Farewell." The head of the Foreign Affairs Pavilion seemed unwilling to stay a moment longer. He turned and transformed into a rainbow, dashing off into the distance in an instant. As soon as he departed, Zhou Biao and the other cultivators' eyes flashed and swept across Wang Baol and Liang Long. It was at that same moment that Liang Long turned around suddenly. His eyes were filled with murder as he stared at Wang Baol. Lowly your ass." Wang Baol didn't give Liang Long a chance to finish what he was saying. He yelled and, with a sudden burst of speed, appeared before Liang Long, leaving an afterimage of himself where he had stood originally. He raised his right hand and drove it forward in a punch. It was supernova, powered by a core formation realm cultivation. His supernova unleashed a power that surpassed what he had unleashed previously. His punch landed with the force of an avalanche. The skies thundered, and bolts of lightning appeared around Wang Baol. They surged outwards and transformed the surrounding area into a pool of lightning. Everything happened too quickly. Shock and alarm flashed across Liang Long's face. He had intended to say a few words before striking. He hadn't expected Wang Baol to be so decisive. He hurriedly raised his right hand and waved it before him. A mid-stage core formation realm cultivation erupting from his body, transforming into a hurricane that attempted to stop Wang Baol. A moment had barely passed since he had swallowed the rest of his taunting words and hastily countered Wang Baol's attack. Wang Baol's fish landed on Liang Long's defensive hurricane, and a thunderous boom shook the skies. Alarm colored Liang Long's face. He seemed shocked and incredulous and felt as if he was being crushed by a mountain. His body shook violently as his organs felt like they were being crushed. The hurricane he had summoned as defense seemed unable to withstand the force of Wang Baol's attack. It twisted and warped, and appeared on the verge of collapse. He was forced to stumble backward and retreat. What kind of physical body does he have? He's so strong. The backlash from their collision swept outwards like a mindless tornado. Zhou Biao and the others gasped and retreated hurriedly. They had originally rooted for Liang Long. Wang Baol, after all, was an outsider. At that moment, however, The ferocity that Wang Baol had unleashed was enough to make them question their decision. It seemed that the law of the strongest prevailed no matter where one was. The head of the Foreign Affairs Pavilion hadn't gone far. He paused in mid-air, lowering his head and glancing below. He didn't attempt to stop the fight, but simply picked up his pace and left. The fight hadn't ended. Just as Liang Long stumbled back clumsily, Wang Baol twisted his neck to the left. A loud cracking sound rang out. With a stomp of his right foot, he dashed out. A large megaphone appeared in his right hand as he flipped his hand over, and a fierce grin split his face wide. He charged towards the shocked Liang Long, yelling, "I've wanted to kick your ass since that day in the Heavenly Questions Hall." The augmented power of a 7th-grade dermic armament megaphone was mind-blowing. It transformed Wang Baol's words into aural shock waves, so loud they were like the thunderous roars of a god. The force of the aural attack sent the sea of fire around the island erupting outwards. Zhou Biao and the others almost went deaf as their eardrums shook violently. Blood spilled from their mouths. One could imagine the fate that Liang Long, who faced the attack head-on, suffered. Terror colored his face. He felt reality distorting as the aural shock waves traveled through the air. A force that shook the heavens and earth, that struck terror deep into his heart, was surging towards him with an intensity and power that threatened to level mountains and part oceans. At that exact moment when the aural shock wave exploded, Wang Baol formed a series of hand seals with his left hand. Bolts of lightning shot towards Liang Long. Wang Baol's right leg shot upwards with stunning speed, ripping through the air and igniting a series of aural explosions. His target, between Liang Long's legs, a mere mid-stage core formation realm cultivator. "And you still dare to fight me? This Liang Long has only one ball. I have 3. Wang Baol thought arrogantly. His attack had completely overpowered Liang Long. Since forming a heart core, the strength of his physical body had reached terrifying levels. In addition, he still had a lightning core and a dark core. Practicing the lightning immortal transformation strengthened the foundations of his cultivation. As he struck, lightning bolts descended from the heavens and rendered Liang Long almost powerless to fight back. He was forced to react and unable to unleash many of his own attacks. Wang Baol charged forward like a raging tyrannosaurus, threatening to rip everything in his path apart. Liang Long quaked in his boots. His eyes reddened as he became trapped in such a critically dangerous moment. He retreated hastily, yanked a jade pendant that had been concealed underneath his clothes off his neck, and pressed it. "You have dermic armaments? So do I." The jade pendant started shining instantly. It transformed swiftly into a huge turtle shell that encased Liang Long within. The aural shock waves from Wang Baol's megaphone arrived as soon as the turtle shell was formed, surging forward, thundering, and crashing onto the turtle shell. The skies quaked with deafening thunder. The force of the aural attack erupted, splitting the earth open in numerous places. However, the turtle shell protecting Liang Long only suffered a slight dent, and it healed almost instantaneously. The spectators had no time to observe the scene before Wang Baol's lightning bolts approached immediately after his aural attack. They landed on the turtle shell, but they only caused a slight dent in the turtle shell. They seemed unable to shatter it. Then Wang Baol approached. He lifted his right leg, and his kick landed on the turtle shell. That was when a sliver of a crack appeared on the turtle shell. Even so, this crack healed immediately before his eyes. Wang Baol frowned and retreated. Liang Long was finally able to catch his breath. His facial features were contorted into an extremely ugly expression. He stared unblinkingly at Wang Baol's right leg. The brief sigh of relief was followed swiftly by terror and shock. He knew how precious this turtle shell was. It was a defensive treasure that had been a gift from his master. It was able to withstand an attack from a nascent soul realm cultivator. A core formation realm cultivator wouldn't be able to cause it any harm. He had tested this many times while fighting others and while carrying out missions in the sword body. However, just a moment earlier, a kick from Wang Baol had actually caused a crack in the turtle shell. It might have healed instantly, but that still sent fear into his heart. He thought about where Wang Baol had been aiming for, and his hair stood on end. Despicable. While Liang Long released a breath of relief, a cold light flashed in Wang Bao's eyes. He dashed out again. This time he was faster and didn't give Liang Long a chance to react. He approached and raised his right hand for another attack. It wasn't a single punch, but a series of punches. A series of thunderous booms erupted. Wang Bao was like a hurricane, lashing out repeatedly against Liang Long's turtle shell. The sound of his fists and kicks connecting with the turtle shell thundered and rang out in the air. He unleashed the power of his three cores at the same time. Regardless, he could only manage to inflict more cracks on the turtle shell. Liang Long wasn't having a good time himself either. Despite the turtle shell being able to withstand the attacks, it still shook from Wang Bao's kicks and punches. The tremors weren't limited to once or twice. Wang Bao had unleashed more than 100 punches without pause and kicked a dozen or so times. The resultant quakes were enough to send Liang Long's blood churning. Felt awful. This experience of being hit without being able to hit back drove Liang Long mad. His eyes shone with murder. He was about to unleash his killer move when he held himself back. I'm going to wait for him to tire himself before I strike. I'll use this turtle shell to exhaust his energy. Liang Long grit his teeth at that thought. Wang Bao had an awful expression on his face at this point as well. The turtle shell was giving him a headache. He couldn't break it apart. I've encountered something like this before. As Wang Bao sent another punch forward, he recalled a similar experience when he had been in the Spirit Breath Village. He had trapped the other party inside something else then. I'll do just that. You really think there's nothing I can do to you? Wang Bao grew impatient at that thought. He retreated suddenly and raised his right hand. The glow of a spell erupted instantly. It was then that Liang Long's eyes flashed as he saw Wang Bao's retreat. This was the moment he had been waiting for. His hands came together to form a series of hand seals. He roared and bit the tip of his tongue, spilling blood. He raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. His spilled blood transformed into a blood saber before him, and his hand gripped it. He was about to retaliate when the tip of a small bell appeared within the glowing light in Wang Bao's hand. It expanded rapidly and grew to an enormous size in an instant. It was over 3 meters tall and exuded a terrifying power. Surpassed that of the giant megaphone and seemed to be at the level of an 8th-grade dermic armament. There was a giant red python on this huge bell, coming to life as it roared. This python was the remnants of a god inside the huge bell. Wang Bao formed a series of hand seals. The large bell fell buzzing over Liang Long's head the same moment his blood saber was unleashed. It descended with a loud boom, trapping Liang Long and his turtle shell within and encasing them within a seal. Liang Long's blood saber slashed forward then and landed on the bell, causing the bell to shake and release a deafening ringing that shook the earth. Liang Long was flung sideways repeatedly by the violent oral vibrations. He released a cry, and blood spilled from his lips. His fury was indescribable as he howled madly. His cry sent the huge bell buzzing again. Liang Long's heart started beating violently. He was on the verge of madness. However, there was nothing he could do about it. His blood saber might be powerful, but it couldn't slash open the bell with a single blow. He would have to unleash multiple attacks. He could imagine the deafening ringing that would result from each attack, that would lash back at him. He wouldn't be able to sustain the use of the turtle shell for such a long period of time as it required too much spirit chi. Resentment filled Liang Long. He was about to bite the bullet and unleash everything he had when alarm flashed across his face. This artifact can cut off spirit chi. He could immediately sense that he had been cut off from the spirit chi outside the bell. He was unable to absorb and replenish his spirit chi. Everything drove the already resentful and frustrated Liang Long further into a mad fury. At present, Wang Bao stood outside the huge bell. He threw a glance at the bell, then snorted. The bell could only be used once and couldn't last long, but Wang Bao didn't feel much loss using it now. After all, he had caught plenty of remnant thoughts of gods on Mars. As long as he had enough materials, he would be able to refine another one. You have that turtle shell of yours, right? Seems quite impressive. Let me make this more challenging for you. Wang Baol stuck his chin up in the air arrogantly. He kicked the bell a few times, triggering a series of loud ringing. Then, he decided that he couldn't be bothered with it anymore. He turned and stared at Zhou Biao and the others around him. Their faces were pale, and when they looked at him, it was with eyes of shock and terror. Has the cave abode here been cleaned up? Someone, lead the way, Wang Baol said coolly. The breathing of Zhou Biao and the others quickened. They hastily greeted Wang Baol and respectfully led him to his cave abode. His cave abode naturally sat atop the main mountain peak. It rested on the very top of the peak. One could gaze upon the vast sea of fire. This was the spot on the island where spirit chi was the richest. There was also a spirit pool inside the cave abode. The amenities and daily necessities were comprehensive. Wang Baol smiled with great satisfaction after entering and inspecting the cave abode. Zhou Biao and the others had originally planned for Lianglong to have this cave abode. However, they had witnessed with their own eyes Wang Baol's violence and dared not offend him. They released a sigh of relief after leading Wang Baol straight into his cave abode. Then they stared at one another. They could see the resignation in one another's eyes. There's nothing we can do about it. We can't afford to offend him. Let's just be more careful from now on. Zhou Biao sighed. He turned to his fellow cultivators and passed down his instructions. A Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator amongst them hesitated, then asked softly, Senior Brother Zhou, what about Uncle Master Liang? That's out of our hands. We cannot get involved. Didn't you see how even Pavilion Head Li of the Foreign Affairs Pavilion washed his hands of this? Zhou Biao thought for a bit. The fearsome image of Wang Baol's violent punching and kicking appeared in his mind. He shuddered and then shrugged quickly. Everyone left their own separate ways quickly. What remained was the giant bell in the public square and Lianglong's occasional howls of resentment escaping from within. Wang Baol was immensely pleased at the moment, having acquired his own cave abode on the ancient greenish bronze sword. He was clearly pleased with the cave abode he had gotten as well. It had 8 rooms, and aside from an area for seclusion, there was also a spirit pool in the center of the cave abode. The water was formed from spirit chi and filled the area with a thick and rich spirit chi. The other rooms were all set aside for specific uses. There was a room for growing herbs, another for rearing spirit beasts, and yet another for refining pills. What pleasantly surprised Wang Baol was the room with a stone slab in it. It was synced to the stone slab on the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island that issued missions. He would be able to accept all his missions here. He could only accept missions though. Once a mission was completed, he would still need to return to the main island for evaluation before he could receive his battle credits. Even so, this was already a pleasant surprise. It would save a great deal of traveling time for him. The cave abode took care of all the daily needs of a cultivator. In addition, when he stepped outside the cave abode and stood atop the mountain peak, he was greeted with a clear view of his surroundings. Besides having a view that went on for miles, the cave abode was also the center of the island's defensive array formation. After looking around, Wang Baol decided on one room as his main area of residence. He tidied it up, then sat down cross-legged. He began to think about his future plans. I have to earn some battle credits quickly. At the same time, I have to gain a better understanding of the vast expanse Dao Palace as well as the ancient greenish bronze sword. After some thought, Wang Baol went into the room with the mission stone slab. He pressed his right hand onto the stone, and a long list of missions appeared in his mind instantly. Wang Baol disregarded the missions awarding single-digit battle credits. He planned to focus on missions that awarded battle credits in the range of 50 points. Those awarding more battle credits were either too challenging or time-consuming, so Wang Baol didn't consider them at all. After a round of selection, Wang Baol's eyes lit up as they locked onto a particular mission: the extermination of inferno rats and the collection of fresh beast cores. One beast core was worth 30 battle credits. The mission also provided some brief information on the inferno rat. It was a beast that lived in the Sea of Fire, and its appearance resembled a rat. It wasn't a powerful fighter, with most inferno rats being at the Foundation Establishment realm. Only the Inferno Rat King was at the core formation realm. Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators might have been able to complete this mission if the only difficulty came from the Inferno Rat itself. However, only core formation realm cultivators could carry out this mission. This was because Inferno Rats rarely left the Sea of Fire. They could only be found in the sea. Foundation Establishment realms were unable to enter the Sea of Fire. They would only be able to last a span of a dozen breaths or so before they were burned to death. Only core formation realm cultivators, with the aid of protective spells, could remain in the Sea of Fire for long periods of time. That was why any mission that involved the Sea of Fire could only be carried out by a core formation realm cultivator. Wang Baol thought for a while as he studied the mission details. He sent a voice transmission to his only friend in the vast expanse Dao Palace, the Fat Cultivator, to ask him for more information on the Inferno Rat. The Fat Cultivator sent over whatever information he had to Wang Baol without hesitation. Wang Baol thanked him and then studied the contents of the mission. His eyes narrowed gradually. The Inferno Rat might not be a strong fighter, but it's extremely fast when in the Sea of Fire. In addition, when a cultivator enters the Sea of Fire, he will continue to suffer the corrosive poison of the fiery sea despite the defenses he has on. The spirit chi in the Sea of Fire is unstable and cannot be absorbed. That is why one should not overuse their spells. Note that one's speed will also be affected when in the Sea of Fire. Wang Baol read through the information and fell into a contemplative silence. Then, decisiveness flashed in his eyes. He didn't hesitate and immediately accepted the Inferno Rat mission. Then Wang Baol took a look at the sky. It was near evening. Based on what the Fat Cultivator had given him, the Sea of Fire was least corrosive and toxic at night. Even though Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators would still be unable to enter, a core formation realm cultivator would be able to stay in the sea for a longer period of time. He didn't waste any time at all. He walked out of his cave abode, then transformed into a rainbow and dashed off. Liang Long, who was still trapped in his huge bell, had long been forgotten. Wang Baol left the Greenfire Island and raced above the Sea of Fire. He monitored movements in the sea, hoping to find Inferno Rats that might have surfaced. He also kept looking to the skies. The skies darkened visibly an hour later. Wang Baol thought for a bit, then stopped in his tracks. He slowly descended until he stood above the Sea of Fire. He wasn't so brash as to charge straight into the ocean. Instead, he floated above it, inspecting and checking to ensure that he wouldn't suffer severe injury before slowly sinking into the sea. The world around him turned into a dark maroon as he sank gradually downward. The sound of flames dancing resounded in his ears as a scorching heat surged inward from all directions and surrounded him. Fortunately, Wang Baol wasn't only a core formation realm cultivator. His physical form was also at the core formation realm. His level of defense and protection vastly surpassed that of other early-stage core formation realm cultivators. He only felt mild discomfort after sinking into the lava and soon recovered. Everywhere around him was lava. Even though it hindered vision, even without sight, a core formation realm cultivator could have a clear grasp of everything happening around him just by relying on his other senses. His senses simply might not extend as far. When Wang Baol had formed his heart core, he had formed a sliver of spiritual sense that startled even Li Xingwen. He hadn't been all that aware of it at first. However, now that he was in the lava, he could clearly sense that there was something different. He was pleasantly surprised by the discovery that he didn't need his eyes to see through the obstruction of the lava. Images of his surroundings appeared naturally in his mind, and he could see as far as 10 yards away. This would definitely shock other core formation realm cultivators if they found out. Their senses could only extend as far as 1 to 2 yards in the lava. This was one of the reasons why the Inferno Rat's beast core was worth so much. Let's test out the mosquitoes. After he could see his surroundings clearly in his mind, Wang Baol immediately summoned his mosquitoes. 10 mosquitoes flew out from inside his body instantly. Unfortunately, some were unable to withstand the lava when they appeared and seemed ready to disintegrate and melt away. Only the gray mosquito appeared unaffected. After a series of attempts, Wang Baol realized that the ordinary mosquitoes could only survive for a span of 40 breaths before dying. Fortunately, I can keep on summoning those ordinary mosquitoes. Wang Bao's eyes flashed. He got the mosquitoes to spread out, and his line of vision expanded swiftly and exponentially to 100 yards. He took a step forward and dashed deeper into the sea of fire, in search of inferno rats. He would summon a new batch of mosquitoes after every 30 breaths to replace the previous batch. This allowed him to sustain his 100-yard vision. Such a field of vision, which surpassed his peers nearly 100 times, allowed Wang Bao to search for inferno rats with startling speed. The only flaw was that it took up too much spirit chi. After assessing the amount of spirit chi he had expended and calculating the maximum duration he could remain in the sea of fire, Wang Bao called back a few of his mosquitoes. With 3 mosquitoes left to support the gray mosquito, the 4 barely covered the area as he continued his search. 2 hours passed, and Wang Bao had less than an hour before he reached his limits. It was then that his senses stirred. He saw a dark red form in the gray mosquito's vision. It was extremely quick and sped past in a blur. However, Wang Bao still caught a glimpse of its rat-like form. It was the inferno rat. Found it. Delight shone in Wang Bao's eyes. He didn't hesitate and released all his mosquitoes. They spread out instantly, widening his field of vision. He saw immediately, a short distance away, an inferno rat rapidly racing into the distance. It seemed to have sensed danger. With a sudden burst of speed, the inferno rat attempted to make an escape. Trying to run, Wang Bao's eyes flashed as he dashed forward with a burst of speed. He maneuvered his mosquitoes to stop the monster. The inferno rat struggled, but to no avail. Wang Bao had a sufficient field of vision and speed boosted by his core formation realm physical body. The inferno rat roared as the mosquitoes intercepted it, and before Wang Bao could even draw near, the gray mosquito charged forward and pierced it through its skull. The inferno rat shriveled instantly. Wang Bao finally approached, and his right hand made a grabbing motion. A dark red beast core resembling a crystal flew out from the inferno rat's body and landed in Wang Bao's hand. Got it! Wang Bao was overjoyed. He was about to inspect the beast core when suddenly, at that moment, little Missy's flustered voice rang in his mind. Bao, go deeper down. I can sense the aura of a mask fragment below. A mask fragment? Wang Bao's eyes flashed. As of now, he had only managed to get his hands on one fragment when he had been on Earth. After fusing it with the mask, little Missy had become livelier. It was obvious that there was another fragment in the Martian research facility as well. However, he was unable to acquire it with his current rank and status. Wang Bao wasn't worried about that fragment though. He knew that once he reached a certain rank and cultivation level, it would be a piece of cake for him to get that. This fragment that little Missy was talking about should be the 3rd fragment that he had ever come across. Wang Bao sensed the urgency in little Missy's voice. After he calculated the time he had left, he didn't hesitate to dive straight into the sea of fire. As he continued to sink deeper in, he could sense the growing heat around him, and an intense pressure surged inward from all directions. It was an intense, violent pressure that sent Wang Bao's entire body trembling. His heart pumped frantically, and his muscles twitched. He gritted his teeth and continued to sink deeper down. Wang Bao approached the seabed amidst the increasing heat and pressure. Through the gray mosquito's vision, he saw a large region of ruins beneath him. Before he could take a closer look, the gray mosquito began to shiver. It seemed unable to withstand the pressure. Wang Bao hurriedly called it back, his vision becoming obscured by lava once more. Regardless, he continued his descent 10 yards further down. These 10 yards were Wang Bao's limit. He could feel an intense pressure and a startling heat around him. It was terrifying despite him having a heart core. He had a feeling that if he continued another 10 yards down, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it any longer. His body and soul would be destroyed within this sea of fire. Little Missy, it's not that I don't want to help. It's just that I can't go any further, Wang Bao said with great resignation in his mind. He took a step and headed for the surface. He had sunk too deep this time. The well of spirit chi inside him had almost dried up. Fortunately, Wang Baol's physical form was very sturdy and strong. He finally managed to resurface from the sea before his spirit chi was completely depleted. He reappeared in mid-air after erupting from the sea, his breathing quick and uneven. The cultivation inside him began churning, and his devouring seed was activated as well as he began to absorb the spirit chi around him hungrily. Half a moment later, his pale face finally regained some color. The cultivation inside his body also gradually stabilized. He lowered his head and stared at the sea of fire. Wang Baol felt regretful as well. He was about to leave when little Missy's voice rang out inside his head again. Baol, I'll give you a recipe for a dermic artifact. You can refine a special kind of fire-resistant boat with it. It's a 6th grade dermic artifact, so you should be able to refine it with your current proficiency in dermic armaments. With this boat, you'll be able to descend to our desired depth in the sea of fire. After that was said, a recipe and instructions on how to refine this dermic artifact appeared in Wang Baol's head. Wang Baol blinked. This was the second time little Missy had given him a recipe for refining a dermic artifact. The first was for the scabbard. What's the rush? Wang Baol heard the seriousness in little Missy's voice and sensed her urgency in obtaining the fragment. After some thought, he assessed the difficulty in refining the dermic artifact, then nodded. All right, since little Missy asked, Wang Baol won't even frown. Even if I have to cross mountains of knives or oceans of fires, even if there are no chances of survival, I'll. As Wang Baol went on, he thumped his chest and had a grim, determined expression on his face, as if he was about to face death, as if little Missy must accept what he was going to do for her. Before he could be done with his speech, though, little Missy said again, with exasperation in her voice, Fine, fine, stop your act. You're just exaggerating and trying to gain my favor. You still have a long way to go. Just listen to whatever I tell you to do. Earth aside, as long as I'm here protecting you in this vast expanse Dao Palace on the ancient greenish bronze sword, you can do whatever you want to do without fear. Wang Baol's eyes lit up. This was what he was waiting for. He hurriedly made another round of praises. After all, he was in a foreign environment now, and he felt extremely insecure. He had his own guesses about little Missy's background, so he immediately seized the opportunity to build a closer relationship with her. Little Missy seemed to enjoy the treatment as well, so Wang Baol continued to butter her up as he returned. He didn't go back to the Green Fire Island but headed for the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island instead, where he completed the Inferno Rat mission and exchanged the battle credits he earned for some materials. The battle credits he had gotten were too few though, so it was impossible to exchange them for all the materials that he needed to refine his dermic artifact. After some thought, Wang Baol had no choice but to locate the fat cultivator. He pawned a dermic armament and managed to borrow some battle credits. That was how he finally got all the materials he needed. It was evening when he returned to the Green Fire Island. Wang Baol hurriedly entered his cave abode and immediately began his seclusion so that he could refine the dermic artifact. He was unfamiliar with this dermic artifact, and it was his first time refining it. However, he was extremely proficient with refining dermic artifacts. He had even managed to refine dermic armaments. That was why he started immediately after briefly studying. He took a full day. The next day, at noon, he stared in front of him at a blue-colored boat that was 3 meters long, his face full of satisfaction. The boat was the dermic artifact that little Missy had given him the recipe for. Its name was unknown. Regardless, it was suffused with the energies of a seal both internally and externally. It seemed able to block off external energy flows and create a sealed space within it. In addition, it seemed capable of withstanding intense pressure. Wang Baol was vaguely aware of the principles governing its properties. Similar to the scabbard, the refinement of this spirit boat required armament sand. That meant Wang Baol couldn't fully control the entire refinement process. Based on his experience, however, he could sense that another refinement system governed refinement methods that required armament sand. The Federation's dermic armaments were clearly formed from an evolution of this refinement system. Now, let's go test out whether this boat is really as impressive as little Missy made it out to be. If it's really that great, we can give it a name. Wang Baol touched the boat in front of him. He seemed pleased but secretly ached for his loss. He spent almost 700 battle credits refining this thing. He had only earned 30 credits, while the rest had been credits he had gotten from pawning off his own stuff. I'm pawning off my own stuff for little Missy's sake, Wang Baol declared as he glanced at the sky outside. It seemed that it was going to be evening soon, which was a perfect time for them to set off for the Sea of Fire. He didn't hesitate, taking the spirit boat and flying off. He arrived at where he had first come to at the Sea of Fire, entered the spirit boat, then steered it straight into the ocean. Wang Baol felt a drastic difference when he entered the Sea of Fire. The spirit boat gave off a gentle glow that dispelled the lava in the Sea of Fire, causing the molten lava within a multi-yard radius to move away from him. The sight delighted Wang Baol instantly. It's really effective. He got excited and immediately sent the boat downward. Wang Baol's boat went faster and faster as time passed. Finally, he reached the depth that he had originally found unbearable. He felt considerably better now with the boat. It's right down there. Just as Wang Baol was about to continue his descent, little Missy's voice, filled with urgency, rang in his head. Wang Baol nodded and slowly sank deeper downward. He saw a large silhouette beneath him in the Sea of Fire. It was a large-scale ruin. He saw collapsed pavilions and countless pieces of broken and shattered stone. Amongst them were corpses that had survived being burnt completely into ashes. Wang Baol reeled back from shock. He could tell that the damaged pavilions had been built in the same architectural style as those on the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island. The mental leap wasn't difficult to make at all. This place had clearly been a part of the vast expanse Dao Palace before the ancient greenish bronze sword had pierced the sun and the Sea of Fire had flooded this place. It was as he had guessed. The lands had been flooded by the Sea of Fire. The islands that now existed above the seas had been mountain peaks. Wang Baol sighed and took in the sight before him as he steered the spirit boat into descending further. He entered the ruins and immediately sensed the heat and pressure that had been surging in from all directions vanish. It was as if the ruins, despite their current state, still possessed some remnants of protection that sealed the Sea of Fire outside. The corpses survived not because they had been extremely powerful prior to their deaths, but because the Sea of Fire was prevented from entering. Hence, they had been preserved. Wang Baol tested the waters before stepping out from his spirit boat. He was surrounded by a deathly silence. He looked around him and then stared at the Sea of Fire above him. After a moment, he inched carefully towards a corpse. Despite having died a long time ago, the corpse had been preserved perfectly. There was even a sliver of core formation realm energy that remained on the body, proving that this corpse had belonged to a core formation realm cultivator prior to his death. A core formation realm cultivator. That's quite a big deal. He might have something good hidden on him. Wang Baol's eyes flashed with anticipation as he stooped down and started searching. He didn't find any storage bags or tokens of any kind. Wang Baol frowned and muttered, "Are they so poor? Or did someone get here first?" Wang Baol found it a pity. It was understandable, though. After all, there were plenty of cultivators in the vast expanse Dao Palace that had higher levels of cultivation compared to him. Naturally, there would have been some who could have entered the Sea of Fire without the aid of dermic artifacts. They would have searched for and retrieved all items of value. As soon as he was done muttering, little Missy's voice appeared in his head again, urging him. "What are you trying to find on this random servant? Quick, move ahead. I can sense a fragment 3,000 feet ahead of you, in the ruins of a hall." A random servant? Wang Baol froze. He stared at the corpse before him. He could sense the remnants of a core formation realm spirit energy exuding from the corpse. He was slightly dazed. Yes, based on the layout of the vast expanse Dao Palace, this area is the outer area that belonged to the servants. They were mostly only at the core formation realm. Even though some of them might have shown some potential, most were lowly servants. Little Missy shared some brief information before urging Wang Baol to continue the search for the fragment. Wang Baol sucked in a breath. He seemed slightly doubtful. Little Missy appeared to have sensed what Wang Baol was thinking. She became slightly unhappy and snorted. What? Don't you believe me? I've only made that small accidental mistake with the dark artifact. I had a dark artifact that looked exactly the same in the past, so I thought it was the same one. Is it a sin to have mistaken it for my own? Is that something completely unforgivable? Humph! And if I say this is the area for lowly servants, then that's what it is. In fact, the so-called main vast expanse Dao Palace Island on the Sea of Fire is but an outer sect that was built on some distant mountain range in the outer regions. I've already done a search when you arrived here. Even though there have been some changes, the place remained largely the same as before. The true vast expanse Dao Palace is located in the sword body that's pierced through the sun. That is where the true sect lies. Based on the current situation, though, it's highly likely that there's nothing but ruins there now. However, as long as the core of the sect survives, the vast expanse Dao Palace will not fall. The vast expanse Dao Palace's core is found at the tip of the sword. If I'm not wrong, powerful cultivators at the Eternal Star and Planet realms, as well as the Star Domain realm leaders, should still be there in that region. They are likely recovering and in slumber. Upon hearing what Little Missy said, Wang Baol's eyes widened. Little Missy seemed to have sensed Wang Baol's feelings and noted his surprise. She was pleased. Her appearances recently had been rare because she had felt embarrassed about the dark artifact incident. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, she naturally wasn't going to let it slip through her fingers. She coughed, then continued with a voice that spoke of experience, saying casually, "Surprised? There's nothing to be surprised about. In those days, this area was where ordinary folks and our servants resided. In addition, I've no impression of those people called Mielizi or whatnot. Based on their level of cultivation, though, they likely only counted as inner sect disciples before the ancient sword entered the sun. In fact, they're likely disciples who didn't show much potential. However, when disaster struck, the elders at the tip of the sword went into a deep slumber, and the main sect of the vast expanse Dao Palace was destroyed. More than 90% of the sect members died or were wounded grievously. That was why the three of them had to take up the responsibilities of being elders. They had to rebuild the Dao Palace. In fact, they made a great contribution to the Dao Palace. When the elders awake, they would likely break through the spirit immortal realm and advance into the planet realm. The news was simply too much. Wang Baol's eyes widened again. He might have been mentally prepared for something like that, but the true identities of Mielizi and the rest had still shocked him. They're only inner sect disciples? Wang Baol gasped. He blinked, then suddenly asked, "Little Missy, who are you exactly in the vast expanse Dao Palace?" "Me? The Star Domain realm leader of the vast expanse Dao Palace has to call me elder when he wakes up and sees me. Who do you think I am?" Little Missy said casually. The expression on her face was mild. Wang Baol was shocked once again by her words. He stared in a daze into the distance. He himself didn't know what he was looking at. After a long moment, he suddenly slapped his thigh. "Little Missy, I'm your younger brother. Does that mean that I'm an elder here as well? I didn't even know how important I actually am. It's a pity that I doubt the intentions of Mielizi and gang. Else, if I told them the truth, they might just be frightened out of their lives." In his excitement, Wang Baol took a step forward and raced towards the location where Little Missy pointed him. Searching. He realized that he had to pay more attention to Little Missy. The best thing he could do for her was to find the fragment and make her happy. Wang Baol didn't think he needed to think too much about whether there might be some falsehood in her words. Based on what he had seen, even if Little Missy had been exaggerating, what she had said wouldn't be too far from the truth. Little Missy must be someone really, really important. Wang Baol was overwhelmed with excitement. He felt that since he had already aligned himself with Little Missy for so long, he should continue. In fact, it would be great if he could do this until he became the president. Wang Baol became filled with anticipation at that thought. He sped up and steadily approached the location that Little Missy had pointed him towards. As soon as he arrived, shock fell across his face. He saw a giant head before him. It had fallen sideways and was staring unblinkingly at him. It looked exactly like little Missy. Wang Baol was caught by surprise and stumbled a few steps backward. At a closer look, he realized that it was a statue and that there were other fragments of the statue in the distance. That's just too much. At that sight, Wang Baol froze, then immediately looked furious. Who is it? Who did this to my dearest little Missy's statue? Don't worry, little Missy. I'll find that person. I'll let him know the price he has to pay for doing that to my dear sister's statue. Wang Baol said fiercely. He walked over and stood in front of the head of the statue, seeming pained. Little Missy was clearly pleased by Wang Baol's constant attempts at gaining her favor. Even though she knew that nothing decent came out of Wang Baol's mouth, she still coughed and indicated that she acknowledged Wang Baol's declaration of his loyalty and devotion to her. Wang Baol could sense that little Missy was in quite a good mood. He did a search and finally found a fragment the size of a fingernail under a broken slab of stone. He fused it together with the mask, then said hurriedly, "Little Missy, do we still have any other valuable treasures in our house? Like pills or something like that? Do you remember where we kept them? We can't let outsiders take them away. Let's go grab them ourselves. The faster I advance my cultivation, the sooner I can avenge you, right? Don't worry. I might not be familiar with the outer regions, but I still know the main vast expanse Dao Palace in the sword body quite well. We'll find an opportunity to go there. I'll give you pointers so that you can advance in your cultivation. It won't be any problem." Little Missy was pleased with the fusion of the fragment. Her voice sounded slightly distant and unclear. It seemed that the fusion affected her personally. She needed time to adjust. Wang Baol grew excited when he heard little Missy's agreement to help him. He felt that as long as little Missy had his back while he was on the ancient greenish-bronze sword, everything would run smoothly for him. He could get his hands on dozens of cultivation techniques, get out, and become the Federation president. Everything would be a piece of cake. With his spirits high, Wang Baol whistled as he continued to search the area. He didn't find anything of value. He calculated the time, then pulled out the spirit boat and left. The spirit boat flew off like a rainbow. They dashed out of the ruins and re-entered the sea of fire, heading for the surface. At that moment, both Wang Baol and little Missy in the mask didn't seem to notice that there was another figure standing in the depths of the ruin that they had searched earlier, but further in, within a collapsed pavilion. He stared coldly as they departed. It towered 30 meters tall and had 3 heads and 6 arms. The head in the middle had a solemn look on its face, the one on the left was crying, and the one on the right was laughing. It looked extremely eerie. Each of the 6 arms were thick and seemed to contain extreme power. If Wang Baol were here, he would immediately recognize it as a cultivator from the never-ending clan. The cultivator's eyes were bright with cold cruelty. He stared as Wang Baol vanished into the distance, not trying to stop Wang Baol. The edge of his lips lifted upwards slightly in an unfathomable smile. She's indeed still alive. That's interesting. Residing within a mask, having this Federation cultivator as a host. It seems that I have to make slight changes to my plans. The mysterious figure of the never-ending clan muttered and narrowed his eyes. With a single step, he vanished into thin air. Currently, Wang Baol was steering the spirit boat and racing in the sea of fire. He didn't leave immediately, instead, searching within the sea and catching 2 inferno rats. Then, he left the sea of fire and flew back mid-air. This inferno rat is too difficult to catch. It's like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without rhyme or reason in the sea of fire. That must be why it looks like a rat. It runs as quickly as one. Wang Baol seemed regretful. He had spent quite a great deal of effort during the journey back before he managed to catch 2 of them. If not for the sea of fire with Wang Baol's cultivation, he could catch as many inferno rats as he wanted. He could only sigh now. He exchanged his battle credits and raced back to Greenfire Island. During his trip back, he repeatedly tried to call for little Missy. After fusing with the fragment, little Missy's voice grew fainter and fainter, until she became completely silent. Wang Baol mused and felt that the possibility of little Missy faking her death seemed slight. There was a great likelihood that she had truly gone into a deep sleep. I can't always rely on little Missy. After all, what's most important now are battle credits. At the thought of battle credits, Wang Baol's head began to hurt. He thought about how he was currently in debt at the moment. All his thoughts were filled with how to acquire more battle credits. As he thought, the distant Green Fire Island grew closer. Just as Wang Baol was about to head straight for his cave abode, a sudden deafening explosion erupted on the beaches at the bottom of the mountain. A howl filled with hate and frustration rang out. Wang Baol, I've waited for you for so long. Prepare to die. As the roar rang out, the huge bell on the beach that Wang Baol had flung out exploded into multiple pieces. Liang Long dashed out in an instant. With a burst of speed, he charged ragingly at Wang Baol. He had prepared well this round. Black flying swords formed from spells surrounded him. Above his head floated a giant mountain stone, which seemed to contain a magnetic force. When it flew out, it distorted the surrounding space. It looked terrifying. Liang Long's right hand held a pool of water formed from a crimson liquid that was as bright as fresh blood. The pool of water contorted as numerous faces pressed against its surface, gruesome and desperately trying to fight their way out of the liquid. It was a horrifying sight. Liang Long could have blown the bell apart a day ago, but he had held himself back until he had been fully prepared for his release. Then, he had monitored what had been going on outside and waited for Wang Baol's return. He was filled with confidence presently. He believed that, even if Wang Baol still had another one of those maddening bells, he would be prepared for it. He would be able to avoid or even blow it up. His arrogance was mingled with his desire for vengeance. He hollered and stared at the approaching Wang Baol. It was then that Wang Baol frowned. He disliked people who interrupted his thoughts. After all, he was focused on how to earn more battle credits now. This was an important matter. He was annoyed and couldn't be bothered to spend too much time on Liang Long. He activated his storage bracelet. With a wave of his right hand, he flung out 7 to 8 crystals the size of his fist. What's all that shouting for? You think you're the only one with a loud voice? Go and play with yourself, Wang Baol said as he threw the crystals at him. With a burst of sudden speed, the crystals dashed towards Liang Long. Wang Baol, I'm going to let you know what a cultivator should be like. You lowly garbage will know your place. Liang Long laughed arrogantly. His hands came together to form a series of hand seals. The mountain stone above his head shook violently, and waves of spirit energy surged towards the crystals. Shatter! Liang Long roared as he charged towards Wang Baol. He had even thought of how he was going to strike after approaching Wang Baol. It was then, at that moment, as the forces released by the magnetic mountain stone collided with Wang Baol's crystals, that the crystals shook violently and exploded. They didn't turn into dust. Instead, some sort of transformation occurred as they exploded. They formed large, adhesive webs that blanketed Liang Long. The webs were extremely bizarre. They disregarded the mountain stone's magnetic forces and approached instantaneously. Liang Long, stunned, tried to evade them. He might be able to dodge a couple of them, but he couldn't escape all of them. At the critical moment, Liang Long roared. He unleashed the power of the blood-colored droplet in his hand and his enchanted flying swords around him in an attempt to stop the large webs. His dermic treasures collided with the webs. There were no loud explosions from their collisions. As soon as they came into contact, his spells and dermic treasures appeared to have lost their powers, trapped within the webs. They fell with a loud thud and were stuck to the ground. Even the mountain stone above his head was trapped by 2 webs, getting stuck to the ground as well. The sight rendered Liang Long speechless with shock. What are these things? His breathing quickened as he watched, stunned. Then, his pupils contracted suddenly. He watched as Wang Baol went past without a pause in his steps and threw a couple more of those crystals at him. The crystals dashed towards him in a blink of an eye. Alarmed, Liang Long tried to evade them. However, he couldn't escape from all of them. Finally, the crystals exploded, forming large webs. He was trapped within 4 webs. With a thud, he fell, stuck firmly to the ground. Liang Long's face grew red as he howled and struggled. The web's adhesiveness was truly extraordinary. It was also extremely malleable. He couldn't free himself regardless of how much he struggled. Aside from getting to his feet, all he managed to do was create multiple thinner threads of web. His nightmare didn't end there. It had only just begun. Just as Liang Long struggled to his feet, Wang Baol, with a series of hand seals, summoned the webs around him. They flew over instantly and slapped themselves onto Liang Long like giant pancakes. Wang, bow. Liang Long's eyes were so red that it looked like blood might drip out of them at any moment. He released a roar that was filled with a level of resentment he had never experienced before. He wasn't given a chance to end the roar himself. Layers of extremely sticky web slapped themselves over him, silencing him completely. From afar, Liang Long was hardly recognizable at all. One could only see a creature layered with multiple layers of web, as if enveloped in a seal, stuck to the ground as it wriggled and struggled madly. Wang Baol had returned to the cave abode at that point, not even sparing Liang Long a single glance. Personally, he felt that teaching Liang Long a lesson was a piece of cake, hardly worthy of any attention. The Foundation establishment realm cultivators on Greenfire Island, especially Zhou Biao and the others, saw it differently though. They were shocked and alarmed at the sight before them. They pitied Liang Long, though their awe and respect for Wang Baol grew tremendously. This guy is just too powerful. He just randomly threw out something, and Liang Long was driven mad but completely powerless to stop him. That's not the most important point. Did you guys realize? This Wang Baol, when he strikes, he always makes his opponents. How should I put it? It doesn't matter if it's the bell from before or whatever he just threw out. He always makes one so frustrated that you just want to die. Let's not offend him. He looks like he's filled with nasty ideas. And he clearly keeps a grudge. While Zhou Biao and the others trembled in fear at the thought of Wang Baol's incredible evil and nasty character, Wang Baol continued to rack his brains over how to earn large quantities of battle credits after he had returned to his cave abode. He glanced through the mission stone slab. The missions that issued the most battle credits were those demanding identity tokens. In order to obtain identity tokens, one had to enter the sword body. Wang Baol began gathering information. A few days later, he found himself frowning and sighing. Based on the information he had acquired, the sword body, which was buried deep in the sun, was a treacherous place filled with great danger. Even if one were at the core formation realm, one would risk a considerable chance of death if he or she ventured into the sword body. Typically, those from the vast expanse Dao Palace would form parties in order to venture into the sword body. Rarely would anyone go alone. Little Missy was still not awake, so Wang Baol wasn't confident of his chances. He decided that he would delay his search for identity tokens on the sword body. He wouldn't do it unless he had no other choice. But I can't continue doing what I'm doing now. Wang Baol rubbed his forehead. A fierce light appeared in his eyes as he wondered if he should just consider robbing others. After all, there's a potential victim right at his doorstep now. But once he did something like that, he either had to silence the other or ensure that he had blackmail material on the other. He had to be constantly cautious of someone reporting him to the sect. What a headache. Wang Baol shook his head and pulled out the regional spirit internet jade slip. He intended to find out how many battle credits the rest had gotten and if there was a better way of acquiring those battle credits. He saw Li Yi's message as soon as he turned it on. My fellow Taoists, you'll have to work harder. I've already earned 600 battle credits. The regional spirit internet was set up so that multiple people could send voice transmissions simultaneously. It served the function of a chat group. Federation seedlings could send voice transmissions and messages. Presently, Federation seedlings spread across the various islands were chatting happily in the chat group. They had left their homes and were in foreign lands. They were surrounded by strangers. Most could feel the cultivators from the vast expanse Dao place looking down on and ostracizing them. That united them further. They weren't only forced to stand together. Despite the ancient greenish bronze sword being a holy place for cultivation, countless dangers lurked, hidden from their sight. Within the past month, many of them had encountered danger to differing degrees. Some dangers were due to their missions, some came from the cultivators of the vast expanse Dao Palace. This chat group thus became an important channel where everyone could communicate with and contact one another. They could also call for help when they meet danger. At present, they were all discussing battle credits. Li Yi's words surprised many people. The battle credits that she had earned were significant. She had actually gotten 600 credits. Many found that unbelievable. The missions given by the vast expanse Dao Palace were incredibly challenging, and the credits they awarded pitiful. Many soon started asking polite questions. Wang Baol simply snorted secretly. He felt sour about it, but he continued listening in to the conversation. He wanted to know how Li Yi had done it as well. That was indeed the effect Li Yi had intended to achieve. Slightly pleased with herself, she spoke again casually in the chat group. Fellow Taoists, you just have to remember this one thing. Cultivation plays an important part in earning battle credits, but using one's brain plays an even more important role. I wonder how many battle credits our fellow Taoist Wang Baol, who has the highest cultivation level amongst us all, has gotten. Everyone fell silent as Li Yi began to target Wang Baol. No one wanted to get involved in their conflict. Anyone who knew anything about what had happened on Mars knew the tensions between Li Yi and Wang Baol. It had begun since their fight for mayorship over the new city zone and continued until Li Yi made a grievous mistake and was deported from Mars. Their hostility was deeply rooted and wasn't going to be resolved anytime soon. Furthermore, Li Yi's rank had remained stagnant since she had left Mars. Wang Baol, on the other hand, had been promoted swiftly through the ranks. He had since risen to become a secondary rank too noble. If they were in the Federation now, no matter how much Li Yi might curse Wang Baol secretly, she wouldn't have dared to openly speak out against him. The difference between their levels of cultivation and ranks was simply too vast. In the vast expanse Dao Palace, however, whatever achievements one had earned while in the Federation no longer counted. It didn't matter how powerful Wang Baol's cultivation was. Li Yi, through her own means, had gathered a group of people to stand with her against Wang Baol. That was why she dared to openly mock Wang Baol in the chat group. Wang Baol glared. He had half a mind to say something in the chat group. Then he saw the battle credits he had earned, remembered the debts he had gotten himself into, and lost interest immediately. He sighed and closed the chat group. No, I can't allow Li Yi, with her big breasts and lack of brains, to bask in satisfaction. Wang Baol sulked. He began to think. After thinking for some time, he headed for the mission stone slab again. He looked at it carefully. With the impressive memory that he had acquired from memorizing inscriptions, he memorized most of the missions on the stone slab, then began to consolidate and categorize them. This took a lot of effort. Wang Baol was just going to wing it though. Li Yi's words had triggered him. 2 days passed before Wang Baol, his eyes lined with red veins, rubbed his forehead and lifted his head. His breathing quickened slightly. Most of the missions that awarded the most battle credits can only be completed by core formation realm cultivators. In addition, they frequently cannot be completed by a single person. One will have to form mission parties. However, even though these missions award more battle credits, there are far less of them than missions appropriate for Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Based on his categorization, he realized that 70% of the missions were designed for Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. The battle credits that Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators could earn after completing those missions were pitiful. I should target Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Since I have limited resources, I should earn battle credits via other channels. After all, there are no rules saying that one can only earn battle credits by completing missions. A strange light shone in Wang Baol's eyes, and a plan began to surface gradually in his head. He assessed it carefully. Soon, a determined look shone in his eyes. He raised his right hand, and the spirit boat that had the ability to enter the sea of fire appeared before him instantly. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he studied the spirit boat. He had refined the spirit boat with his own hands, so he knew that a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator would be able to steer and control it. This meant that he could use this boat to enter the Sea of Fire, and also allow others to borrow this boat, enter the Sea of Fire, and reach deeper levels of the sea. Core Formation Realm cultivators could already do that, which was why this dermic treasure wouldn't be that useful to them. It was different for a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators couldn't enter the Sea of Fire. That meant that they could only complete missions on land. They had to compete against many other cultivators. When they completed their missions, the battle credits they were awarded were pathetic. However, if they could enter the Sea of Fire, more missions would be accessible to them. Missions like searching and hunting for inferno rats on the seabed could be done by Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators as well. They couldn't do so now because they couldn't submerge into the Sea of Fire. Up to now, only Core Formation Realm cultivators could enter the Sea of Fire. That was why all missions in the Sea of Fire were monopolized by Core Formation Realm cultivators. Wang Bail thought about this very hard. He felt that he should be more fair and just. He should create more spirit boats, then rent them out to the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators from the vast expanse Dao Palace. Wang Bail thought he shouldn't overcharge. He'd simply ask for 1 battle credit for every 2 hours. Based on his knowledge of the Sea of Fire and his assessment of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator's abilities, a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator would only be able to spend a maximum of 2 hours underwater while controlling the spirit boat. If a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was willing to use a few spirit stones, he might be able to prolong the duration underwater. Regardless, based on Wang Bail's calculations, this was a business that was only going to reap profits for him. They'll have to sign a contract. They'll have to compensate me accordingly if they damage my spirit boat. Wang Bail grew excited at that thought. He knew that he was penniless at the moment, though. He only had 1 spirit boat. In order to earn more rental fees, the more boats he had, the better. Seems like I have to go pawn off a few more dermic armaments. Wang Bail took a deep breath. Having made up his mind, he contacted the fat cultivator from the vast expanse Dao Palace immediately. The latter seemed happy when he heard that Wang Bail wanted to pawn his dermic armaments again. He had been using Wang Bail's dermic armament during this period and found them quite powerful. He agreed to Wang Bail's request immediately. However, he couldn't afford to take on so many dermic armaments himself, so he contacted a few others. Wang Bail pawned 2 dermic armaments in exchange for a loan. The battle credits were enough to refine 2 more spirit boats. Wang Bail's efforts paid off. He soon refined the additional spirit boats, after which he made use of his status as a Core Formation Realm cultivator to leave his own message on the mission stone slab. Holy boat for rent to enter the sea. It doesn't matter what level of cultivation you're at. You'll be able to travel to the depths of the Sea of Fire with this boat. It's not for sale. With just a few battle credits, you'll be able to rent it for 2 hours. There are limited slots. Please contact me immediately if you require such services. After sending out the message, Wang Bail still felt that it wasn't enough promotion. He immediately called for Zhou Biao and the other cultivators on Greenfire Island. They were currently in awe of Wang Bail. After receiving Wang Bail's instructions, regardless of their reluctance, they still left the island with great resignation and headed for the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island. They began promoting Wang Bail's business and advertising about this boat of his that could enter the Sea of Fire. Everything's prepped. Now we'll just have to see what the response is like. There are 24 hours in a day, and I have 3 spirit boats. Since I can earn a maximum of 3 credits every 2 hours, the most I can earn in a day is 36 credits. That's more than 1,000 in a month. I'll earn back my capital in 3 months. It's a pity that I don't have enough capital. Else, I'd be earning more. Wang Bail did his calculations and was pleased with the figures. He began to wait excitedly and anxiously. At present, he was unaware that the vast expanse Dao Palace rarely saw messages like his being released. That was why as soon as he announced that he had boats for rental, he caught the attention of many people. Those who noticed this message were mostly Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. A few Core Formation Realm cultivators also read it. However, almost all of them, after having realized who had issued the message, snorted. A gimmick to play to the gallery. A mere lowly human from a lowly civilization who's unable to earn battle credits himself and therefore has resorted to such means. What a joke! We don't even have such dermic artifacts that could allow a Foundation establishment realm cultivator to enter the Sea of Fire. This lowly human dares to brag so loudly. Even if he does have a few tricks up his sleeve, there's a high chance that this so-called holy boat will send a Foundation establishment realm cultivator to death in the Sea of Fire. Similar comments accompanied by mocking laughter followed after Wang Baol's announcement. Even Zhou Biao and the others grimaced. They didn't believe that Wang Baol's boats worked. They had been forced to leave Green Fire Island and come here. They wouldn't have minded helping him if he had the support of the majority. They lowered their heads hastily when they heard the mocking laughter around them, casting aside any thoughts of promoting the rental of the boats. As a result, no one came asking about Wang Baol's announcement. Zhou Biao and Gang dared not return to Green Fire Island. Resigned, they remained on the main island, thinking about how they would wait for a while and return when Wang Baol himself had given up on this idea. Time passed steadily. Wang Baol began his cultivation as he waited, concentrating on the lightning immortal transformation. Since his cultivation had stabilized at the early stage core formation realm, he didn't face any difficulty practicing the first level of the lightning immortal transformation. Everything went smoothly. After all, out of the 3 cores he had, one was a lightning core. He already possessed the immense power of lightning. His speed at mastering the lightning immortal transformation was extremely quick as well. He soon approached perfecting the first level of the lightning immortal transformation. When he sat cross-legged in meditation, lightning bolts would travel all over his body. Within his body, tiny lightning bolts would weave amongst his organs. He appeared to be constantly bathed in electricity. His lightning core nourished his physical form and developed the spirit chi in his body at the same time. Practicing the lightning immortal transformation allowed Wang Baol to consolidate the cultivation inside his body. It was akin to gathering stray power into a tightly knit core. That was why, even though his cultivation was at the early stage core formation realm, his actual fighting abilities had surpassed that greatly. Wang Baol didn't ignore his practice of the dark art. His practice of the soul-guiding hand progressed more slowly due to a change in his environment and a lack of targets for practice. However, his understanding of the dark art while in the dark dream meant that it was still moving at a significant pace. Wang Baol grew stronger every day. His mood got better as he saw how he was steadily becoming stronger. As for Liang Long, the crystal webs finally lost their effect, and he finally managed to free himself. Despite the resentment and frustration simmering inside him, he learned his lesson. He held back his desire of seeking revenge immediately. Wang Baol's various methods made him realize he faced a formidable opponent. He needed to have a proper plan. He settled down in a cave abode on one of the secondary peaks. As he trained, he began plotting his vengeance. Time passed. He had no direct competitors in the vast expanse Dao Palace cultivation climate. As a result, life went on rather peacefully. Conflict was limited to the tensions between Mielizi's and Feng Chiron's factions. During this period, the Federation seedlings began to familiarize themselves with the vast expanse Dao Palace. Even though there were still many cultivators around them who looked down on the Federation seedlings, through their own means, managed to form friendships and alliances with cultivators of the vast expanse Dao Palace. Everyone began to acclimate to their environment. Missions were a top concern for cultivators of the vast expanse Dao Palace as well. Countless missions were accepted and completed every day, and this was the same for the Federation seedlings. After settling in the vast expanse Dao Palace, they began to focus on missions as well. With Li Yi leading the others, their chat group began to be infused with a competitive atmosphere. It became a place where one bragged about how many battle credits they had earned. The Federation seedlings had naturally taken notice of Wang Baol's announcement. They had all hesitated. A Foundation establishment realm cultivator who entered the Sea of Fire would undoubtedly be killed. If this boat of Wang Baol had any flaw whatsoever, and an accident was to occur while underwater, they wouldn't be able to prevent the eventual disaster from taking place. As a result, the good mood that Wang Baol had gained from his training didn't last long. As the days went by, and he realized that no one came forward to rent his boat, he began to grow frantic. However, there was no use fretting over this. Wang Baol did some investigation and found out that he hadn't earned sufficient credibility. That was why no one had come asking for his boats. He was considering whether he should threaten Zhou Biao and gang with violence and coerce them into leading by example. That was when Zhui Yifan approached him to rent his spirit boat. Zhui Yifan wasn't alone. He, Kong Dao and Zhao Yaming seemed to have had a discussion. They accepted a mission at the same time and used what little battle credit they had to rent a spirit boat. Wang Baol was extremely touched at their gesture. He didn't take their battle credits and lent them all 3 spirit boats. The trio soon steered the boats, placing their complete faith in Wang Baol, and entered the Sea of Fire. This was the first time in a very long time that a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator entered the Sea of Fire. No one went around spreading the news. However, it still caught some people's attention. A core formation realm cultivator even followed them secretly and monitored their actions closely. To prevent any accidents from happening, Wang Baol ended his seclusion and entered the Sea of Fire to provide protection. It was their first time entering the Sea of Fire, and they didn't come back with much. However, they didn't give up. They continued to use the spirit boat and enter the sea almost every day. Gradually, this caught the attention of more and more people. It even triggered a rousing discussion amongst the cultivators in the vast expanse Dao Palace. Finally, under the trio's joint efforts, they managed to capture an inferno rat. News of this shocked many in the vast expanse Dao Palace. There was finally one Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator from the vast expanse Dao Palace who was willing to try out the spirit boat. He had been left with no choice. He needed to acquire a cultivation technique but lacked the battle credits. He decided to bite the bullet and rented Wang Baol's spirit boat, entering the Sea of Fire. With the first transaction going down without any accidents, a second customer and then a third soon appeared. Zhui Yifan and the others gave up on entering the sea then. Their strategy for acquiring battle credits didn't involve entering the sea. They had done what they had done to lend Wang Baol a helping hand. They were, after all, cultivators from the Federation. They were outsiders here. They might still be able to guarantee their safety above the sea, but once they went into the sea, there was no guarantee of everything going smoothly for them. They wouldn't be able to avoid conflict with others. Should that happen, with their level of cultivation and their status, they would be faced with great danger. Besides, with their joint efforts, they had reaped considerable rewards. Each of them had earned 30 to 50 battle credits separately. This was a significant gain for a Federation seedling. Their withdrawal didn't affect the rental business. With more cultivators from the vast expanse Dao Palace renting the spirit boats, the business reputation and credibility grew. Those who had been tempted finally acted on it. Zhou Biao and gang saw what was happening. After discussion, they gritted their teeth and began to promote the business more seriously. Wang Baol found the fat cultivator. After promising him a sweet deal, the fat cultivator began promoting Wang Baol's spirit boats as well. With multiple parties working together, demands gradually grew and business boomed. 2 weeks later, the number of people waiting for a spirit boat outside Wang Baol's Green Fire Island grew. With only 3 spirit boats, supply couldn't meet demand. Every day, like clockwork, 36 battle credits entered his account. Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators continued to enter the sea and earn loads of battle credits for completing their missions. The rental business boomed. Many even proposed buying his business. Wang Baol turned them all down after some thought. Because of his booming business, the fat cultivator, whom he had pawned dermic armaments off to in the past, found Wang Baol and proposed investing 2,000 battle credits in his business in exchange for 2/10 of all profits earned. After some bargaining, he increased his investment to 2,500 battle credits in exchange for 15% of the profit margin. They reached an agreement. More than 2,000 battle credits were credited to Wang Baol's account. Wang Baol excitedly invested what battle credits he had to refine spirit boats. He spent everything he had and expanded his fleet to 10 spirit boats. That finally allowed him to meet the demands of the market. His revenue increased by 4 times. He was earning nearly 120 battle credits every day. After giving the fat cultivator his 15%, the remaining battle credits were still enough to make Wang Baol extremely happy. More than 100 battle credits entered his account every day. He soon built a strong reputation for himself in the vast expanse Dao Palace. Li Yi stopped talking in the chat group as well. She no longer bragged about her battle credits. Wang Baol's rental business continued for 2 weeks. Then, one day, as Wang Baol was happily training, someone arrived outside his cave abode. It was someone who sent Wang Baol reeling back in shock, who made his scalp prick and made him gasp in shock. "You? Why are you here? Are you a human? Or a ghost?" The visitor was a short-haired young man of average height. He wore robes that belonged to the vast expanse Dao Palace. He looked bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and his small eyes shone with a calculative light. His short hair was waxed. It reflected the sunlight shining from above and sparkled. From afar he looked like a lamp. It was not an exaggeration. He was standing outside Wang Baol's cave abode presently, staring at an incredulous-looking Wang Baol with a wide grin on his face. He coughed, touched his hair, then cupped his fists and saluted Wang Baol. "Senior brother Baol, we haven't met in a while. Such a unique hairstyle and such calculating eyes." This person was someone whom Wang Baol had worked many times with while he had been in the Ethereal Dao College, Xianxia. Wang Baol's head started buzzing. He almost began to hallucinate that he wasn't in the vast expanse Dao Palace but back in the Ethereal Dao College. He recalled when he had been back in the Ethereal Dao College, Chen Yutong had mentioned Xianxia and said that he had gone missing. Even though Chen Yutong had used his connections in the college to search for the latter, he couldn't find him. Wang Baol didn't expect that he would meet Xianxia here. Xianxia's appearance remained unchanged despite the many years that had passed. He still looked like a businessman as he smiled widely at Wang Baol. His eyes sparkled with light, as if he had just located his latest business deal. After a long while, Wang Baol finally managed to get over his shock. He eyed Xianxia carefully and realized that the latter's cultivation had remained at where it had been previously. He was only at the late-stage ancient martial realm. Wang Baol shook his head and smiled wryly. He realized that Xianxia's origins were extremely mysterious. There was a high chance that he had smuggled himself secretly from the vast expanse Dao Palace into the Federation. He had his guesses, but Wang Baol still couldn't help but ask, "You? Why are you here?" Xianxia coughed. He touched his shiny waxed hair again, then smiled harmlessly. "Senior brother Baol, that's a secret. Look, I haven't thought about how to explain this to you. Just remember, Senior brother Baol, I've told you the same thing before. As long as there's a business opportunity, I, Xianxia, will be there. With Senior brother Baol having such potential of being a big client, I'd naturally keep my eye on you." Wang Baol rubbed his forehead. Even though he tried to shove down his feelings of shock and surprise, they continued to surface every now and then. He felt that Xianxia seemed to be shrouded in mystery. A bold idea began to surface in his mind. Was Xianxia from the vast expanse Dao Palace like he had guessed? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he remained silent. Xianxia seemed to sense the many thoughts traveling through Wang Baol's head. He sighed, then cupped his fists and saluted Wang Baol again. "Senior brother Baol, there's no need for you to overthink this. I, Xianxia, am a businessman. You know what businessmen are like. We've done business so many times. You have to trust me. I've come here today to pay you a visit, Senior brother Baol, and also make a business deal with you." Xianxia smiled lightly. His smiling, squinting eyes didn't hide the calculative light that defined him as a businessman. "What sort of business deal?" Wang Baol took a deep breath and set aside his other thoughts. He knew how difficult it would be to find an answer to his suspicions. Besides, he had known Xianxia for so many years, and the latter had always acted in a manner befitting a businessman. He stared at Xianxia. "Senior brother Baol, I, Xianxia, have my ways in this vast expanse Dao Palace. It's like what I told you before. Within the Ethereal Dao College, from the Grand Supreme Elder to the ordinary student, there is nothing that I, Xianxia, am unaware of. There is nothing that I, Xianxia, cannot get done. What I said before applies to the vast expanse Dao Palace as well. Even if what you're looking for is Elder Feng Chiron's underwear, as long as the price is right, I, Xianxia, would be able to get my hands on it for you. Xianxia had a look of confidence on his face. As he spoke, he touched his waxed hair again. The expression on his face clearly showed how highly he thought of himself. Wang Bao's head began to throb when he heard that. He asked secretly what he would do with Feng Chiron's underwear. Then, the image of Feng Chiron suddenly appeared in his head, without rhyme or reason. It gave Wang Bao a fright. He immediately said solemnly, "Let's talk business." Xianxia grinned when he heard Wang Bao. He glanced around, then lowered his head and said to Wang Bao, "Senior brother Bao, that boat rental business of yours, based on its current popularity and my understanding of the vast expanse Dao Palace, it's likely you'll only be able to run your business for another month. Even with that fatty Yun Piaozi vouching for you, you won't survive 3 months before the sect acquires your business. It will be an acquisition by force. You'll have no choice but to sell it. That's why you have to earn as much as you can as quickly as you can," Xianxia whispered. He analyzed Wang Bao's rental business based on the knowledge he possessed. Save the light that flickered in his eyes, the expression on Wang Bao's face remained unchanged. He had predicted that this was going to happen. He knew that this business of his wouldn't last long. However, he hadn't expected that he would only have mere months left, like what Xianxia had said. "Continue," Wang Bao said after he thought for a while. "Senior brother Bao, that's why you have to earn as many battle credits as possible in the shortest time possible with this business of yours. That's the most profitable way to go about it. That's the way to ensure that you won't make a loss. However, in order to accomplish this, you have to manufacture as many spirit boats as quickly as possible." Xianxia's eyes shone with a strange light. His breathing quickened slightly as he stared at Wang Bao. "Senior brother Bao, do you trust me? If you trust me, let me invest in this business. That will speed up your production of spirit boats. You'll be able to manufacture a great many more spirit boats." Wang Bao didn't say anything after listening to Xianxia. That was because Xianxia had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. He hadn't said anything about the division of profit. He narrowed his eyes. A considering look appeared on his face. Xianxia immediately understood what was going on when he saw that look on Wang Bao's face. He smiled. He concluded secretly that he still enjoyed dealing with smart people the most. Wang Bao wasn't only smart, but he also had great potential to become one of his greatest clients. He lowered his head and leaned in, saying, "Senior brother Bao, we've worked together so many times. I won't hide anything from you. I, Xianxia, won't take a single credit of the revenue you earn in the next few months. I'll invest 3,300 battle credits in the business. You can look for me if you need to buy any materials. I can even give you a discount. You'll save at least 30% on your capital. If you do your calculations, you'll be the biggest winner in this deal. As for my profit, when the sect acquires your business in a few months' time, they'll be giving you compensation for the acquisition. If the compensation falls within 10,000 credits, everything will go to me. But I won't take a single credit that exceeds 10,000 credits. Senior brother Baol, I, Xianxia, am a businessman. I'm just looking to earn back 3 times my original investment within a few months. I'm not greedy at all." Xianxia smiled again at that juncture. He looked at Wang Baol and waited for the latter's reply. Wang Baol didn't hide the look of consideration and contemplation in his eyes. He did seriously lack battle credits currently. His business model meant that with an additional spirit boat, he earned an additional 36 battle credits every day. Building a spirit boat cost hundreds of battle credits. If what Xianxia said was true, he would be saving quite a considerable sum with a 30% discount. He could quickly expand his current fleet to 20 boats. His revenue would increase to more than 200 credits every day. That meant 6,000 credits in a month. Wang Baol weighed against the option of putting his revenue back into the business continuously. Such a gamble might bring him more revenue, After all, this business relied on the snowball effect. As long as he had enough time, his gains would increase exponentially as time passed. Earning more than 1,000 battle credits a day wasn't an impossibility. If he increased his investment, Xianxia would have to do the same as well to maintain the current investment ratio. Else his returns would be diluted. He could use this to his advantage and strengthen their friendship. Another thing was how Xianxia wasn't demanding any profit sharing while the business was running. What he wanted was the returns from the acquisition by the sect. This meant that the sect's acquisition of his business was inevitable. It meant that his business wouldn't survive in the long run. That was why Wangbeol desperately needed all forms of external investments at the moment. After some thought, a look of determination flashed across Wangbeol's eyes. Xianxia, I'm not going to ask that you throw in more capital. I agree to all of your terms, but I have terms of my own as well. Firstly, you must guarantee that discount. Secondly, you have to use your connections to delay the acquisition. Another condition is that I'll only sell the recipe to the sect, not the final product, the spirit boat. We've worked together many times. I trust you. Besides, I enjoy straightforward deals. If you agree to my terms, this deal is set. When Xianxia heard those words, he fell silent for a while. After making some calculations, he looked back at Wangbeol and suddenly laughed. Might as well, since we're old friends. It's a deal. As Xianxia spoke, he extended his right hand towards Wangbeol. Deal. Wangbeol laughed heartily as he too extended his right hand and shook Xianxia's hand. The two of them laughed cheerfully and chatted briefly with each other. Wangbeol didn't ask anything about Xianxia's background, and neither did Xianxia talk about it himself. The two of them seemed to have established a tacit understanding with each other. Xianxia swiped the battle credits that he invested onto Wangbeol's sect jade slip. After that, he stood up, cupped his fists at Wangbeol, and took his leave. Looking at Xianxia's back, especially under the glow of the light, which accentuated his shiny hair, an air of mysteriousness surrounding this person's background could be felt. However, I can feel that Xianxia has no evil intentions. More accurately, he is neutral towards everyone. Like he tells everyone he is a businessman. Wangbeol narrowed his eyes, thinking inside his mind that this might actually be better. That was especially so in the vast expanse Dao Palace, where he had no other means and relations. As long as he could pay Xianxia enough, he could obtain what he wanted. That made Wangbeol feel that the convenience was worth it. Therefore, as he watched Xianxia leave, Wangbeol returned to his cave abode and calculated the amount of battle credits he had. His eyes lit up, and he immediately began a large-scale round of purchases and refinement in the days to come. Through the discount given by Xianxia's means, Wangbeol had managed to accumulate 35 spirit boats in the short span of a few days. The fleet of 35 spirit boats transformed Greenfire Island into a pier. There was an endless stream of Foundation Establishment realm cultivators who went to rent spirit boats every day. Wangbeol's business boomed in this short time, and as the news spread throughout the entire sect, the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators came in larger numbers to rent them. After all, the cost of renting the spirit boats from Wangbeol wasn't exorbitant. Furthermore, all the gains they obtained were often tens of times the value that they paid. This pushed the 35 spirit boats into hot demand. That was especially so when core formation realm cultivators tried them out and realized that the spirit boats were even more useful for core formation realm cultivators. It allowed them to enter the depths of the Sea of Fire, which was previously inaccessible to them. That threw the spirit boats into hot demand yet again. With this business of Wangbeol's booming, he managed to gain over 400 battle credit every day. Even after giving a portion of it to Xianxia, he was still left with over 300 battle credits. That figure was extremely astonishing in the vast expanse Dao Palace. To obtain 300 battle credits, most vast expanse Dao Palace disciples would have to spend over half a month, and that was if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, they would spend over a month but still not obtain so much. But for Wangbeol, all these were earnings from just a day. Therefore, even Wangbeol was surprised by his earnings. He felt that it was more like a robbery than a business. However, I'm still poor. Despite being excited, Wang Beil looked at his own battle credits and felt emotional. On the surface, he seemed to be earning a lot, but the fundamentals of this business required continued investment. Therefore, right now, he had only managed to accumulate slightly over 2,000 battle credits. Unless he stopped putting in capital, his earnings would simply remain as a rosy illusion. Wang Beil struggled internally about this matter. When he did some calculations, he realized that if he stopped putting in capital, he could accumulate approximately 10,000 battle credits after a month. It wouldn't deviate much from that amount. Unless a problem occurs in the business would be a steady source of income. After a brief moment of silence, Wang Beil decided to increase his investment. Xianxia mentioned that this business would last at most 2 or 3 more months. However, that is his own judgment. I shouldn't believe too much of what he says. I'm satisfied as long as it can last for 1 more month. Every day after that 1 month is a blessing. I also need to recover the costs put into each spirit boat. If I can produce more spirit boats during this period of time, I may not be able to accumulate high earnings. However, I wouldn't make a significant loss in the future if I were to sell them at a discount. This is also the only way that I can have the biggest earnings in a limited amount of time. With that thought, Wang Beil no longer hesitated as he injected more capital into the business. He used the battle credits that he had earned to buy more materials in order to refine more spirit boats. According to theory, Yun Piaozi was the first investor in Wang Beil's business, owning half of the business. Xianxia was the second investor, but he wasn't allocated the earnings from the business operations. Therefore, to a certain extent, Yun Piaozi's shares in the business weren't diluted. However, right now, with Wang Beil deciding to invest his earnings, the entire situation had changed. Theoretically, if Yun Piaozi wanted to maintain his earnings of 50%, a proportional amount of capital had to be put in as well. Despite that, after thinking about it, Wang Beil merely informed Yun Piaozi of the situation and didn't request Yun Piaozi to put in more capital. He took on everything himself, and Yun Piaozi would obtain the same amount of returns. Even though the scale of this business was increased due to Wang Beil's independent investment, Yun Piaozi would still receive the most gains, as it was previously. After some brief calculations involving the capital that was invested, Yun Piaozi was shocked. Yun Piaozi personally made a trip to Greenfire Island to pay Wang Beil a visit after understanding the entire situation. The moment they met, he bowed deeply towards Wang Beil with cupped fists. At the same time, he took out the dermic armaments that Wang Beil had pawned and returned them to Wang Beil without hesitation. "Brother Beil, you are a good friend. You're so generous, and I cannot be petty either." Yun Piaozi laughed. He felt even more connected to Wang Beil. Wang Beil also revealed a passionate smile. He was somewhat surprised that Fatty Yun would take the initiative to return the dermic armaments to him. He felt that this friendship was perhaps valuable. Between their hearty conversations, Yun Piaozi took out several bottles of fine wine. The duo enjoyed a few drinks before Yun Piaozi took his leave. In midair, Yun Piaozi lowered his head to look at Greenfire Island and thought in his mind, "This brother Beil of mine is not a simple person. The gains are significant, yet he could use them as capital without hesitation and was willing to be on the losing end. People like him are not simple." Similarly, Wang Beil was also thinking about Yun Piaozi's visit. Yun Piaozi's method of handling things comforted him, and he couldn't help but think about a saying in the high officials' autobiographies. Having similar goals marks the beginning of friendships for adults, while gains are the catalysts in adult friendships. With that, after sending Yun Piaozi off, Wang Beil invested all his gains into the business. He continually bought materials and refined spirit boats with the earnings he obtained every day. 5 days later, he managed to increase the number of spirit boats to 56. The earnings from a single day, after distributing it accordingly, grew to 600 battle credits. After that, he further made 4 spirit boats, growing his fleet to 60 before stopping. He stopped production, instead, accumulating battle credits at an astonishing rate of 600 a day. Time passed as Wang Beil continued accumulating battle credits. After half a month, he finally managed to accumulate over 8,000 battle credits. The boom of his business had also lasted for a month, based on his calculations. There is no rush to send cultivation techniques. It's meaningless to send them back individually. I will wait until I accumulate more battle credits, then send 10 of them back at once and shock little Duanmu. Next, with every additional day that my business lasts, it would be considered a blessing. A glow flashed across Wang Bao's eyes. He communicated with Xianxia often, paying attention to the news in the sect. That was also when Federation seedling Li Yi, after a month of silence, sent out a high-profile message in the group chat. Fellow Taoists, I'm not sure how many battle credits all of you have accumulated. However, I have managed to accumulate 2,000 battle credits. Right now, I will send a cultivation technique back, contributing in my own way to the immortal cultivation of the Federation. Li Yi's words caused a commotion amongst the Federation seedlings in the group. Instantly, numerous voice transmissions and messages appeared like a flood. Sending cultivation techniques back? So fast. Li Yi, what method did you use to accumulate 2,000 battle credits? Unbelievable. I thought that Wang Bao would be the first person to send one back, but it turned out to be Li Yi instead. As everyone reveled in shock, pride and arrogance arose in Li Yi, who was on the main island of Vast Expanse Dao Palace. After spending 1,000 battle credits, the teleportation array formation was opened, and her Vast Expanse skill was sent back to the Federation. The moment the teleportation began, not only were the Federation seedlings shocked, even Feng Churan of the Vast Expanse Dao Palace was paying attention to it. After all, she was very concerned, since it was the first time that a Federation seedling had sent back a cultivation technique. However, the one that was most concerned was Duanmu. Right now, Mercury remained heavily guarded and in a state of vigilance ever since the Federation seedlings were teleported months ago. Even Li Xingwen personally stood guard there. Right now, as Li Xingwen opened up the array formation in the Vast Expanse Dao Palace, a bright glow was immediately seen on Mercury's teleportation array formation. There was little direct communication between the Federation and the Vast Expanse Dao Palace. So, the moment Li Xingwen realized what was happening, he grew extremely solemn, and the cultivators surrounding him also focused all their attention on it. Regardless of whether it was the solar system array formation or the anti-spirit bomb, everything was put on standby, ready to fire. Duanmu also came to know what was happening at the earliest possible moment. Even though he was on Earth, he could still use some dermic artifacts to form an illusory image of himself, which he projected onto Mercury. As the entire Federation was soaking in a tense atmosphere, the teleportation array formation was unleashed completely. The glow covered a distance of thousands of feet, and a loud boom emerged from within. However, this time, the scale was clearly much smaller than when the 100 Federation seedlings were being teleported. As such, Li Xingwen and Duanmu narrowed their eyes. They didn't immediately give the green light for things to proceed, and instead chose to observe the situation first. Even though the teleportation array formation could send things bidirectionally, it required the approval from both sides. For example, opening the teleportation array formation required the acknowledgement and approval from Mercury's side before the teleportation could proceed. There could perhaps be ways where teleportation could take place without approval, but it would require a high price be paid. It doesn't seem like someone is being teleported back. It seems like a jade slip is being sent back. Before long, a glow flashed across Li Xingwen's eyes. He seemed to be able to look past the glow from the teleportation and vaguely see the item being sent back, which still remained an illusion. After confirming what was happening, Duanmu held a short discussion with Li Xingwen before the two of them decided to give the green light. With approval being given, the glow became even more brilliant, and the illusory jade slip within it could be visibly observed. In the blink of an eye and amidst the loud boom, as the glow from the teleportation array formation dissipated, a jade slip that floated in the middle of the teleportation array formation caught everyone's attention. Li Xingwen raised his right hand and grasped. Immediately, the jade slip arrived at high speed, being caught by him the moment it neared. After scanning it with his spiritual sense, Li Xingwen laughed heartily. It's a cultivation technique. It was sent by Li Yi, the disciple from the 4 great Tao colleges. In his agitation, Li Xingwen was also somewhat confused. According to his predictions, Wang Beol should be the first to send a cultivation technique back. Without waiting for Li Xingwen to ponder it, Duan Myuk, who was beside him, agitatedly took the jade slip. Even though he was only present as a projected image, his cultivation level still allowed him to look through the jade slip. After seeing the words "vast expanse skill" written on the jade slip, Duan Myuk laughed heartily towards the sky. He was in high spirits. Good job, Li. In his excitement, his physical being on Earth also agitatedly stepped out of seclusion. He immediately sent an order to announce the matter to the entire Federation. At the same time, after taking a deep breath, he sent another command. The Federation Seedlings contributions ranking that we have prepared previously can be launched now. We need to let everyone in the Federation know about the contributions made by the Federation Seedlings for the Federation. As Duan Myuk sent out the command, the entire system in the Federation began to operate. A ranking list from the Federation directed to the entire solar system appeared on all media and advertising platforms simultaneously, with such a huge coverage that up to 90% of the people in the Federation were exposed to it. It was a long ranking list with 100 names on it, arranged according to last names. After every name was a digit 0. However, after the ranking list appeared and was noticed by countless people, the 100 names on the list blurred. Instantly, a gold-colored name appeared at the top. That name was Li Yi's, and the number that followed after was changed from 0 to 1. The entire Federation was filled with agitation. Duan Myuk was also immensely satisfied and delighted about making the ranking list. To him, the ranking list represented fairness, as well as the contributions made by every Federation seedling. At the same time, it also paved the way to success for the 100 Federation seedlings. With the entire Federation surprised, Wang Beol, who was on the ancient greenish-bronze sword, also widened his eyes. Looking at Li Yi's message in the group chat, he didn't know what actions the Federation took, but he could imagine that the Federation would be announcing Li Yi's name with pride right now. That made Wang Beol unhappy. If it were someone else that had sent the cultivation technique back, he wouldn't have felt this way. However, Wang Beol felt that Li Yi was a brainless person who had nothing but a big chest. He also couldn't figure out how Li Yi had managed to obtain 2,000 battle credits. Is she trying to steal my limelight on purpose? Wang Beol snorted. Even though he was unhappy, he didn't place much emphasis on the teleportation that took place this time. He had his own plans and he was more focused on the end result. I, Wang Beol, am a person with principles. There's no need for me to care about her. Wang Beol took a deep breath and was about to put the regional spirit internet jade slip away when at this moment, Li Yi's insulting and arrogant voice emerged from the group chat. Fellow Taoists, the vast expanse Tao Palace is our new beginning. I believe that everyone here would surpass themselves and reach new heights. This is unlike someone else who thinks highly of himself. Even though his cultivation level is high, this is not the Federation, but the vast expanse Tao Palace. The rules are different, and he is nothing without the Federation's help. The moment Li Yi's words were heard, everyone in the group fell silent. They clearly knew that after a month of silence, Li Yi had begun to attack Wang Beol directly. Wang Beol had wanted to keep his jade slip away, but after hearing how arrogant Li Yi was, he raised his eyebrows, and his anger raged. He stared sternly and immediately leaped into the air, charging towards the vast expanse Tao Palace from Greenfire Island. The first place he went to was the vast expanse techniques chamber to exchange 3 cultivation techniques worth 1,000 battle credits each. After that, he charged towards the teleportation array formation in vast expanse Tao Palace. The entire process didn't last long, and soon, the teleportation array formation of the vast expanse Tao Palace was opened up once again. As the second time the teleportation array formation opened up wasn't long after the first time, it immediately caught the attention of the vast expanse Tao Palace. The Tao Palace cultivator in charge of teleportation gasped in shock, especially after noticing Wang Beol taking out 3 jade slips and paying 3,000 battle credits to open up the teleportation array formation. 3,000 battle credits was a large amount in the vast expanse Tao Palace. Even Feng Qiran was surprised after hearing about it, much less the Federation. The glow from Mercury's teleportation array formation had just dissipated before it started glowing again. This time, the glow was several times more brilliant than previously. Li Xingwen had just heaved a sigh of relief when he grew vigilant again. That was the case for Duanmyuk as well, his illusory figure gathering once again a short while after it had dissipated. With the duo fully focused on what was happening, a loud boom reverberated. The glow from the teleportation was so brilliant that it made Duanmyuk gasp. Could it be that a person is being teleported back this time? As the two of them reveled in shock, and as all the forces were on the highest alert, Li Xingwen's eyes suddenly widened. It's not a person. It's a jade slip. 3 of them. 3 jade slips. Duanmyuk was shocked and was instantly filled with indescribable joy. Therefore, after giving approval, the glow from the teleportation gradually dissipated. 3 jade slips appeared clearly within the teleportation array formation. Duanmyuk couldn't wait and grabbed hold of all of them. After looking through them, he grew even more agitated than when he noticed the cultivation technique that Li Yi had sent back previously. Li Xingwen, who was beside him, also hurriedly took a look, and a wide smile appeared on his face. 3 cultivation techniques, all sent by Wang Beol. This chap is capable indeed. In his exhilaration, Duanmyuk's physical being on Earth immediately announced the news. Soon, the people in the Federation all noticed in astonishment that changes were appearing on the Federation Seedlings contributions ranking list again. Li Yi was originally ranked at the top. However, right now, Wang Beol's name glowed in a gold-colored hue and appeared at the top position, and the number after his name leaped from 0 to 3. This shocked the entire Federation. Countless people were agitated, and at the same time Wang Beol also ended the teleportation process. He proudly turned and charged back to Greenfire Island. Along the way, he couldn't wait to open up the Regional Spirit Internet Jade Slip group chat. He began to send out a calm-sounding message. What a coincidence! I have also just sent 3 cultivation techniques back. Being on a high level just makes one formidable. As Wang Beol's words were heard in the group chat, it was like a huge rock had fallen into a calm pond, creating ripples. Gasps of shock and incredulous expressions immediately emerged from the chat. Without caring much about the commotion in the group chat, Wang Beol arrogantly put away the jade slip. After noticing that there was no one around him, he suddenly touched his chest, and his face crumbled. Why am I feeling a heartache? 6,000 battle credits. Wang Beol let out a long sigh. Even though it was slightly easier for him to earn those 6,000 battle credits, he was still pained. For the Federation and for the civilization, I will contribute without hesitation. Bearing with his heartache, Wang Beol consoled himself. However, he soon realized that the consolation wasn't very effective. He looked around, and realizing that there was no one around, he gritted his teeth. In order to fulfill my dream, in order to become Federation President. With that, he felt the ache in his heart dissipate slightly. He was now back on Greenfire Island, and after a brief moment, as he looked at his remaining 2,000 battle credits, he felt emotional again. Thankfully, I managed to suppress my urge and only sent back 3 cultivation techniques. I need to begin accumulating battle credits once again. Hopefully, the sect won't take away this business tomorrow. Wang Beol was somewhat nervous and anxious about being poor in battle credits. Right now, the Federation seedlings had no idea what Wang Beol was feeling emotionally. They were all gasping in shock in the group chat. Li Yi remained silent. Even though she knew about Wang Beol's booming spirit boat business, she didn't believe that he could send out 3 cultivation techniques at once. Considering the costs of teleportation as well, it's 6,000 battle credits in total. I don't believe that fatty is so generous. Li Yi gritted her teeth. Through the network of connections that she had just established, she began her own investigations. She soon found out that Wang Beol indeed sent 3 jade slips through Vast Expanse Dao Palace's teleportation array formation, and that threw her off balance. I don't believe that you're still superior to me even over here, you fatty. Li Yi's breathing quickened. She gritted her teeth and started making preparations to earn more battle credits. She wanted to make use of her journey in the vast expanse Dao Palace to surpass Wang Beol. Days passed just like that. After 10 days went by with Wang Beol still occasionally feeling the pain from his loss, he managed to accumulate over 8,000 battle credits again. That was when he finally felt more relieved. It was also at this time that Wang Beol sensed that something sinister was about to happen. He realized that, over the past few days, people had arrived outside Greenfire Island. They weren't there to rent his spirit boats and were instead recording and observing the activities there. At the same time, Xianxia also sent Wang Beol a voice transmission. Beol, the higher management of the sect, has already made a decision to buy over the business in the next few days. You must be prepared. Wang Beol's heart skipped a beat. Even though he knew that the day would arrive sooner or later, he couldn't bear for it to happen. However, he also knew that there was nothing he could change about it. The fact that a business like this, which could earn 20,000 battle credits a month, could survive until now meant that someone in the sect had turned a blind eye. It also highlighted the fact that it couldn't last long. Yun Piaozi also sent a voice transmission to Wang Beol. It seemed that he had less power than Xianxia, sending the voice transmission 2 days after him. Yun Piaozi only came to know about the matter an hour before the sect had sent out their decision, and he immediately told Wang Beol about it. Not long after receiving Yun Piaozi's voice transmission, Wang Beol, who was already mentally prepared for it, received the notification from the sect. It was not a negotiation, but a notification. There appeared to be no chance given to Wang Beol to haggle. He had to obey the orders, regardless of whether he was willing to or not. There was only a single sentence written in the notification. The spirit boat business is to be suspended with immediate effect. The formula for the spirit boat is to be handed over, with compensation of 12,000 battle credits in return. Looking at the notification, Wang Beol furrowed his brows as a profound look appeared across his eyes. The compensation given by the Ancestors' Gate was worthy of scrutiny. That was because, according to the agreement between Wang Beol and Xianxia, if the compensation was less than 10,000 battle credits, they were to be wholly given to Xianxia. At the same time, the amount to be given to Yun Piaozi was approximated to be 2,000 battle credits after some calculations. Basically, the compensation amount would be completely distributed even before they arrived. Wang Beol felt that there was definitely some insider operations happening. However, he understood that he wouldn't lose out even if there were insider operations. Furthermore, being too greedy would perhaps lead to unfavorable outcomes. He knew that fact clearly and immediately returned to a state of relief. As such, he didn't drag his feet and immediately ended the business, handing over the formula at the same time. On the second day, when the 12,000 battle credits arrived, Wang Beol didn't wait and immediately sent 10,000 battle credits to Xianxia and 2,000 to Yun Piaozi. Wang Beol didn't kick up a fuss with the 100-odd battle credits that fell short. Yun Piaozi felt bad about it and sent a voice transmission to Wang Beol. Beol, this matter. After all, you aren't a cultivator of the vast expanse Dao Palace. Otherwise, the compensation for buying over the business wouldn't be so low. You have clearly given Xianxia and me the compensation amount and left nothing for yourself. Yun Piaozi knew about the situation and didn't try to hide from it. Instead, addressing the insider operations that everyone could infer themselves. No matter. Everyone is my good friend. I'm happy that both of you have managed to earn something. Wang Beol laughed, and there was indeed truth in his words. After all, based on his judgment, while battle credits were important, human relations were crucial as well. Yun Piaozi wasn't stupid either, and he could sense whether Wang Beol was sincere in his words. He heaved a sigh of relief but also felt sorry. After thinking about it for a brief moment, he suddenly spoke. Brother Beol, if you want to sell away those spirit boats, I can engage someone to do it for you. If you're not in a hurry, I suggest you allow me to handle the matter for you. We can sell them off one by one so that we can raise the price. If you're urgent and decide to sell them in a whole batch, the selling price is likely to be lowered. Wang Beol was waiting to hear that. It appeared that he currently only had 8,000 battle credits, but in reality, his spirit boats were worth the most. The spirit boats cost approximately 20,000 battle credits to build, and even though it was unlikely that they would be sold at cost price, he could still earn tens of thousands of battle credits with a 60 to 70% discount. However, Wang Beil didn't have the means to sell them by himself. Only Xie Haiyang and Yun Piaozi could help him in the sale. Therefore, with anticipation, Wang Beil held a discussion with Yun Piaozi. At the end of their discussion, Wang Beil sounded carefree as he asked Yun Piaozi a question. Right, Yun Piaozi, what is Xie Haiyang's status in the sect? Ah, he belongs to Elder Feng's clan. His cultivation level is not impressive, but he has a wide network of connections. He is somewhat famous amongst the vast expanse Dao Palace disciples and specializes in sales and purchases. I don't know the details, but I guess he has a deep relationship with a high-ranking individual in the sect. Some people say that it might be Senior Qi Lin. If all this happened in another situation, Yun Piaozi would hesitate and hold back on details even if he revealed the information. After all, it involved the internal affairs of the vast expanse Dao Palace. However, after interacting with Wang Beil several times, not only did he earn a significant amount, he also owed Wang Beil a favor, and that was why he revealed what he knew. After that, Yun Piaozi told Wang Beil some other details about the human relations in the sect before ending the conversation. Wang Beil meditated with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. He fell silent and sighed as he looked at his battle credits. Previously, with hundreds of battle credits entering his account every day, he led a very comfortable life. However, from now on, he had to return to a frugal lifestyle, and he couldn't help but start thinking about other means to obtain battle credits. That was especially so as the feeling grew stronger as several days passed. Wang Beil was too distracted to cultivate, and as he looked at the mission stone steel of his cave abode, a look of determination flashed across his eyes. Forget it. Heading to the body of the sword and finding identity tokens is the most legitimate way to obtain battle credits, and is one that no one can take away. With that thought, Wang Beil undertook the mission. After tidying up, he left Greenfire Island. He traveled across the Lava Fire Sea according to the directions of the mission, charging into the body of the sword from the sword's handle. As the journey was long, Wang Beil made preparations for prolonged travel. As he charged forward, he adjusted his direction. However, his battle credit jade slip suddenly vibrated. In his bewilderment, Wang Beil took a look at it, and was surprised as 500 battle credits were credited to him for some unknown reason. What's going on? Wang Beil took a look curiously and realized that it was Xie Haiyang who had sent him the battle credits. That made him even more curious, and he decided to ask him about it through a voice transmission. Hey brother, did you receive it? I just took over a business and you can have half of it. As for the reason behind this, you'll find out soon, I guess. After ending the voice transmission, Wang Beil grew suspicious. Xie Haiyang sent him battle credits for no reason, and was so cryptic in his words, saying that he would find out soon. Seems like it's not a small problem. Wang Beil was deep in thought as he instinctively checked his surroundings. He realized that nothing out of the ordinary was happening, regardless of whether it was the sea of fire beneath him or the glow of the fire in the sky. However, he still grew vigilant and continued advancing without hesitation after checking his bearings with the mission jade slip. The peak level of the early-stage core formation realm was expressed in terms of Wang Beil's speed. He was like lightning, and the lightning immortal transformation also had a huge effect, making Wang Beil seem as though he was stepping on lightning. He was so fast that he covered a great distance in the blink of an eye. According to the directions given by the mission jade slip, Wang Beil understood that it would take him about 3 years to travel from Greenfire Island to the body of the sword that was buried in the sun. After all, the ancient greenish-bronze sword was so large that even the region classified as its handle was significantly bigger than Earth. Therefore, he couldn't depend on flight alone. In between, he had to use teleportation to shorten the time needed. The teleportation spots were built on specific islands. As such, even though Wang Beil was currently heading in the direction of the body of the sword, he still chose a coordinate that represented an island known as the Dusty Vision Island, amongst 10 over other teleportation spots. The teleportation process requires 100 battle credits each time. According to the mission description, 5 teleportations are required. This means 500 battle credits are needed. On my return trip, Another 500 battle credits are needed. What a scam, Wang Baol mumbled. He checked the mission and confirmed the coordinates, then he charged like lightning into the distance at high speed. Time passed in this manner. Soon half a month went by. It would take approximately 3 days before reaching the first teleportation spot, Dusty Vision Island. Wang Baol was so bored with traveling in the air that he took out a packet of snacks and held a piece of it in his mouth. He sighed, as even though the ancient greenish-bronze sword was a haven for cultivation with its concentrated spirit chi, there were no snacks for sale. Wang Baol was disappointed, and he couldn't bear to eat all the food that was in short supply. Every time cravings struck, he would put a piece of snack in his mouth, enjoying the taste of it while reminiscing of home. So, I'm not a glutton, I'm just homesick. After realizing his true feelings, Wang Baol shook and touched his belly. He took a deep breath and felt that he was a pitiful person. He thought about a sentence that he had seen before, and after altering it, he mumbled it. I'm not eating snacks, but loneliness? Wang Baol sighed softly, taking out another piece of his snack and putting it in his mouth. As he tasted it slowly, a small island appeared before him gradually. There were no signs of cultivators being present on the island, and it seemed that it was an abandoned island. The concentration of spirit chi there was similar to that of other places. Wang Baol had seen many islands like these over the past month. He understood that most of the islands chosen by the vast expanse Dao Palace were beneficial for cultivation. The islands that weren't beneficial were abandoned and not cared about. Even so, Wang Baol was still on high alert. He didn't plan to travel right above such islands, instead choosing to take a detour. However, just as he neared the island and was about to go right past it, a strong aura from an array formation suddenly emerged from the abandoned island. The aura from the array formation was released suddenly, and a glow emerged the moment it was released. The two entwined immediately, forming a large hand of light and grabbing towards Wang Baol. The moment it grabbed, a figure flew up from the abandoned island, and a burst of frightening laughter was heard. Wang Baol, are you surprised? Old Liang has been waiting for you for a long time. The person who was speaking was Liang Long, the island lord of Green Fire Island like Wang Baol. As one of Mielizi's disciples, Liang Long had things to be proud of himself. However, including the incident in the Heavenly Questions Hall, he was insulted by Wang Baol thrice. It was something that, based on his personality, he couldn't take lying down. However, he also knew that the way Wang Baol moved was unpredictable, and that was why he managed to bear with it until now, only acting after putting in place the array formation. Right now, he was filled with ferocity and anticipation. He believed that no matter how bizarrely Wang Baol acted, he wouldn't be able to escape from the restraint of the array formation that he had paid greatly for. Kneel! Liang Long shouted loudly and activated his hand seals. Instantly, the speed of the array formation hand was boosted, glowing even more brilliantly as it appeared to become more powerful. It even resulted in the formation of a hurricane that let out an impressive suppressive force and landed right before Wang Baol in the blink of an eye. It was about to grab Wang Baol when a chilly glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. If he weren't prepared previously, he would really be caught unaware by this sudden event. However, he had been vigilant all along the way, and right now, as the large hand grabbed at him, Wang Baol snorted. He raised his right hand, and 3 different colored light rays appeared from his storage bag. Red, green, and purple. The 3 light rays had just emerged, but a force that could shake the entire area was immediately unleashed. There was also a strong suppressive force emerging directly from the light rays. Vaguely, there was also a killing force, as if a divine being had arrived, and as if lightning was formed, charging directly towards the fast-approaching array formation hand. It was so fast that it was difficult to keep track of with one's naked eye. Only a loud boom emerged the moment both parties made contact, and the sound spread in all directions. It was so loud that it formed a wild hurricane, causing the entire area to shake. Even the surrounding lava fire sea began churning with big waves. The array formation hand was unable to withstand it, breaking apart into pieces right away. The 3 light rays didn't stop moving after passing through the array formation hand. They continued charging towards the abandoned land and were like 3 light rays that could destroy space. They were directed towards Liang Long, who was gripped with shock and disbelief and had lost his voice, unable to even scream. The light rays neared him instantly, and they seemed to be able to pass through all barriers. What dermic treasure is this? With the impending crisis, Liang Long was extremely shocked. His scalp felt numb, and a torrent of emotions appeared in his mind. He didn't have much time to think or even time to dodge. With bloodshot eyes, he screamed and pulled the jade slip hanging around his neck, twisting it. Immediately, a large turtle shell-like light screen appeared before him. This again? Do you really think I can't defeat that? Back then, there were just too many people, and that was why I chose to trap you in. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He was speaking the truth. In reality, based on his capabilities, he might not be able to destroy the turtle shell, but he could attack with all his might such that Liang Long would lose connection with the turtle shell. However, it was useless to do that on Greenfire Island. If he really killed Liang Long there, Mielizi would be furious. However, it was different here. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He pointed with his hand seals, and the 3 light rays in midair revealed their true selves. They were 3 different colored flying swords. It was the tricolored flying sword that Wang Baol had obtained from the extraterrestrial nascent Soul Realm leader. Right now, with his hand seals, the prowess of the tricolored flying sword was unleashed, and it was even more frightening than previously. They charged directly towards Liang Long's turtle shell, and they were so fast that they instantly made contact. Cracks appeared on the extremely tough turtle shell before Liang Long's screams could last even a few seconds. However, it was an impressive item, and it soon showed signs of recovery. Wang Baol frowned, nearing it instantly. He raised his right hand, and the green lotus inside his body shook. The lightning core, heart core, and dark core in him were instantly activated, gathering in his right hand. An extremely unreasonable consciousness was revealed from Wang Baol's body. The moment he neared, he activated the supernova and attacked with a punch. That punch shook the heavens and earth. The moment it was unleashed, it formed a torn black hole that seemed to swallow everything as it landed on Liang Long's turtle shell. Complemented by the tricolored flying sword, the 2 forces were activated, and an anti-vibration force was formed on the turtle shell. If Liang Long had a sufficiently high cultivation level, he could have lasted. However, he seemed to be unable to control the turtle shell and was unable to withstand the anti-vibration force. Once spirit chi wasn't provided, the turtle shell toppled backwards, landing directly on Liang Long. As everything happened, the force of a hurricane was unleashed in all directions. Liang Long vomited blood, his body like a kite cut from its string as he retreated, extremely beaten. A look of fear appeared on his face, as he had never imagined Wang Baol's combat powers would be so shocking. Wang Baol, you dare kill me? There are life attraction forces on me. Killing me might attract other existences, and my master would be able to sense it immediately, and he could find out the culprit behind this when he reviews what happened. Liang Long spoke nervously as he retreated. Kill you? Why should I kill you? Wang Baol took out a rope, an evil smile flashing across his face. His actions and that smile of his fell onto Liang Long's eyes, and Liang Long was immediately gripped with fear, as a bad feeling arose in his heart. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? You'll find out soon. Wang Baol let out a cough, and he looked increasingly evil while approaching Liang Long step by step. Don't you come over. Liang Long's body trembled, and a chill went down his spine. Without hesitation, he wanted to retreat, as he felt that Wang Baol was a psycho. At the same time, he also began to regret provoking him. Right now, Wang Baol was taking out a rope with a creepy smile and was clearly behaving like a psychopath. However, Liang Long was still too late in retreating. The instant he was about to escape, a chilly glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes, and he flailed the rope in his right hand hard. Tie him up. The moment Wang Baol spoke, the rope flew into the air with a red glow. It twisted in the air like a snake and was extremely frightening. However, if one took a closer look, The rope didn't immediately charge towards Liang Long the moment it was released. It seemed to hesitate, appearing to instinctively want to fly into the skies and hide somewhere. Liang Long didn't see the peculiarities with the rope, but Wang Baol noticed it clearly. He immediately pulled an angry face and was about to reprimand the rope. That was when Liang Long, frightened by the rope that was moving like a snake, screamed and retreated at an even faster speed, escaping from the island. However, it wouldn't have mattered if he didn't try to run. But the moment he tried, the somewhat hesitant rope shook. If it were personified, it could be said that the rope's eyes were instantly lit up and awakened. It agitatedly adjusted its direction, charging forward with a speed that shocked even Wang Baol as it arrived right before Liang Long. "Get away from me!" Liang Long screamed loudly. His heart was trembling as he tried to struggle, but everything was futile. The rope was extremely flexible, and in a flash, it had coiled around him several times, tightening and tying him right up. The moment the rope tied Liang Long up, the force of a seal was unleashed from the rope, cutting off all the spirit qi and sealing Liang Long's cultivation in. In the blink of an eye, Liang Long was turned into a commoner, his body landing on the ground with a loud plop. That made Liang Long quicken his breathing. He was extremely frightened and was about to scream for help. However, the moment he opened his mouth, one end of the rope wriggled into his mouth. Liang Long's eyes widened, and perspiration formed on his forehead. He was physically powerless, and right now, with a rope in his mouth, he couldn't make a sound. This feeling of helplessness was rarely experienced by him. That was especially so when he looked at Wang Baol with fear. As Wang Baol approached him with an evil smile, Liang Long trembled, having lost all hope as he wriggled his body backwards, instinctively trying to distance himself from Wang Baol. However, that was his wishful thinking. Soon, Wang Baol gripped him by his hair and threw him in front of him. Wang Baol bent down, a smile on his face as he looked at the extremely frightened, trembling Liang Long. Liang, tell Daddy how you knew that I would come here so that you could ambush me?" Wang Baol patted his head as he spoke warmly. The moment Wang Baol spoke, Liang Long widened his eyes, and he was thrown into a blur. He seemed to not know about Wang Baol's habit of adopting sons all around. However, he reacted quickly. The sense of being insulted instantly replaced the fear in Liang Long's eyes, and he stared angrily at Wang Baol. "You don't want to say anything? How mischievous." Wang Baol shook his head. He sealed his hand and pointed towards the rope. Immediately, a glow emerged from the rope, wriggling continuously about Liang Long's body on a large scale. Liang Long widened his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. He stiffened his body and struggled greatly. That wasn't all. The other end of the rope emerged amidst everything, wriggling into Liang Long's clothes and in the direction of his pants. Everything that was happening caused Liang Long to go crazy, and he screamed in anxiety and fear. You still don't want to speak, huh?" Wang Baol sighed and was about to seal his hands. Liang Long was on the brink of tears and madness. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. Instead, he couldn't speak with the rope in his mouth. "You want to speak now? I will give you the chance to say a sentence. You must think through it clearly, and tell me everything with 10 words. Wang Baol slapped Liang Long's face and removed the rope from his mouth. The moment the rope was taken out, Liang Long spoke without hesitation. "Information from Xianxia. It cost 1,000 battle credits. 10 words, no more, no less." From this, it could be seen that Liang Long was genuinely afraid of Wang Baol. Listening to Liang Long's words, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He thought about it and waved his right hand. Immediately, the rope wriggled into Liang Long's mouth again. Even though he struggled hard and had kept his mouth shut, it was useless. "As for you, relax. I won't kill you. It's such a nice, heaven-like place here. I'll let you cultivate here." Wang Baol smiled briefly. When he stood up, he kicked hard between Liang Long's legs without warning. With that kick, Liang Long trembled, his entire body curling up like a prawn. His eyes grew bloodshot, and he screamed painfully as if he was about to die from the pain. "Remember this. "Don't provoke me," Wang Baol said while smiling. However, that smile in Liang Long's eyes was more frightening than that of a demon's. He really understood this time that Wang Baol was a lunatic. Wang Baol didn't concern himself with Liang Long further. He didn't even bother to ravage through his storage bag or steal his battle credits. He knew clearly that unless he killed someone, everything was meaningless as long as he was on the ancient greenish-bronze sword. Killing someone was easy, but the matters that followed would be most troublesome. It's not the time yet. With that thought, a chilly glow flashed across his eyes. He stepped on the ground and leaped into the air, flying out. The rope remained on Liang Long, as that wasn't the end of the punishment. Furthermore, he was connected to the rope. With a single thought, he could retract the rope. He didn't have to be afraid of losing it. He also realized that the rope was suitable for free-range rearing. Liang Long, on the other hand, after noticing that Wang Baol had left, finally caved physically and mentally and fainted from the pain. Even though he was unconscious, his body still trembled. To Wang Baol, Liang Long's appearance was a mere unexpected episode, and he didn't care about it. However, as he flew towards the Dusty Vision Island, he took a look at his battle credits. He opened up the voice transmission jade slip and sent a voice transmission to Xia Haiyang. "Brother Haiyang, your business is huge." Xia Haiyang seemed a little embarrassed and wanted to explain the situation. "Brother Baol, I, Xia Haiyang, am just a businessman. This matter. Say no more. Brother Haiyang, please remember, things like this, which aren't dangerous and can give me huge earnings, must be referred to me more. I'm very poor now." Wang Baol turned, his voice filled with agitation and excitement. That shocked Xia Haiyang briefly. He laughed, and his laughter grew louder. In the end, with seriousness in his voice, he spoke. "Baol, happy working with you." "Likewise." Wang Baol smiled and ended the voice transmission. His smile soon faded as he raised his head to look in the direction of Dusty Vision Island. He turned and charged towards that direction. Several days later, Wang Baol arrived on Dusty Vision Island. He was a core formation realm cultivator and had sufficient battle credits, so he was soon teleported away. Half a month passed and he went through a total of 5 teleportations. Finally, Wang Baol crossed the Sea of Fire and finally arrived at the body of the sword. Right now, the Sea of Fire appeared calm. However, the temperature was very high, far exceeding that at the handle. The surrounding nothingness warped under the high temperature, and a defensive barrier made of flames appeared before him. Beyond the protective layer, there was silence. Inside it, the heavens and earth were crashing, the lava flowing and the Sea of Fire churning while the mountains broke apart. The buildings were devastated, and it was chaos all around. Passing the defensive barrier meant entering the body of the sword. To a certain extent, it meant entering the sun. Outside the defensive barrier, Wang Baol remained silent for a few minutes. When he raised his head, a look of determination was seen. He stepped into the defensive barrier. If the sword handle could be described as gentle, the sword body that was buried in the sun could only be described as intense and violent. In this world sheltered under the defensive barrier, the Sea of Fire was no longer crimson but black in color. This black Sea of Fire was far hotter than temperatures found on the sword handle. Wang Baol extended his senses slightly and was immediately alarmed. Based on his assessment, unless he relied on the spirit boat, he wouldn't be able to survive in this Sea of Fire for more than half an hour. That's just too terrifying. Wang Baol gasped. He knew how strong his physical body was. As he stood reeling back from fear and shock, he noticed that the Sea of Fire didn't only exist below him on land. There was another Sea of Fire in the skies as well. It wasn't nearly as impressive as the Sea of Fire beneath. However, the vast streams of molten lava flowing in the skies like wide rivers still made Wang Baol's pupils contract. He gazed into the distance. Within this defensive barrier, everywhere his eyes could see, in the skies and on the land, fiery flames danced and spread. It felt as if he had descended into hell. There were also many ruins and a great deal of broken stone. When he had first walked through the protective barrier, Wang Baol had seen what seemed like a small mountain of damaged pavilions in the distance. It had drifted past in the lava. With a loud crash, it had collided with an unfamiliar, shattered statue fragment. The collision had sent the surrounding sea of fire erupting and splashing outwards. Waves of energy had appeared to send the skies and the land quaking. Even though Wang Baol had been standing quite a distance away, he had felt the heat of the fiery waves surging towards him. His hair even smelled charred. Wang Baol, in his alarm, had hastily stepped back. He hadn't advanced immediately but stood at the borders while adjusting to the temperature. He had monitored his surroundings. Gradually, he noticed not only remnants of pavilions but vast quantities of shattered mountain stones and rocks. He even saw a few bodies. Most of the dead bodies were missing body parts. Amongst them were cultivators as well as something he had seen before in the Spirit Breath village. Members of the never-ending clan. He didn't approach. However, he could tell that these bodies had nothing valuable on them. There were clear signs of them being searched. It was clear that many people from the vast expanse Dao Palace had come searching in the last years. Those who had managed to come here would be those with high levels of cultivation. They would have come in groups. Wang Baol observed the area for 2 hours or so. When he was sure that his body had fully acclimated to the temperatures in the sword body, he focused his attention on his surroundings, remaining highly alert as he slowly flew further. He avoided the rivers of molten lava and made his way around those rivers. He kept a watchful eye as his surroundings changed, and as he searched for identity tokens or any other valuable items. Time passed steadily. 8 hours soon went by as Wang Baol traveled slowly. His focus was on observing his surroundings and searching for valuable items. He hadn't yet encountered any dangers that were beyond his capabilities. During these few hours of searching, he noticed that what the molten lava sea beneath him contained the most were islands after islands of pavilion ruins, damaged statues, and shattered mountain rocks. It was as if everything that had existed here had been blown apart in a catastrophe. Even though the sea of fire covered many signs that pointed to a past battle, there was still an immense presence that remained that struck fear into Wang Baol's heart. There were areas which seemed absent of danger as well as rivers of fire. Wang Baol saw with his own eyes the sudden appearance of a black line in those areas. It sliced space into halves when it appeared, exposing a large tear from which a tornado churning heated air appeared and surged outward. The tornado was extremely powerful. Should one be distracted momentarily and get in its way, one would definitely suffer grievous injuries. Wang Baol gasped as he increasingly felt how terrifying a place this was. As he advanced carefully, Wang Baol saw mountain peaks in the sky. They floated in mid-air, their forms contorted. A few were even upside down. Some of the mountain peaks were smooth and bare, others were covered in craters as if they had been hit by spells, while some of them had buildings on them. The buildings seemed to have been preserved rather well. However, Wang Baol dared not approach those mountain peaks. He could sense from afar, on those considerably pristine and well-preserved mountain peaks, a hex that made his muscles twitch and his heart race. Wang Baol tried nudging an ordinary mountain rock over to test the power of the hex. As soon as the rock came into contact with the hex, it turned into dust instantly. Wang Baol's scalp began to prickle. He finally understood why acquiring an identity token could earn one so many battle credits. It was clear how difficult it was to find and obtain an identity token here. A huge part of it came down to one's luck. What he had seen weren't the truly terrifying aspects of the sword body. After some thought, Wang Baol remained in the area for another couple of hours. He saw something that shook him to his very core. He saw it with his own eyes. Before him had originally been a sea of molten lava, but after some powers drew him near, suddenly, an area that spanned 100 yards blurred before his eyes. The next moment, it transformed and revealed a small island of shattered mountain rocks. Such transformations seemed to follow no rules, and their timing couldn't be predicted. After repeated observations, Wang Baol finally came to 2 conclusions. He concluded that the environment here changed constantly. Transformations that appeared to resemble instant teleportation would take place occasionally. He also concluded that besides the unpredictable transformations, The sea of fire on land would occasionally collapse and sink downwards. The sea might also erupt without rhyme or reason, like a volcano. Following such eruptions, buildings and ruins that had been underwater might resurface. Every time something like that happened, multiple spatial tears would occur in the nearby region. Sometimes, scorching tornadoes would even appear from those occurrences. The result was danger looming behind every corner in the entire region. Wang Baol raised his guard in response and continued to summon Little Missy. After hearing nothing from her after a long while, Wang Baol started thinking about leaving. He wondered if he should gather a few more people and whether it might be wiser to conduct a group search instead. He planned to retrace his steps and leave. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, suddenly, the sea of fire on one side of him erupted without warning. It sent great streams of molten lava exploding in the air. Wang Baol dodged it instantly. He was about to go around the explosion when a strong sense of danger sent his eyes flashing. He lifted his right leg immediately and spun around like a top, sweeping his leg around, and behind him, there was a loud, thunderous boom. Wang Baol saw a humanoid creature covered in flames flying back 10 yards after suffering his kick. What is that thing? Wang Baol's pupils contracted. He had used his full strength with that kick. Despite that, it had only sent the humanoid figure stumbling back. As Wang Baol's eyes glanced past, the flaming humanoid creature opened its mouth, revealing the sharp teeth within. Its eyes were colored with violence and madness, and it charged at Wang Baol suddenly. As it approached, waves of scorching energy fanned out, then surged towards Wang Baol like a hurricane. Wang Baol frowned. He had no idea what the creature was, but he sensed that he shouldn't linger there any longer. His right hand formed a series of hand seals, and the tricolored flying sword flew out instantly. It pierced the approaching, fiery humanoid creature, and sliced right through it. The creature exploded with a loud boom. There was no blood or mutilated flesh. It only transformed into pieces of red-colored rocks that scattered and fell into the sea of fire. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He didn't pause in his tracks. With a single step, he continued to retrace his path and raced back. Hours later, he encountered 2 attacks from similar-looking creatures. Then, he finally saw the protective barrier in the distance, as well as the calm, gentle peace on the other side. Just as he was about to pick up speed and dash out, a flicker of emotion flashed across his face suddenly. He pulled out a jade slip from his storage bracelet. It was vibrating violently. This was jade slip that allowed Federation seedlings to communicate via the regional spirit internet. One of the Federation seedlings who represented the Senate was calling for help in the group chat. "Is there anyone at the sword body? I'm trapped. Please, save me." Every one of the Federation seedlings who had come to the vast expanse Dao Palace knew that they had to stand in unity. They could be said to be quite united. That was why when Wang Baol saw that message, he immediately stopped in his tracks. The regional spirit internet within the jade slip had certain constraints on how far a transmission could travel. In theory, if everyone were within the same region, they would be able to view transmissions from one another. However, once one stepped out of that region, only those in the same region could receive his or her messages. Currently, the chat group was completely silent, save for the lone cry for help coming from the Federation seedling who was in danger. It continued to repeat itself, desperately and with despair. A cry for help? Wang Baol stopped in his tracks. He lowered his head and studied the regional spirit internet jade slip carefully. He stared at the SOS signal that kept transmitting without stopping. He could hear the despair in the transmission. He could sense an undying desire to live in the midst of death, the mad desire to survive. The Federation seedling began to weep and beg as Wang Baol checked the transmission. He began uttering promises. Regardless, no one responded in the chat group. The regional spirit internet had distance-based constraints. Since this Federation seedling was trapped in the depths of the sword body, Wang Baol was probably the only other Federation seedling in the vicinity. "It's Feng Mu," Wang Baol muttered softly. The image of a young man appeared in his mind. He recalled that he wasn't that familiar with this person. They were mere acquaintances who nodded their heads at each other when they passed each other by. In fact, during the specialized training for Federation seedlings, Feng Mu had ganged up with quite a few other disciples to ambush him. Subsequently, with him heading to Mars, their paths no longer crossed. Their limited interaction had only started again when they had arrived on the ancient greenish-bronze sword. However, Wang Beol seemed to recall that Feng Mu was friendlier towards Li Yi. However, everyone was still a cultivator of the Federation. They were obliged to help one another in foreign lands. If he weren't at the sword body now but at the sword handle, Wang Beol wouldn't have hesitated to extend a helping hand. However, he was at the sword body now. This cry for help seemed slightly suspicious. Feng Mu's cultivation is only at the Foundation establishment realm. How is he able to enter the sword body? Wang Beol narrowed his eyes. He had been here for quite some time and had a deep understanding of how dangerous this place was. After some thought, Wang Beol didn't mount a rescue immediately. Instead, he replied in the group chat. Feng Mu? Why are you here? Feng Mu seemed to have reached the peak of despair. He was clearly stunned to hear someone speaking in the chat group. Then, excited and overjoyed, he quickly sent a voice transmission in the chat group. Beol? Save me. Beol, save me. 5 fellow Taoists and I from the waterfront island were forced by the island lord to come here and search through one of the ruins. We encountered a hex. The island lord was despicable. While the rest were killed, he found an inner sect disciple's identity token and ran off. Wang Beol stared at the transmission in the chat group. He began to frown. There was nothing wrong with what Feng Mu had said. Everything seemed to make sense. But he couldn't help the doubt in his heart. There's something quite strange going on. Wang Beol narrowed his eyes as he thought. He revealed none of his suspicions in the chat group though and got Feng Mu to send over his coordinates. He soon received Feng Mu's location. He checked and realized that Feng Mu was fewer than 10 miles away from him. He was extremely near. Wang Beol's suspicions deepened. It might not have been so suspicious if they were separated by a considerable distance, but for Feng Mu to be located so near him, and near the borders, could it be so coincidental? Everything seems to be leading me towards him. Wang Beol's eyes flashed. He took a step forward. Instead of hurrying over to where Feng Mu was, he continued flying towards the defensive barrier, intent on leaving this place. As for mounting a rescue, the appearance of Feng Mu in the sword body was already questionable and invited suspicions. Regardless of how well he had explained his situation, Wang Beol knew very well the importance of caution in a foreign environment. He was no saint. He wasn't going to risk his life out of overwhelming empathy to save someone. It might be cruel and cold-blooded, but Wang Beol decided to ignore the cry for help. The cries for help in the chat group grew more frantic. It didn't take long before Wang Beol began to frown. He realized he was lost. He had clearly seen the defensive barrier ahead of him earlier. When he looked ahead now, the defensive barrier turned into a blur, then disappeared. Wang Beol immediately raised his guard. He went around the area. After advancing for a short while, he stopped once again. He stared at the mist that had appeared out of thin air, soundlessly, before him. He frowned. Then, he pulled out the regional spirit internet jade slip and stared at the coordinates that Feng Mu had sent over. This is interesting, he muttered. His pupils contracting as soon as he saw the coordinates, he had unknowingly approached Feng Mu's location despite his intentions to move away from it. At present, he was less than a mile away from where Feng Mu was. Wang Beol's face darkened. He turned and stared at Feng Mu's location. Then, he snorted and raced towards it. It didn't take long before he crossed the last mile and appeared at where Feng Mu was supposed to be. He found himself on elevated ground. Even the sea of fire didn't manage to flood this area. Signs of the land being shifted remained in the area. It was clear that this place might not have been elevated earlier. It had undergone a bizarre transformation in the sword body and reformed into what it was now. Such areas could be seen everywhere on the sword body. Wang Beol had seen his fair share and wasn't overly anxious. What alarmed him was a golden beetle 1,000 feet long that was buried atop the elevated ground. A small part of the beetle was buried in the ground. What was exposed to the air showed clear signs of decomposition over a long period of time. The outer shell of the beetle was lined with cracks, and there was a large crater the length of 4 to 5 yards on it. It exposed the beetle's insides. What was inside was not flesh and blood belonging to a living creature but something that resembled a cabin. Wang Baol had seen a sea glutton before. He had won himself in the dark artifact. He knew that there were all kinds of strange and wondrous flying dermic artifacts built by numerous civilizations in this universe. Not all resembled the Federation's cruisers. Some had sea gluttons while some had other strange creatures such as this beetle. This might be his first time seeing one, but he could immediately tell that it was a kind of living space cruiser. Even though the beetle had died and its insides had been damaged, it continued to exude a frightening aura. Wang Baol could sense that this aura rivaled that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. His eyes narrowed. He saw, lying beside the beetle, a mummy. The dead mummy wore the robes of the vast expanse Dao Palace. One could vaguely make out that this was Feng Mu, one of the Federation seedlings. The smell of death that came from his body indicated clearly that he had died almost a month ago. His face still showed the agony he had suffered prior to his death. Everything confirmed Wang Baol's guess. What made him feel bizarre was despite how he was clearly staring at Feng Mu's corpse, and that he had already arrived at Feng Mu's location. The chat group in the regional spirit internet continued to transmit Feng Mu's calls for help. Wang Baol gasped. From the extreme agony on Feng Mu's face, someone might have searched his soul or used torture to interrogate him before his death. Is this trap targeting me or everyone? Wang Baol didn't approach. He stared at the sight before him and retreated, about to leave. Just as he took a step back, an eerie wind carrying a sudden chill swept past his cheek in what should have been a scorching hot region. His surroundings descended into a deathly silence. The skies were dark and gloomy, the lands were a blur, and sounds of crying and laughing drifted from all directions. They were indistinct, arriving with the eerie winds. Mother, mother, I'm starving. Mother, your finger doesn't taste good at all. I'm so hungry. I want to eat something. Don't hit me. Don't kill me. Don't skin me. Mother, I'm in so much pain. The eerie, childlike voice sounded chilly. It was the sort of chill that made one's scalp prickle. The voice drifted in the air and alarmed Wang Baol. He sensed the presence of a few children around him. They were holding hands and running circles around him. One of them ran and ran, then stopped and stood at his side. The child smiled at him. Wang Baol turned his head instinctively to take a look. 10 feet away from him was an empty space. When his eyes swept past the space, a long-haired woman dressed in white robes appeared suddenly. Her hair was extremely long and covered her face. Next to the white-robed woman stood 7 young boys. Each one of them had an eerie smile on their faces as they stared unblinkingly at Wang Baol. Wang Baol's pupils contracted suddenly. It was then that the white-robed woman lifted her head, revealing a face without eyes and a nose. She had only a giant, black, gaping mouth on her gruesome face. She led the 7 young boys and charged straight at Wang Baol. If it were someone else who was timid and afraid of spirits, he would be quaking in his boots right this moment. He might scream and retreat hastily in fear. However, both the white-robed woman and the 7 children beside her could never have guessed that the person they were facing at this moment was completely unafraid of the supernatural. Wang Baol even began to look slightly impatient. Just as an eerie atmosphere descended upon them and the white-robed female spirit lunged at Wang Baol, the latter glared and, without the slightest hesitation, lifted his right leg and sent it kicking with a thunderous boom. The kick landed on the female spirit. It seemed to go right through its spiritual form and land directly on her true form. The female spirit shrieked as she was flung 100 feet away. You dare put up this act when that's all you've got? Wang Baol snorted. He raised his right hand and unleashed soul guidance. Multiple images appeared in his hand, layering over one another to form an enormous, frightening black ghoul's hand. The chill surrounding them intensified with the appearance of the hand. If the eerie winds that had appeared alongside the female spirit could be described as a vicious demon, Then the winds that erupted at this moment from Wang Bao's person would surpass the demon lord. His soul-guiding hand yanked, and the facial features on the female spirit reappeared on her face. They formed an incredulous, shocked expression. The female spirit screamed and tried to escape, but it was too late. In a blink of an eye, she was caught by Wang Bao's soul-guiding hand. The female spirit with her illusory form couldn't even put up a fight. Wang Bao grabbed her by the neck and dragged her before him. "There's nothing wrong with playing dress-up as the devil, but to do it in front of me?" Wang Bao glared. He grabbed the female spirit and raised her up in the air, then slammed her back down onto the ground. That didn't seem to appease him. He raised his foot and kicked the female spirit repeatedly. The female spirit's screams grew increasingly pitiful with each kick. Her cultivation could rival a perfected core formation realm cultivator. Before Wang Bao, though, she was as fragile and vulnerable as a piece of paper. She couldn't unleash her power at all. It was as if she had met her match. The aura that she exuded, which should have instilled fear in all living creatures, was useless against Wang Bao. There was no doubt that as a dark child, Wang Bao had encountered millions of souls in his dark dream, plenty of them far more terrifying than this female spirit. Some might have massacred an entire world, but they had all been obedient and submissive before Wang Bao, afraid to cause trouble. After all, the dark sect was a powerful entity that ferried souls. As a dark child, if Wang Bao had been frightened by this insignificant spirit, he believed the ancestors of the dark sect who had fallen would be so furious they would come back to life. The female spirit's cries grew more and more pitiful as Wang Bao continued punching and kicking her. She began to beg for her life to no avail. Her transformation from her previous terrifying self was simply too sudden and shocking, and her 7 children were all stunned. 2 were so terrified that they started crying. These were real tears, not the eerie weeping that had been conjured earlier. It sounded horrible, though. Wang Bao glared. "Silence! I'll eat you if you start crying again. Start singing." The 2 weeping children trembled at his shouting and stopped crying immediately. They continued to shake. They wanted to cry but dared not do so. They wanted to run but dared not do so. They could only watch as their mother suffered abuse under Wang Bao's fists and kicks, beaten to the point where her spirit might just disintegrate and turn to dust. Trembling, they began to sing. "Mother, mother, I'm starving. Mother, your finger doesn't taste good at all. I'm so hungry. I want to eat something. Don't hit me. Don't kill me. Don't skin me. Mother, I'm in so much pain." The children's voices shook as their singing echoed in the air. This was the first time they realized how frightening they sounded. They frightened even themselves as they sang. Wang Bao began to tire of the singing. With a wave of his hand, the 7 children retreated hastily and escaped. Their young minds had equated Wang Bao to a demon. He was beyond terrifying. After the children fled, Wang Bao continued to kick the female spirit until she passed out. Her body seemed ready to turn to dust. He grabbed her and dragged her before him, his eyes popping out as he glared and snorted. "This is my first time seeing puny spirits like you dare appear before me. Fine. Let me think about all the ways I can eat you," Wang Bao said coolly. He had seen a few dark sect disciples secretly snacking on spirits in his dark dream. The dark sect was enormous, so no one would realize it if one occasionally ate a few souls. There was no use even if one found out. The dark sect had, after all, the ultimate jurisdiction over souls. He hadn't eaten one before, but he knew how to do it. With his current severe shortage of snacks, Wang Bao had been waking up in the middle of the night starving. He swallowed his saliva and licked his lips as he stared at the female spirit. However, he restrained himself from eating the spirit. He thought it more prudent to inspect his surroundings first. He imprisoned the spirit, then walked towards Fang Mu's corpse. He had an ugly expression on his face after the inspection was done. Based on the dark sect's knowledge of spirits, Wang Bao inspected the corpse and concluded that Fang Mu hadn't been killed by a spirit. He had died from a soul search. There were no other injuries on him. He had been overpowered instantly by someone, and then his soul had been forcibly searched. His brain hadn't been able to withstand the search and had collapsed into itself. His spirit had disintegrated and turned to dust. This was an extremely cruel way to kill someone. Wang Baol fell silent. After a round of inspection, he kept Feng Mu's corpse. They were all Federation seedlings. Now that he had fallen, Wang Baol couldn't leave his corpse in a foreign land. Frustration bubbled in Wang Baol amidst the silence. Even though everyone had been mentally prepared for the worst when they had arrived on the ancient greenish-bronze sword, he still couldn't help but sigh when he witnessed death with his own eyes. He soon got his emotions in order. He lifted his head and stared at the golden beetle. With a single step, he arrived at the crater. He found 2 corpses inside. One of them belonged to a middle-aged man. He had the robes of the vast expanse Dao Palace on. They were torn and damaged. He had died quite some time ago and had a strong smell of death on him. Even though he had died, the spirit energy that continued to exude from his body made Wang Baol's pupils contract. The other person that had perished alongside him was not a cultivator from the vast expanse Dao Palace. It was someone with 3 heads and 6 arms, a member of the never-ending clan. They had clearly had an intense battle and eventually perished together. This beetle had clearly been the cruiser of one of them. After their deaths, the beetle had perished as well, and it had ended up being buried on this elevated plain. The lands had since changed. The sea of fire rose. Perhaps, in the near future, everything here would disappear alongside another transformation of the land. The valuable items in their storage bags were no longer there, and there was no identity token to be found. Wang Baol didn't believe that they had been destroyed. He believed someone had taken them. There was a slight possibility that the one who had taken them was also Feng Mu's murderer. They killed Feng Mu and set up an ambush here. Wang Baol didn't find anything of value after his search. He left the beetle and released the female spirit. He grabbed her neck and shook her violently. The female spirit came to immediately. After seeing Wang Baol's face, she screamed immediately and started shivering like a leaf in the wind. "I'll eat you if you make any more noise," Wang Baol said coolly. The female spirit shut her mouth immediately. She continued to tremble. However, she dared not say a single word. "Speak. What's going on here?" Wang Baol stared at the white-robed female spirit and asked slowly, his voice calm. However, as the words landed, the female spirit began to tremble again. She dared not hide anything from Wang Baol. She extended her indistinct consciousness outwards. "The never-ending clan, manipulated, drew you here, to kill you?" Wang Baol's pupils contracted when he heard that. With a series of hand seals, he sent a dark fire straight into the spirit's forehead. It flew back shortly. This was a minor spell that Wang Baol had learned during his time at the Dark Sect. It could verify whether a spirit was telling the truth. He started interrogating the spirit in detail. After a long moment, his face darkened. He finally understood what was going on. A member of the never-ending clan, who was still alive, had manipulated the spirit and led her to this place. His intention had been to kill Wang Baol. It was clear that the never-ending clan member didn't realize that he was a dark child. The one thing that he didn't fear was a soul. Countless thoughts sped through Wang Baol's head. He had only one clue from a female spirit who didn't possess the clearest of minds. Regardless, he could still sense the depths hidden beneath the vast expanse Dao Palace and the ancient greenish-bronze sword. There are still never-ending clan members alive? Wang Baol gasped. He decided that it would be best for him to leave this place as soon as possible. He was about to deal with the female spirit when, in the distant empty plains, the 7 little spirits that had escaped appeared again, meekly and trembling in fear. They were clearly terrified of Wang Baol. That was why they had only appeared now. 4 of them were crying fearfully. Then, upon remembering that the awful, nasty man before them disliked the sound of weeping, they immediately slapped their mouths shut with their hands. Only one of them, despite being equally frightened, gathered his courage and drifted forward. He stood before Wang Baol, then fell to his knees and kowtowed to Wang Baol. Then, he pulled out a pill bottle that exuded an air of decomposition. but was still relatively well preserved, and placed it before Wang Baol. He kowtowed again. An indistinct voice drifted out from within his spirit form. "Please, return our mother to us." Wang Baol was shocked. He stared at the young spirit, then looked at the children behind it, trembling and afraid to cry out. He grabbed the pill bottle and glanced at it. He opened it, took a look inside, and was momentarily stunned. A universe pill? Wang Baol hadn't seen many valuable treasures since he had arrived at the vast expanse Dao Palace. However, he had done some research, especially on pills and materials, which was his focus of study. This universe pill, for example. He had never seen one, but he knew that this pill had a special property. It gave off a kind of black light. However, in the night, it sparkled like a bright bead. The universe pill was one of the supplementary pills that aided a cultivator in advancing from the perfected core formation realm into the nascent soul realm. It would cost 50,000 battle credits to get one from the sect. Wang Baol had his guesses, but he couldn't be fully confident that this was indeed a universe pill. Regardless, it looked quite extraordinary. He was overjoyed. After some thought, he grabbed the white-robed female spirit and threw her aside. He didn't know how the never-ending clan managed to control the spirits. With a series of hand seals, he summoned 8 dark fires that circled the spirits and burned the remnants of whatever spell was controlling them, before recalling the dark fires. During the entire process, the spirits were so terrified they dared not move an inch. Wang Baol's dark fire could be said to be one of the most terrifying things in the world to them. It was only slightly less terrifying than Wang Baol himself. "Fine, fine. Just go. Don't go around scaring people anymore. All right?" Wang Baol waved his hand and ignored the spirits. He started studying the universe pill in detail. The female spirit dared not linger after being released. She hastily gathered her children and fled. After a while, Wang Baol kept the universe pill. He decided to inspect it further when he returned. He would verify the actual name of the pill and if it were truly a universe pill. If it were authentic, he would have gotten himself a good deal out of this. If it were fake, a cold light flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. He would return and find these spirits, then ask them why they had deceived him. He turned and stared at the enormous golden beetle. After some thought, he decided to take it, as well as the corpses inside, with him as well. It doesn't matter if I can sell them for some credits. Let's just take them first and decide what to do with them later. There might be a chance that I can sell them off later. I have no choice. I'm poor. Wang Baol lamented. He could only say that he was only mildly satisfied with his gains for this trip. It would be great if the pill were authentic. If it weren't, he would have made this trip at a loss. The round-trip journey cost 1,000 battle credits. It also cost him so much time. Fine. We'll just treat this as a trip to familiarize myself with the environment. Wang Baol shook his head. He turned and planned to leave. He flew into the air, determined the direction home, and headed for the protective barrier. Suddenly, the white-robed female spirit that had left earlier appeared in midair before him again. Wang Baol glared at the female spirit who dared to appear before him. He was about to shout at her when the spirit shuddered and greeted Wang Baol hastily. She seemed afraid that Wang Baol might misunderstand her intentions. She tried desperately to extend her consciousness towards him. "You want to thank me for releasing you from the spell?" Wang Baol finally understood what she was trying to say after a long time. He was deeply suspicious and formed a series of hand seals. The dark core inside his body activated, and a dark fire flew towards the female spirit and entered her forehead. It returned to Wang Baol immediately and landed on his palm. He studied it carefully and concluded that the female spirit genuinely wished to repay his favor. After some thought, Wang Baol concluded that his gains from this trip weren't very satisfactory. He waved his hand and gestured for the female spirit to lead the way. Upon seeing Wang Baol's agreement, the female spirit appeared very happy. She flew ahead and led Wang Baol into the distance. The journey wasn't long. They traveled for 100 miles or so. Wang Baol kept his guard up throughout the entire journey and followed the female spirit to a region that seemed to have been formed barely a few days ago. A mountain peak, slightly tilted to its side, sat in the sea of fire. It seemed stuck and immobile, and lava streamed past its sides. It seemed incomplete, as if it were only one half of a complete mountain. Its size was still impressive despite being one half of a full mountain. It was the size of a pavilion on a major mountain peak in the ethereal Tao College. There were still quite a significant number of pavilions and other buildings on the mountain. Most were damaged and in ruins, but a portion seemed well preserved. They didn't seem to have suffered much damage. This wasn't the most shocking part. What truly made Wang Bao's breathing quicken were the 10 corpses lying on the mountain. There were both female and male corpses. Besides the fatal injury that killed them, they were otherwise well preserved. Wang Bao could even see the storage bags on them. Wang Bao's eyes widened at the sight. He didn't immediately inspect the mountain. He quickly assessed the surrounding as he pulled out his dermic armament cautiously. After a long while, and after completing a careful inspection of the surrounding area and concluding that there was no danger, he released a sigh of relief. He then approached the mountain carefully, his eyes burning with hunger. After leading Wang Bao to this place, the female spirit bowed deeply and drifted away. She truly was repaying Wang Bao for not killing her and for releasing her from the hex. She had discovered this place a few days ago, but she had no interest in what was in this place. However, even with her indistinct, unclear mind, she knew that outsiders who entered this place often fought over the things that could be found here. That was why she had located Wang Bao and brought him here. It was her way of repaying him. This was a pleasant discovery for Wang Bao. After ensuring that there was nothing dangerous in the vicinity, he approached the mountain peak excitedly. After a closer look, his heart began to race. Heat and desire burned in his eyes. There's no doubt, no one has entered this place before. Just from one glance, I can see more than 30 corpses. Every one of them has a storage bag. They must contain an identity token and other valuable items. I'm going to be rich if I can get in. Wang Bao took a deep breath. Despite the deep desire he had, he didn't act recklessly. He had seen similar places during his time on the sword body. They might not draw as much attention, but they likely were places that housed great treasures as well. However, a hex protected such areas. They protected against the sea of fire as well as Wang Bao's entry. He had only been able to watch and sigh, then leave in resignation. However, the slanted mountain peak before him didn't seem to be protected by any spells. It looked like he might be able to enter with a single leap. Wang Bao wasn't a reckless person though. He studied the area carefully, then pulled out a puppet. He controlled the puppet and sent it flying forward. The puppet resembled a diamond ape. It swiftly dashed forward and took a leap. As soon as it approached the mountain peak and was about to land, a black light appeared suddenly, brushing past the diamond ape. The diamond ape puppet froze. Then it was sliced into multiple pieces. It exploded. I knew it, there's a hex. Wang Bao wasn't surprised. He stood there and thought for a long while. Then, with a wave of his hand, he summoned a dozen puppets again. They dashed out and surrounded the mountain peak. Then, they charged at it at the same time. As soon as they charged at it, the black light reappeared. It swept across the entire area swiftly. Explosions thundered as the puppets were destroyed instantly. Wang Bao didn't ache for his loss though. Instead, his eyes shone with excitement as he waved his hand again and summoned more than 50 puppets. There's a loophole. In this hex. Time passed swiftly. Wang Bao had been here for 3 days and had expended more than 5,000 puppets during these 3 days. They had been accumulated from his time as the city lord of the special regional city. Every time his proficiency in refining artifacts advanced, he would enhance the puppets out of habit. That was why even the weakest of his puppets was at the True Breath realm, and he had more than 100 puppets that could rival a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. What was most astonishing was the special batch of puppets he had refined at first. Only 2 remained. However, both were at the perfected Foundation Establishment realm and reached the Pseudo-Core Formation realm. As Wang Bao's level of cultivation increased, the puppets were no longer as useful. That was why he had managed to accumulate so many of them. They finally became useful for testing the hex. The test that was comprehensive and exhaustive, which allowed Wang Beol to finally identify the loophole in the hex after 3 days. There are 3 minor loopholes. Wang Beol sat cross-legged at a corner as he eyed the mountain peak before him. He didn't know how long he had before another shift and transformation would occur. However, he knew he didn't have much time. Wang Beol knew he had to move quickly. However, he couldn't be too rash. Based on his assessment, with his level of cultivation and his physical body, he wouldn't be able to withstand an attack from the black light. If he mounted a frontal assault, any misstep would result in the instant destruction of his body and spirit. I just want to earn a few battle credits. What a chore. Wang Beol sighed as he stared at the corpses and the pavilions on the mountain. A flash of determination appeared in his eyes. He had no choice. His desire for the storage bags on the corpses was simply too great. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the mountain before him. He calculated the timings. Every half an hour, he would throw out a puppet and gradually increase their number. Every time the puppets tried to get past the hex, they would be sliced into pieces by the black light. 8 hours passed. As Wang Beol threw another puppet towards the mountain peak, the black light appeared once again. However, this time it paused for a portion of a second. That's the loophole. It was as if he had predicted this moment would happen and prepared for it. Wang Beol's eyes flashed brightly when the pause occurred. He burst forward like a sudden bolt of lightning. With a series of hand seals, his cultivation started churning rapidly. With another wave of his hand, countless dermic treasures appeared around him and spread out. Amongst them were multiple dermic armaments. A colorful ribbon fluttered and circled him, forming a strong protective barrier. It was as if he had planned for everything. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. Wang Beol surged forward swiftly like a shooting star, dashing forward and heading straight for the mountain. In a blink of an eye, he came into contact with the invisible hex. The black light that should have appeared instantly had experienced a slight lag when attacking Wang Beol's puppet a moment ago. It paused for a slight moment once again. This sliver of delay allowed Wang Beol to pass through the protective barrier and appear on the mountain. He hadn't destroyed the hex, though. Even though he had successfully landed on the mountain, the sense of danger continued to remain intense and overpowering. It surged like tsunami waves over him. He couldn't be distracted by it now. The moment he got past the hex and appeared on the mountain, he raised his right hand and, through the air, made a grab for the storage bags on the corpses a short distance away from him. 4 storage bags came whizzing by. He caught them. Then, seemingly fighting against his strong desire and greed, he stepped back hurriedly and swiftly. As quickly as he had entered, he left with a speed that surpassed that of lightning. He moved like flowing water. He had clearly gone through the motions multiple times in his head the past 3 days. As he was retreating and about to leave the area, suddenly, the black light reappeared. The window for when the loophole appeared seemed to have passed. It swept past Wang Beol. The speed of this strand of black light surpassed Wang Beol's. It was incredible how fast it was. Wang Beol clearly was prepared for it, though. As soon as the black light appeared, the dermic treasures around him surged before him and stood between him and the black light. The dermic treasures collided with the black light. It was as if they had turned to paper as both their cores and components were shredded into halves soundlessly. They were weak and powerless before the black light, shriveling and sliced into halves. Fortunately, the colorful ribbon contained significant power. It spun around him and transformed into a hurricane. Wang Beol's dermic armaments unleashed their power as well, forming a protective barrier against the black light. Thunderous booms resounded in the air. Finally, just as the ribbon and dermic armaments could no longer withstand the attack of the black light, Wang Beol successfully dashed out of the restricted hex zone. Despite his escape, the backlash from the hex was simply too powerful and violent. Blood spilled from Wang Beol's mouth. His vision turned hazy, and he stumbled after flying out from the hexed area. Then he spat another mouthful of blood out. His grievous injuries seemed to result in a loss of control over the ribbon and his other dermic treasures. They fell to the ground as he staggered. After stumbling a few steps, blood began to seep out from Wang Baol's chest. He fell sideways to the ground. His injuries appeared very serious. He passed out. The storage bags that he had acquired slipped from his hand after he lost consciousness and fell to the ground beside him. The black light glittered and slowly disappeared. All around him, silence descended. It was silent for an hour. Within that hour, there was no movement or sound. There was only Wang Baol, who lay motionless and heavily injured. He was vulnerable to attacks and powerless to retaliate. Anyone with ill intent could kill him now. The dermic armaments and storage bags lying around him were enough to incite murderous intent from the greedy who wished to steal them. Perhaps luck was on Wang Baol's side, or perhaps luck was on the side of the others. No one appeared during this hour. Not even the white-robed female spirit appeared. The hour passed, and Wang Baol's eyes suddenly opened. There was none of the haziness and confusion in his eyes that was usually present when someone just awoke. Instead, his eyes shone with a deep, unfathomable light. Seems like there really isn't anyone around here. The female spirit really was trying to repay a favor. I put up such a convincing act that if there were really someone with ill intentions around, they would have struck. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and climbed to his feet immediately. It seemed that his injuries had all been fake. That had indeed been the case. Wang Baol's caution hadn't lessened because of the appearance of the mountain peak. He had been worried about traps in the area. That was why he had pretended to be injured, in order to lure anyone lying in wait out. The dermic armaments lying around him might seem scattered haphazardly. However, they were dermic treasures he had refined with his own hands. He could unleash their power anytime anyone appeared. I'll not waste any more time since there's no one around. At that thought, Wang Baol waved his hand and retrieved the fallen items around him. A fierce light shone in his eyes as he stared at the mountain rock. His lightning core erupted after a long moment. Bolts of lightning appeared in the air, and icy flames emerged from his body. There were sounds of crackling coming from his physical body as he activated its full power. He wasn't done yet. The colorful ribbon, as well as the tricolored sword, flew around him speedily. The power that exuded from him surpassed anything that he had shown earlier. Having prepared himself, he waited for another half an hour. Then he flung out another 10 puppets. He took a step forward and charged into the hexed area with his puppets. He was faster this time, his speed twice that of what he had displayed previously. He exploited the second loophole and passed the protective defenses of the hex. The devouring seed inside his body activated then. With a loud, thunderous boom, the storage bags of those dozens of corpses before him flew towards him, as if suddenly snatched by numerous invisible hands. Everything went according to his plan. If he were to leave now, he would be doing so with minimal injury. However, just as he was about to retreat, Wang Baol's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the highest point of the mountain peak. It hadn't been clearly visible when he had been outside and separated by the hex. However, now that he was inside, he could see it clearly. A cave abode. Inside the cave abode, a corpse dressed lavishly sat cross-legged. On his thigh was a purple identity token. A core disciple's identity token.